AC, leader of the Argonauts of the stream. FDDNM, the trickster of the tides. Greenline, the scholar of the sea. Reese, the all-seeing prophet. And Randy, the phantom of the deep.
Hold your ground. Try not to get sliced, lads. The tide...
Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the anime collector. Joining me tonight, Reese.
What's up?
Green Line.
What's up? What are you drinking? What is it? What flavor is that?
Watermelon lime.
Ooh, I love watermelon.
It's actually really good. It's my second favorite behind peach rings, which is still MIA for some reason.
Damn. And Randy's here too.
Yes.
As you
Hold on.
thought.
Ta-da!
Hello.
I made a concoction with the flavors that I've got with watermelon, lemon, because I bought a lemon syrup, and what was the other one? Strawberry, and it tastes just like watermelon lemonade.
Interesting. So I'm going to move some of these windows around so that Randy and I don't look like we're facing two different directions when we actually see us live. Right? That's how it should be, I think. Okay. If you guys want to support the OCA podcast, I'd really appreciate that. And I love everybody who does support us, more so than my other children. So, I mean, you guys being my children, I don't love any of you more than my actual children, just so that's on the record.
Thanks, Dad.
All right. You guys can donate to us directly monthly or just once. You can also fund us on our Patreon and indirectly, yada, yada, yada. These are great ways to do it. We love our patrons. Thank you so much. But we have a lot to go over today and potentially a watch club.
Yay!
Just walked in to see The Furious. See y'all after the movie. What is The Furious? Is that like a Fast and Furious movie that I don't know about?
No.
All right. So, jumping right in, I want to remind you guys of a few things. Do you remember last podcast when we were going over, or I guess the last two podcasts that we've been going over Vic's health diagnosis?
Yeah.
He talked about flying into Phoenix and driving to Globe, Arizona for a film.
Mhm.
Right? This is something he posted around that time when he was dealing with that vision issue. Right here.
Am I putting tape on, right? Yeah, but I'm saying the tape to last.
So here we are on set of the exciting movie Her Monster. We're shooting this. Oh, pay no attention to him. We are shooting this amazing scene down in this dungeon. Look at this set; it's so amazing. So this movie is fantastic. I just want to say hi. Be watching for it. It's going to be awesome.
All right. Here is the trailer for Her Monster.
You need to run! Run now! I made a deal.
Found deceased in his family home earlier today, according to initial reports to the
When I'm hurt or afraid, he's there for me.
Now, we begin.
So, do you guys remember, you might have noticed, do you guys remember Colton Dietz?
No, at least I
Not
don't.
by name. I was gonna say, is this the same people that made the movie where he played a cop and he died? Like he was playing a cop, but that got killed.
I don't remember about that, but Colton Dietz, we've talked about on the podcast before. He directed Silent Hill Restless Dreams, which we looked at. This is from ages ago.
That's
Is the one you're
exactly
thinking
what I
of?
was just talking
Yeah.
about.
So he's not a cop. He's playing James Sunderland, right?
Oh.
From Silent Hill 2. Now, the only reason I'm bringing this up is that if you were under the delusion that Vic was in like a real big acting role, I want to shatter that delusion. This is a small town, itty bitty project. But I would like to state this Silent Hill thing was pretty great. Vic was the best part of it. And I imagine if you noticed on the Her Monster thing, it labeled it the directorial debut of Colton Dietz. So it's the early stages of his career, but it could lead to, you know, a bigger thing in the future. And I don't know if that's going to help Vic get back into bigger roles or whatever, right, in the movie world. But I just wanted to kind of like temper the expectations of this because Vic has not yet resurfaced in a realm that isn't Fantasy Soft, that company that was trying to produce those Christian animated cartoons in the style of anime and whatnot, starring Vic, and Colton Dietz being the other person who has, employed him. And then, of course, Cosmic Dawn has employed him as well, right? And these are small ventures that are lucky to have Vic, not the other way around. But hopefully each of these can get to a place where they're, a lot more established and get that notoriety that Vic really deserves. So I just wanted to, make sure everybody was aware of this, that it's not like some huge project that Vic going off to fly. It almost reminds me, I hate to say this, but it almost reminds me of in Arrested Development when David Cross's character is trying to get into acting, and it's like he's doing these really small parts but lives like he's a movie star. So your prayers are still necessary in Vic's life. Now, before we get too far in, I want to address has anybody seen this? Why Japanese anime fans are furious with Donald Trump's latest AI photos. I am not going to read this article. I will read a snippet from this one.
I saw a thumbnail, like DBZ fans dodged a bullet, or was it One Piece fans dodged a bullet? Something like that, and it showed this.
Let me
image.
The archive. Because apparently my highlights, what the fuck? I had it earlier today. I have an actual highlight. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. I just shuffled my results. Hold on. Let me try that again. God, that's fucking weird. Anyway, whatever. It doesn't really matter. The point is that if it even, maybe I grabbed the wrong link, and this isn't the one I had archived previously, but the statement at the end that I wanted to share was they interviewed some girls in Ikebukuro, and one of them stated that she was uncomfortable with the idea of anime being weaponized for politics because she doesn't want to see that happen in Japan as well. Something to that effect. And the other girl said the reason she's upset is because she doesn't even think Trump likes anime. And if he did, it would be different, right?
I don't think he likes anime either.
Yeah, I think it's literally just people creating the post for his accounts, right? But we're not going to read these lame articles. We're going to read this one.
I will just quickly say,
yeah,
if it was the Democrats doing it, we would be calling it out as cringe as fuck. Like,
because if they did it, it would be cringe as fuck.
That's true.
Because the left can't meme. Okay,
that's a fair point.
So let's temper our both sides framing here a minute, right? All right. So I want to read this one instead because I have a prompt that I give to AI to help me vet articles, and it flagged every one I pulled up from this topic as a stinker I should skip. And I'm like, well, I want to cover it. Find me a good one. And it said, here's the most unhinged one. That's what we're going to read. Trump's White House officially reveals new Naruto Uzumaki redesign. Naruto is finally back, but not in a way that most fans expected or wanted. On Saturday, June 6, 2026, the U.S. government under Donald Trump just unveiled a surprise redesign for everyone's favorite knuckle-headed ninja. Let me make sure my mic's on the right one. Yep, okay, good. Naruto's new design, shared via Truth Social by the 47th U.S. president himself, is an AI-generated artwork of Donald Trump as the titular ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. The 1-second AI video features Trump as Naruto while summoning copies of himself with Naruto's signature move, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. As one would expect, the controversial AI video has gone viral online. Many social media accounts, such as Twitter, have re-uploaded Trump's unexpected anime tribute to Naruto, offering their own colorful thoughts on the matter. The video is available to view below, right? So this is it. That's it, right? Like, that's all it is. It's like an AI-generated image animated with Grok, right? Like, that's basically it. This is far from the first time the current U.S. administration has used anime and pop culture in general to promote Trump and his political endeavors. In March, Trump's White House released a video on Twitter featuring Dragon Ball and several other major Hollywood franchises to promote the American way, which I find hysterical, right? Dragon Ball is the American way, right? If you think about it, our power is maximum, right? The unwanted Dragon Ball cameo came at the end, where a Dragon Ball Super clip of Beerus saying, "Here it comes," was used to hype a real-life military bombing clip. Trump's video also included unofficial references to Braveheart and Breaking Bad, as well as to Marvel's live-action superheroes. Ironically, Tony Stark, a Marvel character who began his path towards heroism by rejecting the production of military weaponry once produced by his company, kickstarts the U.S. propaganda film. The release of the controversial U.S. clip coincided with America's ongoing conflict with Iran, dubbed Operation Epic Fury. In the White House's own words, Operation Epic Fury's main objectives are to, quote, destroy Iran's missile arsenal and, quote, destroy their navy. The latest forever war between the U.S. and Iran remains ongoing, coming at the cost of its citizens. Political distractions aside, 2027 is set to become a milestone year for Naruto and the Boruto anime franchises. Officially confirmed by TV Tokyo, Naruto is launching a major global return. God damn it. Claude promised me that it was entirely framed on the U.S. government kickstarting Naruto, but that was only like the first opening here. Anyway, stinker of an article, throwing that aside, let's just watch the video that the White House posted 2 days ago, which apparently I didn't upload. Give me a second. Oh, no, I did. It's right here. Here it is.
It's not about if I can. I'm doing this because I want to.
Would you look at me? I'm setting records.
No!
United States of America. Don't you geeks have someone else to annoy?
Oh, yes.
It's over 9,000!
Make America great again.
I feel like I'd be really good friends with the people who run that account.
So
I,
cringe as fuck, but that was pretty funny.
So hard.
Yeah.
When I first saw that, it was on the context of a different tweet that was like saying a bunch of different stuff that was in this tweet, like One Piece, Yu-Gi-Oh, but whatever. I was like, oh, they missed Optimus. They missed
the Optimus Prime AI voice. Yeah.
But you know what? I was just thinking about it. It wasn't Optimus, or well, not necessarily. What it was that I think that they're referencing, maybe I assume they would be,
Toonami?
Is Peter Cullen, the voice of Optimus Prime, did narration voices for Toonami.
Yeah.
And he did the trailer voice like for all of the like intro shows. I think that's where they're going with it. And it wasn't a reference to Optimus.
My favorite part is how they've incorporated the best memes, such as this one with the person crying their eyes out to be able to fill up the monument in Washington. All right, that's it. Okay. We have much bigger topics to go over tonight. I just want to start light. Pickups. Greenline, you got anything?
Nope.
Okay. Randy, you recently came to know that there is like an auto bot on Amazon now?
Yes, auto purchase.
I used that to pick up 8686. If you guys follow the subreddit for like anime collectors, they've been talking about this being like crazy low priced on Amazon, like $17 or less. It kept going out of stock and then coming back in stock. And then I was like, fuck it. Like, I don't think I bought this yet. I might as well just get it. And when I went to buy it and it was out of stock, there was an option for the thing. So I ended up doing the thing you were talking about where like I put a price in and then when it hit that price, it sold for me rather than just ordering it back ordered or whatever.
Yeah.
In addition,
it's a cool feature that I didn't know about until the other day, and then apparently I told everyone that I knew. I'm like, oh yeah, this is cool, and everyone's like, oh, we knew about that. Like,
no, I just happened to. I learned about it literally a week before you mentioned it,
and
I was going to bring it up tonight when I did my pickups.
I also
I will
knew
say,
about it before Randy mentioned it because that's how I had placed my order for the Steins Gate thing because it went up and it wasn't available. So I put it up there for when it becomes available.
I will say
that sounds more like a back order rather than a bid price or whatever kind of thing. We're talking about something different, Reese.
I was kind of weirded out by how not weirded out, but I was kind of confused by it almost seems like artificial scarcity when it comes to people on the subreddit talking about 86 is out of print. Right.
Yeah. So what I think might be happening is that they're liquidating stock somewhere, possibly even at Crunchyroll. Boy, you guys could not have made this more difficult to get this stupid book out without cutting it.
Hey, I didn't do anything.
Just about the auto buy thing, I have been told by the people.
The thing I was talking about was the auto buy thing. So.
I don't care. Shut up for a second. Just finish what I say.
I left you on delay.
I've been told that it doesn't automatically buy it when it comes in stock. Like there's a delay. So for high demand items, it might not work so well.
For fuck's sake. There we go. Okay, so I also bought. I don't remember. My ADD brain is so unpredictable. I don't even remember why this came back under my radar. I think I was trying to close tabs. That's what it was. Last podcast, I was like, we're going to fucking get no more tabs before Anime Expo. We'll see if that happens. And one of the tabs that I'm holding on to is a reminder to myself about the existence of this manga that got mangled in transit. Thanks a lot. From Serial Pleasures of Issei Sagawa's handmade, personally made by himself manga. I don't know if you guys remember Issei Sagawa. She peed on me. Her holy water. That's the page I opened to. He was the guy who went to France, ate a woman, and then came back to Japan and became a celebrity cannibal. So this is his own like drawings and chaos. I'm gonna have to get another one though because that fucking got mangled in the mangled. Anyway, those are my pickups. Greenlight, you got anything?
Said no.
Okay.
No, I do not. I wish, but I don't.
All right, going straight into Discord then. Nuxie got a Switch 2. Nice. Oh, we're going to talk about that tonight. Bobby Hill says, me too. I wonder if they're going to make a Zelda-themed Switch 2 console. Yeah, probably.
That is the curse. Although, if you remember, we covered it. They are increasing the price of the Switch 2 come September 1st. So I don't think that they will be releasing any special edition Switch 2s before that date. So you'll get stuck paying the higher price for it if they.
How much is it increasing by?
$50.
From $650 to $700. Is that about right?
I think it's $450 to $500.
Oh, good. Even better. Enriv said, I traded my Switch 1 in along with some other stuff and only had to pay about $100 for this. Jesus, man. When I read that the first time, I was like, damn, only $100? I didn't realize you had to switch. You had to give them half of your valuables to get it down to even 100. I'm glad I bought and got into that series when I did. Reese, you got the Steelbook for Perfect Blue?
Yep, for Perfect Blue Steelbook. I also picked up it in Bruges and the Italian job.
The original, right?
Yeah, because Keel Lover had a sale going on.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Then,
all right.
Well, we really need people to get back into Italian job. What do we do?
Oh, I see that there's also that. I'll get to it. Hold on. Here.
I also picked up the Batman and Robin Batmobile. That has the golden one in the Lego game. And I had the yellow Fiat 500.
Ah. So now you bought the one to go with the Italian job.
No, the Italian job is Mini Coopers. Lupin also goes around in a blue Fiat 500 sometimes. Rarely, but but he does. So now I have
enough. That's the key thing. Enough times that I want it.
It's referred to as the rare blue Fiat.
Trump being used for anime memes just shows how mainstream anime has become. This would have been a news story 20 years ago. Now it's just another Tuesday.
Does anyone remember when Herman Cain started quoting the Pokemon movie?
Yes.
During the 2011
Mewtwo's like diatribe, right?
No. It was just the lyrics to one of the songs. It was like the Power of One song.
Yeah. No, I remember that. I don't know if we covered that or not. I can't remember if we did.
I mean, it was in 2011. I don't think.
Oh, well, I'm pretty sure we talked about it at one point. I don't remember if we talked about it on stream or not. Anyway,
2012 maybe. I don't know, something like that.
So I want to get into our first major topic while we're still under a half hour.
Oh, maybe it was later. Anyway, whatever.
So, who here has been following the Bricks and Minifigs?
Me.
Holy shit!
It's like, how far could this rabbit hole really go? Oh my gosh!
So let me set the scene for a moment. Let me just show you. Let me pull up the video real quick. Take a little screenshot. So, like I'm sure most of you guys, I saw this thumbnail. Oh God, where'd my screenshots folder go? Why are you not? There it is. Dear Lord. Everything is sorted by date added in the wrong direction. Okay, here we go. So, like most of you, I'm sure, I saw this thumbnail. I tracked down the thief who stole $200,000 of Lego. And in my mind, I went, okay, didn't know there was this massive thief thing, whatever. I didn't even watch it. I found out about this last week. I started to watch it because I was watching something else, and it auto-played an Asmongold coverage of it. This is easily the most unhinged story I have ever seen on YouTube, and possibly the funniest video. So I want to set the tone first before we start reading by showing you guys a clip from it to kind of set the tone.
This man spent his life collecting what's now known as the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection ever. It's estimated to be worth around $200,000. And then the entire thing got stolen, and the police are actively working with the thieves to cover the entire thing up. But the craziest part is that the collector doesn't even know that his collection's been stolen. Yeah, the collector's son, Brian, well, he reached out to me because he has no clue how to break this news to his dad.
At this point, my father had a health episode. We can't bring any stress to him.
The reason he's reaching out to me is because the police are covering this entire thing up. And at this moment, I promised Brian that I would not end this video until I get his entire world record Star Wars collection back. But anyways, the thief of this collection is actually a corporation called Bricks and Minifigs. So immediately I went to my car, picked up some friends, and started driving 16 hours to this Bricks and Minifigs store. And I will do literally whatever it takes, even if I have to take down the entire police force. I will stop at nothing until this family gets their entire Lego Star Wars collection back. And now 16 hours later, we're finally pulling up to the Bricks and Minifigs store. So I started a pair of spy camera glasses. That's what I'm gonna use to film this. And honestly, I kind of just want to hear Bricks and Minifigs side of the story.
Hi, how's it going?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
It's pretty good. So basically my friend said that you guys have some of his Legos, I think, and he told me to come here and see if I could pick them up.
Who's your friend?
I think they're Brian's Legos.
2019, holy shit.
It's like a big Star Wars collection set, I think.
You could go ahead and leave now.
Really?
So you could go ahead and leave now, or I will call the police for harassment.
Well, I'm not harassing you.
No, you are. Hi. You want to watch the cameras? I'm being harassed. Watch the cameras. I am being harassed. You need to leave.
All right. That sets the tone. That's the immediate reaction.
Well, lady, I'm just talking to you.
Yeah, just so you know, I cut out a good chunk in the middle of those two clips, put them together just to jump us in here. Also, don't trust that timer, the date. I think it's wrong, and it gets updated later, and it goes from 2019 to 2023. I'm pretty sure this stuff happened last year, just so we're clear. I don't think it was all the way back in 2019. I think it's just the clock on the Meta spy glasses or whatever is that. Anyway, so Bricks and Minifigs sues Reckless Ben as a viral Lego controversy escalates. Bricks and Minifigs, a Lego resale chain, has filed a lawsuit against YouTuber Reckless Ben. What began as a dispute over a collection of Star Wars Lego sets has escalated into one of the strangest internet controversies of the year. Official and unofficial investigations, leaked communications, and police encounters have generated millions of views and sparked heated debate online. So I'll just say that his statements about the police covering it up, when you watch the video, feel like he's overhyping it. It feels like he is...
Doesn't feel like it. He actually is.
No. When you watch the first video, it feels like an overstatement of the fact because you're judging his interactions with the police against the claim that they're covering it up. And the big issue that's happening in the video is that Ben is, I think, intentionally being too vague in expressing and articulating the scenario to where he's being dismissed in sort of the same way as that recent video. I don't know if I don't think we showed it. Maybe we talked about it, you and me, Randy, about the woman that Asmongold watched crash out at the dentist office. Where it's like when you play the games with the cops kind of thing, it's like that's what it feels like when you're watching the interactions with the first bit of cops. And I feel like Ben is masterfully milking the content for the sake of generating buzz and getting more eyes on it and all that. Masterclass ability of him, for sure.
Definitely milking it.
Definitely.
And over dramatizing it.
Yes, that's a better way to put it. Over dramatizing. So, however, when you get into the later parts of the video, and especially the second video in the series, that's where the claims about the police start to actually really come into play. Okay?
So just as like, I know it's in the future, but like a really good example, which might have caused him more problems by over dramatizing it, was more recently the body cam footage got put online, and in his video he said someone hacked the thing, like, and it's a result of someone hacking the police, and it's like, no, that's not what happened. And if you just said what happened, it would have been okay, but now that you said it was hacked, it's like put this higher, like, oh no, now you have some like illicit like footage that you weren't supposed to have, and so now you're actually potentially committing a crime by showing it. And it's like, okay,
can you elucidate that? Because I have heard two versions of the story. I've heard the one that he gave, which is in like a smaller sub video titled, let's see, I've got it right here. He has a smaller sub video titled "All the Footage is Released." And that video shows all the parts. Like, he talks about it. He says that somebody hacked the police and sent him the footage. But I've also seen a video by Leonard French, which I didn't actually watch beyond like the first like 5, maybe even 2 minutes, that was framed around the police themselves accidentally sending the footage unredacted.
Yeah, so they didn't send it. It was I think it was called the Civil Rights Lawyer on YouTube. I think that's his channel. Let me just double check. Anyway,
sure.
I'm pretty sure Civil Rights Lawyer. He interviewed Ben, and because his the cops pulled him over for the stop sign thing that wasn't really stop sign. Like they said, oh, you didn't stop, but he did stop. And then they held him there when the clear purpose wasn't to deal with the stop. It was to just like harass Ben basically and say, get the fuck out of our town. Anyway, so there were some civil rights issues there. So he was talking to that guy, and what had happened was, as a lawyer, he was trying to get the body cam footage himself. And so he was looking, this is according to his video, okay, on the topic.
So I guess the statement is that when Ben requested the footage, they redacted portions of it.
Correct.
When a lawyer requested the footage, potentially as somebody representing Ben, even if he wasn't, they were more forthcoming with.
I'm unsure if he requested it. I think he was just looking online to see if he could find it. Either way,
he might have access to the Axon database.
Yeah, I think he was like looking in like a place where they put like stuff that's meant for public use. And he noticed it was there. And so he downloaded it, and then they shortly after that took it away once they realized they fucked up. And so according to his video, that's how the footage got out. So it wasn't a hack. It was the cops accidentally put it in this public area of the internet.
And this is a good example of the sensationalizing that Ben is doing, right? He'll take the statement where it is and elevate it just a little bit or a lot, right? And it's making for a much more entertaining video, but it's also a little bit deceptive. And we'll come back to that when it comes to like their lawsuit for small claims court towards the end of the first article here, if we can find that part. I have some timestamps. Where the fuck did? Oh, here it is. I have some timestamps I want to address, and I've got the whole video in here if anybody wants us to bring something up. By the way, something happens in video 2 where they talk about blurring their faces and saying something about, I didn't want my face blurred, did you? No, right? I think Bricks and Minifigs or somebody involved in the controversy submitted a blur request on the video, and it's like in the upper corner in a weird place where it's not actually blurring anything important, and it's like distracting, and it's locked into the video now. Like it's hard coded. Ben can't undo that, right? I have a version of the video from before the blur was applied. Okay. I managed to find it on the Wayback Machine and got it that way. So that's what we're looking at, just in case anybody's wondering about that. Anyway, let me address the comments before we keep going. Mirage says, will y'all be talking about the Nintendo Direct today? Yes, and to some degree. Because I wanted to comment on certain games and also let y'all know what games are digital only. Yep. Hopefully they get compensated for the $200,000 worth of stolen Legos before Bricks and Minifigs go bankrupt. I predict this will bring down the entire franchise. Yes.
So just up front too, that's another instance of him over dramatizing things. First of all, it's not the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection. It is a very large one. It's probably maybe top 5 or whatever, but it's not the world's largest. He keeps saying that. And also,
and it was also not 200,000.
Yeah, so there was an appraisal that said it was worth 200,000, but they're not fighting over the full value because some of it got sold under the previous franchise owner, and he did get paid for that. And so it's not the full collection that he's looking for, but Ben keeps saying the full value, to make sure that people get the full effect.
Ben is playing a very deliberate, complicated game here. His goal was never really to resolve the conflict, get the materials, and call it a day. His goal was, and you can see in the clip I played already, that he goes in there and is like, yeah, my friend wanted to see if I could get his Legos, right? Like, he brought into that conversation a contract, the contract that Bricks and Minifigs, that franchise, when it was under the previous owners, had signed. He brought that with him, and he specifically asks the question in a way that immediately gets that response from the woman, where like, watch on the cameras, I'm being harassed, call the cops, all that kind of shit, right? Now, that works, it works so well for his video making. It honestly feels like he has an ability, like in ReZero, to reset time knowing what's going to happen in order to make the greatest fucking video I've ever seen. If I didn't know better, I would assume this entire thing was generated by AI. That's how perfect it is in terms of every goddamn thing he does is hysterical and should not work and somehow does. Asmongold described it as though every other decision he makes goes from 200 IQ to 2 IQ back to 200 IQ. Another way I've described it before I heard Asmongold was, it's like he's playing D&D and every roll is a 20 or a 1, and there's no in between. And it's every other role is like he has a crazy good idea or a crazy stupid idea that he executes as though it's a crazy good idea. And somehow the execution causes these retardedly stupid ideas to pan out in a way that is goddamn hysterical and effective, right? So we're going to look at some of those. And as I was saying before, his goal here is the attention and what that's going to bring. Yes, it's not so much about resolving the conflict. It's about resolving the conflict in a way that is the maximally favorable outcome for the person, Brian Mansell, the son of the guy who originally put the Legos in, right? And he is succeeding in a level that is gosh darn impressive. Like, I haven't seen anybody navigate something so effectively since Trump won in 2016. Like, that's how insanely well this is going for him. But imagine if Trump, instead of acting like a composed genius who gets a little crazy just to get in your head, instead you go from genius to like single-celled organism amount of thoughts back to genius in the same breath. It's so insane how well he does it. So and so again, what he's doing again is that he's overstating. He's taking the maximally most attention-grabbing claims and running with those. The term, the $200,000 worth, that amount came from a post on social media made by Bricks and Minifigs. So he's using their own language to frame the situation, even though that's the high-end value, and Bricks and Minifigs was using that amount in order to also draw attention to the store, to get people in to come see it, see if they want to buy any of these rare Star Wars Lego sets. And he's using that against them. But importantly, what you should know is that the franchise Bricks and Minifigs in Oregon, when they posted that, it was under the former franchise owners. I don't know how much is going to get covered in here, but the story goes that the former franchise owners consigned the Lego sets from the Mansell family under the terms that they still belong to the Mansells until they are sold to a new person, and then a 35% fee is given to Bricks and Minifigs, and the rest of the money goes to the Mansell family, right? Now, they made that agreement, and then the original owner of the store, Mr. Gorman, was pulled away. Like, his wife kind of ran the store, but they were like owners of it as the franchise. And he ended up, I don't remember if it was health issues or work stuff, took him overseas. So she had to find a new buyer for the franchise and go overseas with him. And there was a fumbling of the handoff, even though she literally has the security footage from the day and has provided it to Ben. It's in the video and stuff about them taking over the store, her calling out specifically, most of the sets in this store belong to the Mansell family, and I need to make sure that he gets paid and all that stuff. And they basically say, that's corporate's problem now. Just give me the keys, kind of thing, right? Bricks and Minifigs is in the wrong, but they also probably do have a case against Ben. They do, but it's one of those cases, like, Ben is walking such a strategic line that I think it would be very hard to litigate in the sense of, and again, we didn't really show it. I don't think we talked about it on stream, but again, there's this video of a woman wearing yellow at a dentist's office that Asmongold reacted to, the body cam footage of the police. And she's basically playing that, I don't understand what you're asking from me. Why can't I stand here? Why, like, basically just being a manipulative woman, right? Like the way that women tend to do this thing where they act like they're not doing anything wrong and don't understand why you're upset.
Is that the one that went for a walk at some point?
Yes.
And then came
back? Yes.
Yeah.
Right. And like, so the strategy that she's using is to always have plausible deniability, right? And I think Ben is doing something very similar, right? And so they probably could sue him, but they would have a hard time litigating it because he hasn't actually done anything that I think they could tremendously get him on, other than perhaps trespassing. And there's a point that we're going to look at where they set up a lottery, and he does something very sneaky in order to trick them into, or not the lottery, the small claims case, in order to trick them into not showing up into court, right? So that he'll win by default. And then there's also a whole thing about that where he claims that they won and they actually didn't win. It was dismissed, but the terminology he's using in terms of won is got what we wanted, whereas it's not a legal win. You know what I mean? And that's sort of the game he's playing. And I think he's doing very well at it, right?
Well, no, I don't think that's my understanding. Is he did win. He won the default judgment against them. But then what happened was, after they got the default judgment, like a couple days or maybe a week later, they got that default judgment dismissed because they found out that they served the wrong company. So he did win, but it was dismissed.
CoffeeZilla put out a video, like he did his own super rapid investigation where he talked to all the people involved and found some crazy and incredible stuff. And part of his video was exposing that Ben was lying, quote unquote, about the win. Technically, he did win. It just got dismissed after the fact, right? Yeah. And again, it's like you use the framing that is most favorable, most outlandish, most attention grabbing, and that's the game, you know? Kultiti says, shocking that Reckless Ben is being reckless. It could be 200,000 bricks and minifigs has an incentive to go to the lower end of the value.
Well, yeah. When they were advertising the collection, they wanted to bring buyers to their store to sell the collection. So they wanted to say it was worth a lot of money.
Yeah, they're going to say that it's 200,000 and then sell it for less so that you think you're getting a deal.
No, I don't even think so. This is the original people. They were saying it's worth 200,000. They wanted to sell it for a high amount of money because they were going to get the consignment commission on it, right? So they were incentivized to make it as expensive as possible. But now that the new owners came in, and now they're saying now their incentive is to, because they are claiming that they don't owe him the stuff back, they're claiming that it's the less value because their incentive is they don't want to pay as much money now, right? So now they're incentivized to value it differently. It's kind of like Trump and his buildings, right? When the government asks how much are your buildings worth, he's like, oh, they're not worth a lot of money. But then when he goes to the bank and asks for the loan, he's like, no, yeah, they're worth millions, right? So totally. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, I could be wrong. I've only watched the videos once, so I might be misremembering certain details. Also, this controversy could and probably has inflated the value of the figures. Probably, all the CEO had to do was not rip off his customers, regardless of the value. If it was $5,000 worth of Legos, it is still rotten to close shop instead of paying what is owed. Yeah, that's crazy. Kultiji says 35% is a high percentage. Standard rate is 30. Maybe it is. I can't remember off the top of my head. They have a 30K maximum case, but Ben also has a personal defamation case against Bricks and Minifigs. The lottery, well, yeah, they claim that he stole the Legos, right? There's this whole thing going on. I don't think we're going to be able to cover all of it, but they're playing dirty, you know. The lottery was legal. I believe the cops said it wasn't because they'd have to investigate it criminally. Right. We'll get to that. I want to show all of this stuff. It's so fucking hysterical. Even if Bricks and Minifigs win against Ben, they lose in court of public opinion, which can cost them the franchise. It would be a Pyrrhic victory. Yes, 100%. 100%. All right, let's get back into this. Now, one of the central figures in the saga may have fled to Mexico. Okay, so that being Ben. We'll get to that in a minute. The story centers on a massive Star Wars Lego collection reportedly valued at roughly $200,000. After spending years accumulating the rare sets as, quote, an investment for his grandchildren's future, Brian Mansell and his son Eric, I've always called Eric Brian, so I probably fucked that up earlier, placed the collection on consignment through Bricks and Minifigs franchise location in Oregon. At the time, the store was owned by Crystal Law. However, I thought it was Gorman. The fuck? Does she have a different last name than the other guy? However, questions arose after ownership of the store changed hands. Mansell claimed he was unable to recover the collection and began searching for answers about what had happened to the items. So let me go ahead and try to see if I can find...
Ever.
Let me see if I can find the section right here. It's from the beginning right here. I cut it out earlier. I shouldn't have.
Proving that everything she just said is true.
All the footage and evidence is there in the security cam footage. It's him at the store kicking her out.
I think that guy with the long beard on the far left is the husband, and the woman in the middle here is the original person who made the deal with the Mansell family, who previously owned and ran this franchise for Bricks and Minifigs.
In that footage they sent us is Crystal asking him, how am I supposed to pay this guy? These are sets he has not been paid for.
These are ones that he has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment.
His own corporation is sitting there on video saying they're going to take it.
After this woman got kicked out of her own store, she called Brian explaining how corporate just came down and is now trying to take the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection without paying for it. So, Brian called the store to see what was going on.
Called the store, and I said, what happened to Crystal? And he goes, well, that's kind of a private matter, but the corporation's taken over the store. There's something I can do to help you with. I said, well, yeah. I am the owner of about half your store's inventory. All those vintage Star Wars sets you have in there are ours. And he goes, I don't know anything about that. I said, well, you better get to learn about it because I have a contract, I have photo evidence, video evidence, like that is our collection. So I went down to the store, brought a copy of the contract. We're like, you need to let me in back and let me see the sets that you still have. All you have to do is let me in back. We can go that route or we can go to court. And the guy just looks at me, crosses his arms and goes, let me tell you what's gonna happen. If we go to court, we're gonna drag this thing out so long and you're gonna end up spending so much more money than your collection is ever worth or what you ever would have gotten out of it, that it ain't worth it, man. So if that's the route you wanna go, and I go, that's really the route you wanna go, rather than just letting me walk in there, and he goes, no.
Okay. So, questions arose after ownership of the store changed hands. Mansell claimed that he was unable to recover the collection and began searching for answers about what had happened to the items. What initially appeared to be a local business dispute soon attracted attention far beyond the Lego collecting community. The story went viral when YouTuber Ben Schneider, known online as Reckless Ben, launched an investigation into the missing Lego sets. Over the years, he has developed a following for his unconventional investigations into controversial groups, businesses, and internet personalities. He claims that the Mansell family reached out to him for help. In a series of long-form videos, Schneider documented the Mansell's efforts to recover the collection. His videos have drawn more than 2 million views online. Over the course of the series, Schneider made allegations against the store and local law enforcement. Reckless Ben claims the store is wrongfully withholding Lego sets. He has also suggested corruption within local law enforcement. As the series progressed, the videos became increasingly dramatic, featuring confrontations with police, arrests, and legal notices being served. Hold on, I think... Did my highlights... No, I guess they were all the way down there. Okay. Supporters of the investigation argued that greater scrutiny was needed, while critics accused Schneider and his followers of escalating the conflict. Bricks and Minifigs has pushed back. In a statement, the company claims that the missing collection is only worth between $60,000 to $80,000. Additionally, according to the Salt Lake Tribune, the family has filed a lawsuit accusing Schneider, Mansell, and others of conducting a targeted harassment and extortion campaign. Court documents indicate that the company believes the collection was lost or sold without payment by Law. However, Law has also filed, Law meaning Crystal Law, has also filed a lawsuit against Bricks and Minifigs, alleging that her store was seized without notice or compensation. Schneider has reportedly spent time in the Utah County Jail. Court records also show he is facing misdemeanor charges, including stalking, targeted residential picketing, disorderly conduct, and criminal trespass. So I'm going to pull us to 10 minutes in, roughly.
What am I to do?
So it's about right where I left off here.
So basically, I just wanted to get some of the Legos back that you guys still have. I think I'm looking for the.
So he's pulled out the
clone turbo tank.
Why do you think you would be entitled to our inventory?
Well, at least I confirmed the Legos are still here. The only thing is the owner's claiming that he's the owner of these Lego sets. I mean, it's pretty stupid of him to say that, considering I'm literally holding a copy of a contract he made with the store that said that this Lego Star Wars collection is not the store's property. It's the family's property. The contract makes all of this very clear, so I want to give him one more chance to answer a little bit better.
Well, I just want to get it back to my friend. He said he couldn't get it back, so I was just wondering if I could just come pick him up. You guys still have him, right?
Why do you think your friend would be entitled to our inventory?
What's his? He owns the Legos.
Huh? He doesn't own the Legos.
Well, yeah, we have a contract. He does own them.
No, bro, are you an idiot? Are you stupid?
Josh, the police are showing up right now.
Hey, how's it going?
Well, at least the police are here now, so once I show him the contract we're in with the store, we can finally get the Legos back.
Basically, we have, I think it's like $200,000 worth of Lego sets that we just have them in the store, and we just like to pick them up, I guess, because they were going to sell it for us, but I guess they're not selling it for us anymore.
So again, the framing is the most simple to the amount of like idiocy that you could possibly frame it, this extremely nuanced situation, so that the cop will not have patience with him, right? My stuff is in here. They won't give it to me, right? And he's vague enough about it in order to milk the situation. Let's be real.
But does it sound like they want you here, right? So
they have our sets though, yeah.
I understand that. Right here, the factor is that they don't want you. They're a private owned store, and they don't want you on the front. Okay.
But I don't want them to keep the Lego sets though.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
The police officer literally didn't care at all that the store just stole $200,000 worth of Legos. For some reason, he made it seem like I was the bad guy.
So you are trespass from here. So
okay.
Trespass for life. So if you come back.
Oh, for life?
Yeah. If you come back, you could be arrested. Okay.
Oh, so how do I get the Legos back then if I can't go in the store?
Okay, we talked about that. Do you understand the trespass portion? If you come back, you will be arrested. Okay.
So.
Okay. Again, Rob, if you come back, we're in the car and we're gonna arrest you.
Brian did warn me that the police are actively trying to cover this up. So Brian and I are now officially trespassed from the store, and if we ever come back to ask for his own Lego collection back, then we're gonna be arrested.
Is there, I guess, a reason why they're able to just take all the Legos and not give it back, or?
So, we just gotta leave. Okay,
I just have to leave?
So, leave now.
Okay. I'm not allowed to be in the parking lot?
No. So this is all private property.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
The cops do such a great job to make you despise them. Like
the legal action represents the most significant escalation in the dispute to date. Rather than playing out solely on YouTube and social media, the battle has now moved into the courtroom. However, the situation has taken on an additional layer of complexity. In a YouTube video posted on May 30th, Schneider claimed that at any moment, I could be arrested without bail for some mystery crime. He added that he has fled to Mexico to avoid arrest. Okay, I'm going to pull that up now. This is video 2, and this bit is right at the end of it. So this is what he's talking about. He got arrested.
Notably, right there to I don't know if you want to cover this, but they yanked on his arm hard enough that
to dislocate it.
Yeah, he says he dislocated it. That's one of the things in contention with the like whole thing of him like blowing stuff up above
dramatizing.
Yeah, above reality. He was called a liar here because they flash like an image of a X-ray.
Yes.
And
so I think that's actually at a different point. I think that's in the very beginning here. Oh my God, there's so much of this fucking. Maybe it is at the end. Okay. Yeah. So they show. Yeah, that you're right. That is another point of contention. Where is that part? What have I done? Right here. Or is it before this? No, you're right. Okay. Let's just play the tape.
Type walk off, and that was his like end screen line.
If I had to guess, I'd say that Bricks and Minifigs has seen that I am a free man, and they can't have me actively working on my lawsuit against them, and considering how many lies...
Hold on. So this is where he's talking about how easy it is for his shoulders to dislocate because he's a professional slackline guy.
Yeah.
So the point is that he shows a video, or not a video, he shows an image of a dislocated shoulder on an X-ray. But it's a stock image he did a Google search for, and it's labeled the left shoulder. And the one here.
But I finally accept my fate.
Yeah, it must be earlier in the video.
I think it was a different video.
Maybe. Might have been the first video. Anyway, the point is, oh my God, this whole thing was just to show this part right here. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to show you guys another part first. I should have listened to my gut.
We've been filming for 10 minutes.
I'm going to show you guys the most unhinged parts of this whole exchange just because they're funny as shit.
Hold on. Just before we go into that, I want to finish the thing about the shoulder. So he showed the thing about the X-ray. It said the wrong thing. The cops put out a video and said, oh, he's clearly lying. He showed an X-ray for the wrong thing. And then he was like, well, no, that was a stock image. I didn't think I had to be like explicit in telling you that that's a stock image. And
I trusted that my audience was smart enough to understand that while I'm in this other state doing this, I'm not, making doctor's appointments or whatever. And like, he is a professional slackliner, so he popped it back in. But right? Obviously he couldn't have gotten an X-ray while, in that situation.
Well, there's a couple things. So one, I think it is actually understandable if someone thought it was an X-ray of his shoulder. And so I think he was being a little bit deceptive there. But then also he said that not only is he a slackliner and he can pop it in or whatever, but specifically because he had recently dislocated his shoulder already.
He said it pops out all the time.
Yeah. So now it will pop out easily. So it's not like the cop was being like extra with him. It just because he has a weak shoulder, it was
so he exaggerated it as is a history of his to do.
Yeah. And it's like if he had been upfront with that, then that's a one thing. Like, hey, I have a weak shoulder and it dislocated again because of the cops. That's okay, that's fine, that's fair. But to not give that context and just make it assume that he was getting manhandled so hard that a normal shoulder would dislocate from that pressure. That's a little bit different. And but like obviously he's doing this for a purpose, although in terms of like the defamation issue, it may have given them a little bit more ammo to go back after him, but we'll see when that court case comes up, I guess.
So it's almost better for him that the stock image they used was of the left shoulder. Because he has more plausible deniability that he wasn't intentionally trying to mislead. Although I don't think that was off the table, that was a benefit he gains from the way he framed it. Right. But So I want to play roughly 10 minutes worth here. This is perhaps the most unhinged part of the entire video. And this is where I was locked in.
And I'm already trespassed from Bricks and Minifigs, which is like the whole location of the video. So how do I film a video at Bricks and Minifigs now if I can't even legally go back there?
So, to continue the video without getting arrested, I went back to Bricks and Minifigs corporate offices. And the Bricks and Minifigs CEO, the guy who runs the entire company, Ammon McNeff, he personally came out to talk to us.
So what's going on?
So you guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
No.
Is that a lie?
No.
That's a lie. You did take the Legos.
No. So we have our attorneys have visited. Like again. So who's
bad example?
Brian Mansell.
Hold on. I'll wait till he does it again.
Okay. And who is that?
So through a lot of this, I'm not a body language expert, but a common behavioral pattern that people do, and I'm not saying this indicates that you're lying, but it is a human response, is what they call the believe me look, which is the eyebrows up, eyes wide, like this guy's doing right now, right? That does not mean that you are necessarily lying, but if you are lying, it is more common to be doing it. And the logic behind it that I've heard from body language experts is that it is a misnomer that people can't look you in the eye when you're lying. That's only true for bad liars. For people who are actively, intentionally engaging in deception, they actually are more likely to look you in the eye because the instinctive response is to look away. And also, so you're like counteracting it on purpose. And also because you need to be able to monitor the micro expressions of the person you're talking to so that you can pivot if it seems like they're not buying your story. It's a very common thing that people do. I am not saying necessarily that that's what Ammon here is doing, but I do think it's interesting that every time we see him in these exchanges, he is doing this visual cue. And again, it's called the believe me look for a reason. Even if you're telling the truth, but you're having an altercation with someone and you're trying to de-escalate it and you're trying to convey your side of the story, even if it is the truth, you're still likely to behave in a way that would have this look on your face. So I'm not saying necessarily one way or the other, but I do think it's interesting that he is doing it the entire time of this conversation.
He's a guy who had a bunch.
Also notice that the time in the corner is now 2023, May 5th. And this seems to be less than a week since the previous thing we were looking at.
He had like $200,000 worth of Legos in your guys' store?
Nope. Never happened.
I mean, it did happen, yeah. It does happen.
No, we did not.
Yeah, because his Legos were in the store and you guys took them. I know you think lying to us right now is kind of like helping you out.
I'm not lying to you.
Well, look, we both know you're lying, but...
No, we don't know that.
So I showed him some social media posts his own company made that are still up that claims that these are Brian Mansell's Lego sets. And these Lego sets that they're still holding on to are worth $200,000.
God damn it. Did that say what I think it said?
You guys took them. I know you think lying to us right now is kind of like helping you out.
I'm not lying to you.
Well, look, we both know you're lying, but...
No, we don't know that.
So I showed him some social media posts his own company made that are still up that claims that
when Ed Mansell decided it was time to divest, he turned to his son, Brian Mansell. Fuck you, that part place. I was right. It's not Eric Mansell. You guys suck.
These are Brian Mansell's Lego sets, and these Lego sets that they're still holding on to are worth $200,000. But all of these claims are from his own company. We just caught the CEO of the entire company red-handed in a lie. Yeah, it's crazy to me that even the CEO is in on this cover-up. But But anyways, now that we just caught the CEO in the sly, I wanted to let him know that it's going to be much easier if he just gives us the Legos back now.
If you just want to give it back now, it's going to be a lot easier for you guys, you know? I think you guys would prefer the easy way. The hard way, I don't think you guys are really going to like it.
No, okay.
But we're getting it back either way, so it's like you can either...
So you can leave. If you come back here, we will call the cops. If you don't leave right now, I will call the cops.
So you don't want to do the easy way?
So you're threatening me. What you are doing right now is illegal. It's an extortion.
So catching you guys in illegal activity,
that is hilarious coming from them because obviously they, according to Brian, they threatened him essentially already, and also I think they threatened the
Crystal Law.
Yeah,
the Gormans. I don't.
The first franchise owners.
Yes,
and I think they have that one on tape as well, or something like that.
They have that. They have the recording of the phone call where they spell it out exactly as you said. Like, we'll take it to court. We'll draw this out. It'll be very costly for you. They said, Ben said to that person, I think at one point, or somebody said to that person, did you speak to Crystal or did you speak at her? Right? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm not sure about that.
Well, there's a point. I literally just saw it. And like right before we started the show, it says something like, why not talk to her? It's like we spoke to Crystal. Did you speak to her or at her? We spoke at her. And they go on and say, like, I understand you would see this as a threat, and it kind of is. Or something like that. And it's all recorded.
Yeah.
So
now that Ben says something that's potentially a threat, it's like, oh my god, I'm gonna clutch my pearls.
Yeah, well, this is where it gets hilarious because he uses their tactics against them in the funniest way possible.
Okay, you've been asked to leave. Please leave.
And with that, Bricks and Minifigs has made their decision. I presented them very politely with the easy way, and they said, heck no! Well, they've only left me one other option, which is the hard way. But now it's pretty much the super hard way because the police are protecting them. If I ever go back to this store, I'm getting arrested.
If you come back, you will be arrested. Okay? You understand that?
So we all regrouped together to rewatch the footage I've gotten so far. And there was one thing the manager said that might be a way forward for us.
I have not heard anything from the owners.
Oh.
So you need to leave.
Can I talk to the owners then, or?
You go ahead and call the owners.
Do you have their number?
I'm not giving it to you.
Why won't you give it to me? Because isn't that the logical next step if we're supposed to work with the owners?
Well, you have all the information right there, right?
I have the Lego sets you guys have, but I don't have the owner's number now. So yeah, if you give me if that's what you want me to do, then you could give me the number and I can.
No, I want you to leave.
Call him.
Basically, she's putting all of the blame on the owner of the store, which is good to find out. The only problem is she's not giving me the owner's number.
Yeah, if you could give me a number and we could call him.
I'm not giving you anything except for calling the police.
But you told me to call the owners, right?
You're absolutely right, but I've asked you how many times to leave the store.
But you have his number, or?
No, I don't have any of their numbers.
Dang.
That's why I was like, corporate keeps telling me to contact the owners of the store, but with no contact info, so I try to contact the store, and the store hangs up on me and says I'm harassing them.
The manager is really trying to protect the store owner from getting in trouble, so if she's not going to give me his number, I'm just going to have to find it a different way.
This is the rolling a one and going with it.
Hands me the phone. We might be able to see his name and number. Josh Lego. Well, we found out the owner's name is Josh. However, the number was way too blurry on the spyglasses.
No, it's so blurry.
So I checked the store's Instagram to see if it follows anyone named Josh, which it doesn't. So I checked their business records, but everything got scrubbed. This owner is really going to any length he can to stay fully anonymous. After watching the footage over and over, my final conclusion is, yeah, the manager sucks. But she's not really the mastermind of this whole thing. She's just protecting the mastermind of this whole thing. because she's brainwashed. But luckily for me, through my YouTube career, I've infiltrated tons of cults, and I've personally experienced some of the most intense and crazy brainwashing in the entire world. Basically what I'm trying to say is I'm pretty sure that I could brainwash one of these Bricks and Minifigs employees way harder than any corporate offices could. And yes, that's the plan. Brainwash the Bricks and Minifigs employees to be on my side. Yeah, I'm starting a Lego cult. I mean, a true cult would never actually call themselves a cult. They always disguise themselves as something else. So, yes, I'm actually just starting a regular old Lego club. Yep, that's what we're calling it. My friend Victor is going to be the cult recruiter. I dressed him up to look like a famous YouTuber, so he would look powerful, and the employees here will have to listen to him.
So, what he's about to do is essentially social engineering. This is the thing that when we were covering the Farrah Fatherless stuff, she thought she was an expert at. This is what a real expert looks like. All right.
My name's Victor. We're going to Bricks and Minifigs. Let's go. All right, guys, we are heading into the store right now.
He was doing amazing, but we had to make sure that these employees know that Victor is the real deal.
Dude, that's crazy. Hey, let's go. Yo, we got a fan over here. 1, 2, 3. Toys for everyone. Yeah. Real quick pick. Hey, I'll send you that clip later, all right?
You can? Yeah.
So far, everything we had said.
So if you haven't noticed, I didn't realize this when I first watched it.
Just
that
quickly,
guy
that guy's
he's
a very-
talking to,
He's a very cringe actor. Like, he cannot act.
who? The guy in the
The
beard?
guy on the left. Yeah.
Yeah. That guy is one of their friends. Just so we're clear. So they had him go into the store ahead of time so that when he came in, he would be the one to socially engineer the perception that a celebrity had walked in. It's his reaction is meant to set the tone so that the people in the store that they're about to try to manipulate are under the impression that the guy on the right is a huge social media influencer and not literally just some random asshole in a golden jacket.
Up was working perfectly. But now we have to come up with some type of way to get one of these employees out of the store so we can brainwash them.
Hey, what's going on? So we're filming a quick video. Maybe you and her want to do like some kind of challenge for like $100.
I mean, sure, I'm down for that. I don't want to.
What's happening right now? Do they believe it?
He's doing the challenge. Hell yeah, they're believing the challenge.
3, 2, 1. Yellow! Go, 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 go!
And these employees started their YouTube challenge. And yeah, I'm just going to fast forward to this part. I'm not going to torture you guys with all this. All you really need to know is that this girl ended up winning.
High five, sweet. So now I'm going to call my producer. It's going right now.
How's it going?
We have the winner right over here.
We're partnering with the local Lego club, and we're gonna kind of do like an award ceremony. Like the Lego club wants to host the award ceremony for you. So, yeah.
And just like that, she's in. So we traveled deep into the woods and waited.
Okay.
Oh,
Hold on.
What the fuck?
That was the 200 IQ. This is the 2 IQ.
For this employee to show up.
They said don't call it a cult, and they got the posters.
And with
It
that,
said Lego Club.
our new cult member has arrived.
You're the Lego Queen!
Yeah, she's the Lego Queen!
Before you can brainwash someone, they have to be open to it. And most cults achieve this by making the new recruit seem like the most special person in the entire world.
Official best employee of Bricks and Minifigs.
The winner goes to Caledonia! Lego Queen!
Lego Queen! Lego Queen! Lego Queen! Lego Queen! Lego Queen! Lego Queen! Lego Queen! Lego Queen!
Another thing I've personally seen a lot of cults do is they instantly give new recruits power. If people feel powerful, they're less likely to think that they're the ones.
Is the C organization Scientology or a different one? I know that he did infiltrate the Church of Scientology at one point. That could be what this is.
The C organization is the name of the, I'm pretty sure, of the group of Scientologists that live on the boat.
Okay.
That are like constantly on this yacht to try and avoid being under the United States tax regime.
Yeah. Okay. So keep watching. Also, look at how much of a fucking shit-eating grin that guy has. Like,
that are being manipulated. So we got to give this girl some power.
You give me power?
Yes. Yeah, we're giving you power. You're the most powerful.
Queen says, jump. I feel like I can do anything I want. Step on the Legos barefoot.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Beautiful dog file.
You primed it.
Jesus Christ.
Lastly, all cults do group rituals to make you feel like one with the group. So now we have to become one with this Bricks and Minifigs employee.
Brick by brick, 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 brick by.
And now the employee is fully brainwashed. Okay, maybe not fully brainwashed, but we definitely did a much better job at brainwashing her than corporate Bricks and Minifigs did. So
Okay,
hopefully
pause.
now I'm finally safe to bring up these Star Wars Legos.
Sorry. You take minimum wage worker, you give them $100 and you take them into the forest and you like fuck around with them for like 2 hours. I can't imagine the employee wouldn't just be like, "Oh, you want to know that? Okay, here you go."
Yeah, no,
like, regardless of brainwashing, like it would just be like, I don't care that much. You know, like I can see why the manager of the store is so protective, but like random employee,
yeah.
I don't know, but it's still funny.
No, it gets even better.
We
Keep
heard
going.
something about like some like Star Wars sets.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about that or?
I know some of it. They were going to reimburse him for everything. And then I think they did, and he's still upset about everything, which I get.
They reimbursed him for everything?
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have any of his stuff on the shelves.
Really?
Yeah, we don't have any of it.
But just like every other cult member out there, these employees have been told a lie and are now willing to pretty much die to defend this lie. But good thing now she's been brainwashed even harder by our cult, and our cult is now going to give her the freedom to finally be able to think logically about this situation.
So real quick, in the last shot that they did through Ben's glasses, the timestamp said 2022. So what I think is going on is he probably has multiple glasses because of the battery situation and the recording space and everything that he's swapping between, and none of them have the right time on them.
So we think they've been lying to you. So these were all the sets in the store, and they're all metadata.
You can see it right there, 2022, June 1st.
Timestamped.
Wait, we do have these ones.
Yeah, those are all his.
No, some of them I think we do still have.
Yeah, I know you guys do. You showed me one of them when I asked.
Did I?
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, it's called on you?
Yeah, all I did was.
Oh my god. You know what's really funny is after you left, I got a call from my boss, and it was like, how do we get them arrested? How do we
Dang.
get them arrested?
Now that we have a Bricks and Minifigs employee on our side, it's time to finally complete our mission and get Josh, the owner's number.
Wait, but you have like their numbers and stuff, right?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, did you give me Josh's number? Can I take a picture of it?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Well, now that I have the owner's number, it's time.
She's definitely fired.
She is. She's also excommunicated from the Mormon Church if she was part of it. Yeah, for sure.
Oh my
But
god.
also, she's probably a minimum wage employee, and you probably could have got her to give you the information
Yes.
by just taking her out to McDonald's. Or something.
Yes. So it's funny.
Just give it $100 outright. Hey, what's your manager's number?
Yeah, I really didn't want to watch the entire video, and we aren't going to. But there is a part that happens immediately after that I think we should watch.
To give him a call.
Hello, this is Josh.
Hello. I'm just calling to get my Legos back. I think they told me to talk to you about it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what Legos?
I think it's the Star Wars set. I have a list. I can kind of pull it up. I was just wondering, like, how we can get them back. Should I, like, if I get your okay, I can just walk in the store and...
I don't know what Legos you're talking about, dude. What are you talking about?
I think one of them's called, like, the Super Trooper set, I think.
So again, if you take the most charitable interpretation of the scenario, you have to understand that the specific way that he's saying, like, oh, you guys have some of my Legos, not like, all right, so here's the deal. A couple of years ago, this, like if you stopped and walked people through the scenario, you could have resolved this by now, right? But again, he's rolling a 20 in terms of luck every time, even if his ideas are a 1 or a 20, right? In that it turns out that they were adversarial. Perhaps because of his conversation with Brian, he already knew that they were going to be resistant, even if he was reasonable. And so that opened the door to be a little bit less reasonable, which is kind of where we're at now. You know what I mean?
We got, what else is there?
I don't know what you're talking about. Keep going.
You don't?
Since Josh was pretending to not remember any of the Star Wars sets that make up half of his store's inventory, I decided to send him over a picture of the contract his store is in.
What contract is it? I didn't sign a contract. I didn't sign that agreement. I didn't agree to anything in that.
And now I finally understand the legal loophole that Josh is using to get away with this.
Welcome, Footnote.
So we're covering it.
Yes.
It's probably the stupidest loophole I've ever heard in my entire life. Josh is claiming that it's not his name on the contract, it's the previous owner's, which makes no sense because in the security camera footage, he tells the previous owner that he's going to be the one taking over the contract now.
He's taking on the business, he takes on all that, can't sign that.
And I guess this is some sort of just contract loophole he's trying to use to steal the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection.
In order for me to be under contract, I have to sign something.
Or you had to take it over from the previous owner, right?
Nope, that's not how the law works.
Yeah, it is.
It is?
So
if that's how the law works, then sue me for it.
You don't just want to give the Legos back? Like,
Sue me! Let's go to court! I'm calling the police right now, and you guys are going to be arrested for harassment.
Or do you feel threatened right now?
Yeah.
I was surprised at how much the owner wanted us to sue him. He wants this because Brian already tried to sue him, and it didn't work.
We've been to a couple attorneys and they basically spelled it out saying here's the path that's going to happen if you go down each of these routes. They're now in Spain, so we're getting into that whole international thing just to have them an injunction on the store to have them go back and prove what they sold and not. And that's like $60,000 to $70,000.
Yeah, Bricks and Minifigs knows that Brian and his dad don't have nearly enough resources to sue a company as big as Bricks and Minifigs.
He's like, we're gonna keep these. You're gonna walk away from this. You're not coming back. And if you choose to sue us, we will drag this out in court till it is well past what this collection is worth.
So let's lay out the puzzle pieces really quick. If Brian and his dad sue Bricks and Minifigs, it's gonna ruin their lives. And by the way, this Bricks and Minifigs company has been treating this family. I only think it's fair if they're the ones that get their lives ruined. In order to make things right, it looks like we gotta do this.
Now Bricks and Minifigs has their life ruined, and you can see Brian and us,
yeah,
we are the ones
pretty
now
much
doing the illegal activity.
So,
is that rolling a 1 or what?
Yeah.
Oh, I told my group the plan. We have to do something illegal.
I thought you said you didn't want to do anything illegal.
Right.
Well, but the thing is, they're getting screwed because of it, because they would have to upfront the cost. And then if they take us to court, then
oh, yeah, okay, I'm down illegal. I'm down for the illegal stuff.
Like
and the group is in. So now it's time to do an illegal business move against Bricks and Minifigs. Let's just hope that they take the bait and sue us.
What I was thinking is, what's the easiest way to get them to sue us? We steal their name.
That's good. Oh, man.
Perfect. First, I went to Google Maps and took a screenshot of the sign outside their store. I got rid of their tagline because it's boring, and I changed it to "We steal from old people." And now the tagline's actually accurate. Also added a cute little company logo. And this is my plan of how I'm gonna make it into court with bricks and minifigs for free. Once we're in court, we can finally hold Bricks and Minifigs accountable for stealing the world's largest Star Wars Lego collection. And of course, they're also going to try and get me in trouble, but this is where I'm going to make my grand reveal. You see, this entire time, my company name was actually called We Steal From Old People. Yeah, the words Bricks and Minifigs, that's just the company tagline. In America, there's no specific law that says whether the tagline has to be above or beneath the company name, so I'm just allowed to do this. So people are just assuming...
No, you're not allowed to just do that.
100%. That piece of text he just showed was a response from ChatGPT.
The name is Bricks and Minifigs.
The little TM in the top there, especially, is why you can't do that.
Yeah.
Line of our company, and our company name is actually We Steal From Old People. Yeah. And now, because I'm actually not stealing their name, it's going to be so easy for me to win this court case. And Brian's going to get his entire Star Wars Lego collection back. All while Bricks and Minifigs pays for all the legal fees. So I registered We Steal From Old People as an official Oregon company. And now that my company's legally approved, I made a website, and you can visit us at www.westealfromoldpeople.com. You can help support us by buying some of our We Steal From Old People merch, or give us a call. But as you can see, we have great reviews. And so now to promote this website, I'm going to put my company logo directly over top of the Bricks and Minifigs company logo. So I asked ChatGPT what the dimensions of this billboard is. Sick. I'm making my logo with the exact same dimensions.
Yes, dude!
Yo.
Oh my god! It looks exactly the same.
This is where we started to realize we are taking this way further than just a bad business practice. I'm pretty sure putting my logo over their logo is actually criminally illegal. But luckily for us though, if we go back to the beginning of the video, Bricks and Minifigs actually gave us a solution of how any company pretty much can get away with this.
You have to talk to the store owner. Yeah, like they're all locally owned and operated. We can't do anything with it here. Their decisions are their decisions. For sure.
So when they say go to corporate, how do we respond next time?
I have no idea. You have to take it up with them. It's your thing with them.
So basically, if you put all the blame on your lower franchises, you're safe. So I registered 5 franchises under my We Steal From Old People company.
I want to be the owner of the first company. Ooh, I want to be an owner.
Congratulations, you're a franchise owner! If you choose to put a bunch of banners on their store, I can't get in trouble for anything. Yeah, every one of my friends is now a legal franchise owner of We Steal From Old People.
God, Jesus. This is entirely necessary.
Each of my franchise owners is allowed to make their own decisions of how they want to run the company. And what they've decided is that they're getting 2 pumpkins, and they're going to use these pumpkins to support this tarp, and they're going to climb up the Bricks and Minifigs building, and they're going to hang our logo over top of their logo. And I basically just sit down here and, yeah, have my franchise owner do everything for me. And we did it. And the sign is way too small. What the heck, ChatGPT? Yeah, I miscalculated the size. So, it'll work for now. So we're still going on with the plan. 2, 1, let's go. We're setting up a Bricks and Minifigs We Steal From Old People company booth right outside of their entrance. If anyone wants to walk into the Bricks and Minifigs store, they have to get through me and my merch. You know, I have all of the...
I didn't notice this the first time, but their sign looks like it blew up.
People company booth right outside of their entrance. If anyone wants to walk...
Like you can see up in the top here that the sign has been rolled back up or something. Almost like it was all for show or the wind.
Walk into the Bricks and Minifigs store, they have to get through me and my merch. You know, I have all of the court papers already filled out if they want to sue me. Hopefully they take the bait. What up? You want to buy some merch?
Yeah.
What's this? Yeah, we also got some We Steal From People barf bags because honestly, what they're doing in this store is so gross, it's probably gonna make all the customers throw up.
Do you have an XL?
Take a large. Well, we stopped a customer from going into Bricks and Minifigs, and he left with our merch.
Horrible thing to say on camera.
That be
this is another.
I was gonna say, would that be considered tortious interference or something?
Yeah,
it could be, but well, I don't think it would be tortious interference, but like it could be. There could be some issue there, right? I don't know what it would be, but like you normally can't like solicitate some fucking law about soliciting probably, but because you can't open like a wine. Not a lemon stand like in front of businesses or whatever. There's usually like bylaws about that kind of shit. But with all that said, the store looks closed. I'm pretty sure they're doing this when the store is closed. So I don't think they're stopping anyone from going into the store.
No, just keep watching.
It was going pretty good, and I was stopping a lot of customers from entering the actual Bricks and Minifigs store.
Okay. Yeah, I might just be out here all day. This is going very well.
It was almost going too well.
It's basically the end of the day now. They haven't really seen me because these windows are tinted, I guess.
In order to get the store's attention, my friend Jay is going to walk into the store just pretending to be a normal customer and ask what's going on.
Is this the main store or is it the one that's out front?
Like, is this the main entrance?
Yeah. No. I'm saying like the counters. There's two. There's one here and then one outside.
No, there's a guy who's selling stuff out front. I don't know what he's selling.
Wait, what? What?
Hello, you want to buy a shirt? What?
You can't be out here doing this.
If you want to buy one, I can give you 50% off if you want.
No, you cannot be out here doing this.
Why not?
Were you the guy that was just trespassed out of here?
The guy that was out there, it was the guy that we just trespassed.
What? Was it?
Yes.
She's calling the cops right now.
Uh-oh, the police are here.
Sidewalk?
This is a problem. The police...
Say what?
Are they on the sidewalk at least?
Yeah, I think so. But Randy, you aren't thinking like a person who rolls a 1.
Told me yesterday that if I ever come back to this store in my lifetime, I'm getting arrested.
If you come back, you will be arrested. Okay? You understand that?
But as you can see, they still haven't sued me.
Wait a minute. Did that one say 2018? I can't see.
2019.
Does that say 20? Okay.
Uh-oh, the police are here.
This is a problem. The police told me yesterday that if I ever come back to this store in my lifetime, I'm getting arrested.
If you come back, you will be arrested. Okay? You understand that?
But as you can see, they still haven't sued me. I can't just give up on the plan before being sued. So I did a switcheroo with this guy. He's wearing my exact same clothes and his legal name is also Ben. And once the police find out that they caught the wrong Ben, I'm gonna be super far away.
Oh, it was so cold.
Okay, I couldn't get that far away. The water was freezing, but I think I got far away enough at least. But anyways, back to the store. The police instantly tried removing our booth because us stealing their name is very illegal. But if we want to get away with this crime, all we have to do is copy Bricks and Minifigs. We have to put all of the blame on an anonymous corporate person, and then when they ask who corporate is, we just don't tell them.
Police wanted to speak to corporate.
Oh, hello, this is corporate. We steal from old people. How's it going?
You do what?
Well, the corporation's called We Steal From Old People. And our tagline is Bricks and Minifigs. We're a legitimate business, so yeah. What?
Who am I talking to?
This is corporate.
I know it's corporate, but who are you, corporate?
Corporate, we steal from old people.
No, I know who you are. I mean, who are you as a person?
Oh, I'm just the owner that runs it.
Who am I talking here?
This is the owner of We Steal From Old People. It kind of seems like a civil matter, doesn't it? Like, we have the plaintiff's claim if they want to...
Here's the situation. Do you really want to get go round and around now?
And now, Bricks and Minifigs finally gets a taste of their own medicine. They're now in a situation the police can't help them with. The only way this will ever end is if they sue us. So I went back to the Bricks and Minifigs corporate offices to see if the CEO of this company would sue me.
Going about things the way that you continue to do this is not the right way. Do you understand that?
So what's the right way then?
Do you understand?
Yeah.
That like the harassment style that you have conducted and bragging to people that you've vandalized the store and done other things along those lines. That's not the right way of doing it.
Well, I never vandalized the store, but
people have told us that you have.
I mean, whatever like my like franchises do, like underneath me, I guess that's like I can't really control them. I'm just corporate, I guess.
Are you a registered franchise?
Yeah.
You guys have FDDs and everything else?
Yeah.
What states are you registered in?
Oregon.
You're a registered franchisor, so...
Yeah, I'm actually a franchise owner of the franchise, too.
The CEO of this company knows pretty much better than anyone that he can't get us in trouble for what we're doing, because we can always just keep passing the blame onto our lower franchises. We're just doing the exact same thing he's doing.
Brick by brick! Brick by brick!
All right. Okay, the next thing I want to show is actually... Oh, it's actually in 1 minute, so let's just go.
But, yeah, it's like a legal organization. We have, like, legal franchises and everything. It's 100% by the books, and, yeah.
Okay. I get what you're doing. I appreciate that you think you're being very clever, and that you think that you do all sorts of fun stuff this way. It's like you have no business being here. So.
Well, we do have business. We have, like, you guys have a bunch of our Legos.
Well, if Bricks and Minifigs is not going to sue me, then I guess we have to settle this outside of court, which is going to be hard, because right now, Bricks and Minifigs has somehow convinced the police that they aren't criminals, they just participated in a bad business deal. I mean, Josh has literally already exposed their entire plan to me of how they're planning on getting away with this.
I feel bad for him. That agreement is not criminal. That agreement is now civil. So it's a civil matter, it's not criminal. And I have extensive legal knowledge.
Yeah, basically a civil crime is just the legal way of saying a business deal gone bad, which, if this truly was just a business deal gone wrong, you would have to settle this through the court. The police aren't able to do anything. We have the police to solve criminal crimes, such as stealing from a lottery. That's a criminal crime that the police would have to investigate. So, here's the plan.
What if...
Did he get that image from ChatGPT?
Probably. I don't... Once you scrutinize everything, it just gets funnier and funnier.
Lottery.
Yes. First, Brian donates one of his sets to a lottery, someone wins the lottery, and then if Bricks and Minifigs keeps the prize for themselves instead of giving it to the winner, they have now just stolen from a lottery.
Now it's not a business deal gone bad. They're actually interfering with a state-regulated lottery scheme, which is now a criminal offense that the police would have to investigate.
That's a good idea.
That's interesting.
It turns out this is completely legal for us to do.
You still own the Legos, correct?
Technically, we own all of those.
Yeah. So it would be legal for you to auction your Legos off, right? If you still are the owners, right?
Yeah.
To make sure everything was legally legit, I registered for a gambling license, which, yeah, it actually takes a long time to get one of these, which sucks. But on the DOJ website, it says that if you're a non-profit or a religion, you actually don't need a license. It'd be cool to use my new We Steal From Old People company, but I already made my first $1 when I was selling stuff outside the Bricks and Minifigs store. And then I used that money to buy food from a robot. But luckily for me, I'm already the leader of a religion called Scientology Sucks, officially approved in California, which is another problem. I guess technically I need it registered in Oregon for this to work. So I registered for an Oregon PO box, which costs $35. I used it for this new Oregon Scientology nonprofit. I mean, corporation, new company.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I lost everyone, but all you need to know is that I put a lot of work into making sure that this is a legal, legit raffle.
That means that if Bricks and Minifigs decide to steal from this raffle, they have now committed a criminal crime, which the police are required to investigate.
I want everyone's attention. We're doing a Lego raffle. This Lego set is worth $1,000.
Pretty much instantly, we were a hit, and everyone wanted to win this Lego set. But there's a problem. Under ORS 167.117, each participant must pay something of value in order for this to be considered an official lottery. We're about to charge lots of people money just to maybe be the next victim of Bricks and Minifigs. But we have to charge them money, and if we don't, then it'll actually disqualify our lottery, and the plan we came up with to get the Legos back won't work. But then we realized, wait, we're filming this entire event. We can just give each person $1 as their appearance release fee.
$1 for being on camera, there you go.
So now when they buy a $1 ticket, the transaction cancels out, and each person lost $0.
You get $1 for being on camera, and then the raffle is $1 though, so would you like to pay $1 for the raffle? Okay, awesome. So here's your ticket. So what's your business again?
What's our business?
Yeah.
We're with the Church of Scientology Sucks.
Yep.
Finally, it was time to pick our winner.
We are about to see who the winner is right now. We have the winning ticket right here. 5, 3, 3, 9, 7, 7.
Is that mine?
Who won? Yeah, are you the winner?
Well, this family legally won this prize.
Okay, so they take them to the Bricks and Minifig store. They refuse to give them the set. And the police get called. And of course, the whole point of this was to get them to refuse, right? So that they can turn it into a criminal matter because it's stealing from a lottery.
Amanda now has to cover up this crime her store committed. So she thought the best way to do this was to kick everyone out of the store.
That guy is not supposed to be here. You have a good day.
Wait, she's not gonna give him a prize?
But good thing for us, this isn't a civil crime anymore. Amanda just stole from a lottery. Now that they have officially committed a criminal crime, it's time to get the police involved.
This company just stole the prize from our lottery. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And now the police are here. But for some reason, I think they thought that I was the criminal.
Yeah, so once again, pay attention to the specific way that he chooses to frame the situation.
Is this typically how you treat victims if they get their prize stolen, or?
Do you have ID or anything on you?
No.
What's your date of birth?
12/30/1995. Did we commit a crime?
I'm trying to figure that out right now.
The police were very confused on who the actual criminals in this situation were. So we explained everything to them.
I'm supposed to be getting this prize from here.
Okay.
And they're not going to give it to me?
But the police don't just have to take our word for it. I'm carrying all of the legal raffle paperwork, plus the Oregon law book that specifically states this is a criminal crime the police are required to investigate.
We have all the paperwork here. Stealing from a DOJ-approved raffling scheme is a criminal offense which the police have to investigate.
Now that the police have seen the law, they actually agree that a crime has been committed. They're now finally going to do a police investigation on this Lego theft. The investigator started by taking some notes.
They're selling stuff because they're thieves and stole stuff. It's a raffle?
Yes.
Okay. And we need to investigate some sort of raffle thievery.
Well, he started taking notes until another police officer came and whispered in his ear. I don't know what he said to him, but whatever it was, it made them all completely change their attitudes.
And you're trespassing the property for life, okay? You come back, you're gonna go in handcuffs and go to jail.
But they trespass you? But we're just trying to claim our prize.
Keep in mind that while all of this is going on, that poor kid who won the lottery has his family there dealing with all this shit.
You guys have no right or have no connection to the store. You're not.
Well, yeah, we do. They stole a bunch of Lego. They have our prize, so there's a connection.
That is a civil issue between.
No, it's criminal. I got the.
Are you gonna listen to me?
This officer's trying as hard as he can to cover up this crime, but I wasn't gonna let him. But eventually, he said, if I don't let him cover up this crime, I'm getting arrested.
We really want to dive down this really deep. We're trying to give some outs. Okay, we're trying to work with you guys, give you some outs. We can start looking at that you guys falsified a raffle. Whatever that raffle looked like.
Well, here's the thing: it's not a falsified raffle. We have all the legal paperwork right here.
You don't have authority to give out a prize. We're just going to get to the point that we're not going to have these conversations. We're just going to put you in handcuffs, take you. Are we all on the same page?
No.
Okay. Well,
yeah, I'm not gonna let the police just cover up this crime. I'm gonna get this Lego set to the rightful winner.
First off, we do have the authority to do this raffle, so we are legally
done for the night.
All right. So I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. to this part.
You know what I mean? Definitions of whether it's stolen or not, I don't.
So I think this is the part where they eventually get the franchise owner, the current franchise owner, to agree to give back the Lego sets if Brian does a video apology and all this stuff.
No, anyways, it's not stolen. Why do we care about that? Well, who cares whether it was theft or not?
But for some reason, Josh still decided not to give the Legos back. I think he might just need one more push. Here's the plan. Take a picture of every single sign that's outside the Bricks and Minifigs store. And now I'm going to redesign every single one to make them way better. For example, I changed Turn at the Light to Turn and Go Home. In Buy, Sell, Trade, I changed it to Steal, Sell, Trade. And I'm printing all of them out to scale. And nope, I didn't use ChatGPT this time. This time, I'm using a much better method, which is a tape measure.
The exact dimensions of their actual sign that they have up right now.
Now it's time to put our signs directly over top of their signs. But before we had time to do this, Josh gave me a call. He's still trying to convince me to sue him so he gets charged with a civil crime, not a criminal crime, which could land him in jail.
If you think it's illegal, why don't you sue me? It's a civil matter. Tell Brian to put his money where his mouth is. Let's go to court.
Okay, you want to do double or nothing?
What are you talking about? Are you stupid?
If you're wrong, you pay us double. If I'm wrong, I pay you double.
Bro, are you dumb? You're obviously a kid. You don't know how this works.
I think you're scared. Double or nothing, let's do it.
You're so dumb, bro.
I think you're scared.
Okay, I'm not scared.
Let's do double or nothing.
I'm not doing
If you lose, you pay us $400,000. You're scared. You're a chicken. I'm calling you out. You're scared. I'm calling you out.
Bro, quit being stupid.
You're too scared. You're scared.
Okay, do you want me to talk?
Put your money where your mouth is.
Are you just going to be a pussy or are you going to
I'm putting my money where my mouth is. You put your money where your mouth is.
Okay, let me talk.
Okay.
When Brian first came in, we identified.
Dude, what's hilarious is that they've raised more than that in the GoFundMe.
Well, hopefully they keep it.
We'll see. It's part of the
on that list that would have been his that Amanda didn't sell, and we set it aside. And it's still sitting there. We're happy to give you your stuff back. I just don't want any more damage to the store.
I guess Josh has finally realized that whatever he's going through right now will literally never end for him unless he gives the Legos back.
I'm happy to give you the inventory. It's only bringing me harm because you guys are doing wackadoo crap trying to attack us.
Well, it looks like we won. And Brian is finally getting his Legos back.
This definitely changes the trajectory of a lot of the things that we had in
Yeah, dude, we had some really good ideas. Yeah.
Let's just keep doing those.
What do we do for the next couple hours if it's raining? Bowling! Let's go bowling.
We waited a few hours for Brian to get off work. And now he's off work.
Hey, Brian's off work.
So we showed him our entire conversation with Josh.
So what can we do now to work with you guys to get the sets back?
Okay, so he asks him to apologize, record an apology video, and do a whole bunch of stuff. Brian correctly calls out that if I apologize, they're going to take that apology and use it against me in court. So this is how they solve that issue.
We can get the Legos back like today or tomorrow, you think, or?
Yeah.
Just in case Bricks and Minifigs has evil intentions with this apology video, I wanted to give him something that they couldn't use in court. So I went back to the beginning of the video and took a screenshot of Brian's face and put it into this website. I also uploaded this video of Sheldon.
Hi, I'm Brian Mansell.
And after just a little bit of deep faking, it now looks like this.
Hi, I'm Brian Mansell, and I apologize sincerely for accusing you guys of stealing my Legos. I was wrong, and you were right.
This is the ultimate test. Was Josh being sincere, or was this all just one big trick?
I want to give it back to him. That's the long and the short of it. We've run me over. I'm good. We got to win Amanda over, right? Apologize to Amanda.
Okay. I guess Brian's just a little worried that you guys are just going to keep postponing it until...
You're gonna get them. You're gonna get them. I'm not gonna screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am. I promise you. I swear to God. Go apologize to her. Say, sorry, man. Sorry. We did a fake raffle.
So before we can get the Legos back, Josh made up one new thing I have to do. I have to apologize to Amanda for my raffle being fake, even though I put in a lot of effort to make sure my raffle was actually real. I don't know. It almost feels like another trap. The employee we brainwashed from before told us that the owners are coming up with schemes to try to get us arrested.
After you left, I got a call from my boss, and it was like, how do we get them arrested?
Dang.
How do we get them arrested?
Maybe Josh is saying this to trick me into going back into the store so Amanda can call the police on me and have me arrested. But I had to find out for sure.
Did you give me permission to go into the store to apologize to her? To make peace?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Hi Amanda, how's it going? We came to make peace, and we talked to Josh. He told us to come back and make peace with you. Is that okay?
It turns out I was right. This was a trap. Bricks and Minifigs doesn't care about giving us the Legos back. They just want to get us arrested.
There was a gentleman who was trespassed off the property maybe 4 or 5 days ago, and he's literally standing right in front of the store. Right here in the store in front of me.
We only have a very small amount of time before the police arrest us. So we decided to use this time to see if we could finally convince Amanda to make peace with us.
Well, I guess before they get here, we just wanted to talk to you, like, civilly, if you would like to have a peace treaty with us.
Not in a harassing way, not in a very peaceful way.
Would that be okay with you?
But making peace with us did not seem like a priority for Amanda. Her priority was to get us arrested.
It's just a regular peace treaty, a one-page document. If you need to go over it, like, you know, you need to take your time.
They have like the people trying to get me to sign. It literally just says peace treaty. I don't know who this other guy is. He's apparently a guy.
Oh, he's the treaty guy.
Friend or the treaty guy.
He has some kind of like treaty on a scroll.
Well, do we stick around for the cops, or do we?
And so we waited.
The cops actually never came. They waited the whole time.
Seriously?
Seriously. All right, so this part, I guess it's right here. Whatever.
Hey, where the heck are these cops?
Hi, Josh.
Ben, how's it going?
It's good. So we walked in, we were like, hey, we're sorry. We have permission to come back here and like apologize. And she's like, I'm calling the cops. And she like starts.
Josh now realizes that his last-ditch plan to get me arrested, well, that plan didn't work.
I'm sorry Amanda did that. Thank you for doing that.
It looks like Josh has no other choice than to give Brian his family's Legos back.
You apologize, and it's up to them to accept it. So let's cross Amanda off that checklist. Let's get this done.
And now that our work here is done, we decided to head back to Los Angeles. It's too late to pick up the Legos today, but tomorrow they're finally gonna give this family their Legos back. And now it's tomorrow. But the store has Brian's phone number blocked, so he can't call them. So instead, I called the store to see how Brian could pick up his Lego sets.
I was just wondering if you guys are still down to get the Legos back today.
I think. I just want to make sure everything's properly.
The guy I'm on the phone with was trying as hard as he could to stall. It turns out that this is actually the same guy in the security camera footage that kicked the old owner out of the store. Google says his name is Brandon Best, and apparently he's co-owner.
Okay, so they run him around the ringer day after day after day, literally just over and over again. So he drives all the way back, and they reveal at this point in the video that before everything we've seen so far, he tricks Amanda to sign a contract with him that says that she can't get him trespassed from the store.
The problem with their plan, though, is Bricks and Minifigs is never going to be able to arrest me because I have a get-out-of-jail-free card. I've actually had this card the entire video. I just haven't used it yet. Let's rewind all the way to the beginning so I can show you what I mean.
So basically, my friend said that you guys have some of his Legos, I think?
Nope, it was even before this, right here. I made a contract with Amanda that says I, Ben Schneider, should not be trespassed, and all of these legal words, for any circumstance whatsoever, and for literally any reason, they cannot trespass me. And it's effective for the next 10 years. But this only really works as a get-out-of-jail-free card if I can get Amanda to sign it.
This reminds me of the separation agreement we made Augie sign.
But how the heck am I going to do that?
Hi, sorry, I got a delivery. Can I get a signature?
For some reason, Amanda just started signing our contract without even reading it.
Thank you so much.
In America, we have a duty-free contracts law, which states that you have to read a contract before you sign it. And if you forget to read it, or you just choose not to read it, it's your fault, and you still have to do everything the contract says. So even though Amanda didn't read it, she signed it, so she has to follow everything, including a clause that says for every police officer she calls on me, she owes me $5,000.
Oh shit. Oh no.
That is a stretch that this is even remotely legit.
In liquidated damages.
Oh, fuck.
So let's
okay, skipping past this part. Alright. Where am I? Oh, this is it right here. Oh god,
if
yes.
actually held up in court, you can literally like make up a contract that's like, okay, I own all your possessions, get out of my house, right?
Yep. Yep. Of course. You've missed some of the most hilarious YouTube that has ever existed.
Okay.
You can shut the fuck up. That's your fucking choice.
So basically, these are my two options. I can do what Josh wants me to do and shut up, which I can say right now, I'm definitely not doing that. So what's the alternative? I can, I guess, raise hundreds of thousands of dollars somehow, and then maybe spend 3 to 4 years in court fighting them, and somehow if I win, then we can finally get the family their Legos back. Yeah, both of these options suck. Or maybe I can somehow find a way to engineer a third option, which I call option number 3. Small claims court. Think about it. Small claims court is basically just like big boy court, except it costs basically nothing, and you get a judgment pretty much instantly. So I gathered my friends around a campfire to tell them.
This was a IQ 200 play.
Yeah.
Yeah. This was the best part out of the whole thing that I've seen. This scheme that he does.
Them about option number 3.
One of the thoughts you had was taking the small claims court, right?
No, because it's way too much money to take to small claims court.
You can't take someone to small claims court, Ben, for $200,000.
Yeah, it's 12,000 at the most, right? 12,500.
Everyone hated option number 3. And I guess it makes sense. We ended up looking it up, and you can actually only sue for $10,000 at the most. So if we go with option number 3, Brian actually could win $10,000 pretty easily, but then this is what would happen to his $190,000. But I'm not giving up. We just need to get creative.
Theoretically, if you wanted to, could you take in the small claims court?
If you wanted to limit it. If I wanted to limit it.
But you would at least get $10,000 out of that, though, right?
We could, but it would be giving up $100,000 more, you know.
So here's the here's the pitch.
Here we go.
What if we have 10 people sue 10 different times for $10,000 and we get $100,000?
No.
Well, why not?
The reason that this will never work is because of a legal term called claim splitting. Yeah, so it turns out my idea is called claim splitting, which is when a civil plaintiff splits one lawsuit into 2 or more lawsuits, and that is illegal. Yes, if 10 different people sue and win money for one crime, then that is illegal. But we have already established that if one person sues for this crime, it is a very easy win. So what if this exact scenario just so happens to happen 10 different times? Think about it. If 10 different people get their Legos stolen by Bricks and Minifigs, all 10 people can individually sue, and it turns out that that is actually not considered claim splitting. So basically, if I can find 10 different victims of Bricks and Minifigs, my plan will work. And maybe I don't have to find 10 victims. Maybe I can create them. Starting with myself. First, I signed up for a credit card, and then used that credit card to walk into the bank and take out a $10,000 loan. I then used this $10,000 to buy a few Lego sets from Brian. Specifically, these Lego sets, and according to the legal paperwork, they're still Brian's to sell to me. But just in case Bricks and Minifigs tries to argue that for some reason this wasn't a legal sale, I hired a public notary to officially approve the purchase.
It's official, we have a public notary approving it. A notary public. We have a notary public approving it. I own these Lego sets now, right?
Once I stamp it, it's all yours.
Here we go.
Pleasure.
Congratulations.
It looks like I legally now have $10,000 worth of inventory inside this Bricks and Minifigs store. So I wrote a very stern demand letter to Bricks and Minifigs demanding that they give me all of my $10,000 of Legos back. And they never got back to me. So I'm going to sue them in small claims court, completely separate of Brian. Now that there's 2 crimes committed against 2 completely separate victims, this is not considered claim splitting. So this is when I thought, if the plan works this well for me, it should also work this well for all my friends. So I signed up for a ton of more credit cards, took out a bunch of more money, and each of my friends bought $10,000 worth of Brian's Lego sets.
$10,000 for you? Here you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
You felt the need to bow.
This is when we realized there's actually a big problem with our plan because we're now all $10,000 in debt, and if we don't pay the banks back soon, the interest is gonna destroy us.
Dude, what's the problem?
We're $10,000 in debt.
Well, how do we solve this, dude? What do we do? We just ask our friends if they have like money to like loan us.
Tommy! I'm in a lot of debt, and I just wanted to know if you have $10,000 to loan me. No?
What?
Dang.
Yeah.
Well, that was worth a try. Michael! Do you have $10,000?
Skipping over this.
Forth to each other over and over for free.
Skipping to...
You basically got...
This is the part. So they're going to try...
They closed early on us. I think they're afraid of my lawsuit. So we decided to go bowling again.
Yeah, they went to serve them and the store was closed.
Hold on. No way. Skipped over that part that... what's the guy? Brian? They got... You don't need to play it. I'll just explain it. They got Brian to give them the money back to pay off the credit cards.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
I was thinking that they were gonna do.
Right. Okay. Anyway, so they go here.
And then waiting got kind of boring. So I'm going to spend the rest of the day promoting my We Steal From Old People company. Go to www.westealfromoldpeople.com for some awesome merch. And if Bricks and Minifigs calls the police on me for doing this, then they owe me $5,000 more. I've been advertising my company for a pretty long time now, and I've gotten no reaction from Bricks and Minifigs. So I'm sending in a secret undercover agent to see how they're handling the situation from the inside.
Oh no!
Well, they closed early on us. I think they're afraid of my lawsuit. So we decided to go bowling again. Oh, no way, no way, no way.
Shut up.
Oh my god!
It's the next day now, and you know what that means? It's go time.
It's go time.
The funniest part about yesterday was when I was talking to Josh on the phone, he totally thinks that I just made all of this up in the moment. When the actual reality is, we've been planning this court case for months. But I'm not complaining, because if Josh thinks it's fake, then he probably won't show up to court. And if Josh doesn't show up to court, we just win by default. So before I serve him any court papers, I'm actually first gonna confirm Josh's beliefs and do something super duper fake. Like give him a world record for the most amount of Legos ever stolen.
Not everyone can say that they're the best in the world at something.
Exactly.
You ready? Hi.
Hello.
I am Ryan with the Guinness World Record Association, and I think you're expecting this actually. This is an award for most Legos stolen by any company in the world.
Stolen by a single franchise.
Is that what it says?
Mm-hmm. I'm definitely not hanging that up.
You don't know anything about
I
this.
have no idea of anything about that.
Okay. I guess call
I am the manager.
Oh,
really?
Yeah.
And you weren't.
I'm concerned that she doesn't think it's fake. Like, I am definitely not hanging that up.
I was not expecting it.
Success. Anything that gets delivered to the store now, Bricks and Minifigs will probably also think it's fake, which is now perfect timing to serve all of these real court papers. But to do this, I need a lot of people. So I started recruiting some people with a game of hacky sack.
Here's your legal paperwork.
You have been served.
The first lawsuit has officially been served. Good luck, guys.
Here's my resume.
That was funny.
Everything was going exactly to plan. Well, until this happened.
Yeah, Mark, hurry! Yo, can we just talk real quick? Can we just talk?
I think Josh told this employee to close down the store early to avoid any more lawsuits coming in.
Yeah, she closed. As soon as she saw us pull up, she started closing up.
So for the rest of the day, I'm going to continue to advertise my We Steal From Old People company at www.westealfromoldpeople.com. I'm not getting many sales yet, but hopefully if I keep up all this advertising, people will eventually start believing in my company.
Kid's freaking out over this PC law.
Yeah, we had to close early today, so
Are you
basically
guys gonna be open tomorrow though?
I don't know. So there's been some guy like harassing us because well, a lot of the Legos that we sell here are actually stolen Legos. Like we just steal the Legos.
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
Anyways, we ended up getting the rest of the court papers served, and now I'm just gonna fast forward a few months, and Bricks and Minifigs hasn't responded to a single court case we submitted against them. So I called the court to see what the next steps were.
Okay, so I don't see that there's been a response from anybody in the case. Since they didn't respond, you can move forward with a motion for default judgment.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Yes, since Bricks and Minifigs didn't respond, it looks like we win by default.
Congratulations, you won the court case.
Wait, what? They really thought it was fake.
Yeah.
We did it!
Hey, that's fucking crazy, dude. No way! Yes!
Yeah. Well, I think now it's time to go all the way back to Bricks and Minifigs and collect our money. And I got a cute little piggy bank here that they can put the money in.
The fuck is going on with this shirt?
I think he's just wearing it inside out.
It's probably just has a stripe over the shoulders.
That looks fucking weird.
Minifigs and collect our money.
You know this part.
And I got a cute little piggy.
Say what?
I said, I know this part ages pretty well, that we won the case.
Yeah.
Bank here that they can put the money in.
And so I traveled all the way back to Oregon to finally collect my money. It truly is a beautiful ending. This entire video, Bricks and Minifigs has been begging me to sue them.
If you think it's illegal, why sue me? Let's go to court. Sue me for us. Sue me. Let's go to court. Let's go to court then.
When I finally followed their instructions, they were too scared to show up. There is no more legal loopholes, and there is no more postponing the problem.
Split away.
Say what?
The reason his shirt looked weird was because it was rigged to split away.
Oh yeah.
Can we get past
Now-
the shot?
Say what?
Yeah.
It's like, can we get past that shot? We
Yeah.
gotta
Can we
talk
not
some
pause
more.
on the shot, please?
All right. So, reasonably though, when they released this video, he may have been under the impression that they did win.
Yeah.
With that, you know what I mean? Like,
Person Minifigs finally has to deal with the consequences for their actions.
So what if theoretically it went to court and
what a fucking legendary ending to this first video too. Watch this.
turns out you were wrong? Would you then admit you're sorry for everything?
Yeah, sure, of course. Yeah, I give him the inventory, and the judge says I gotta give it to him. I gotta give it to him. I'm not gonna go against the judge's orders.
Temporarily closed. Bricks and Minifigs corporate.
Dang it!
I couldn't believe it. Literally one day after we filed motion for default judgment, they permanently closed down the store.
Fucking legendary ending to the video. Rather than go out of their way and just deal with this tiny blip of a problem, they closed the entire franchise.
So I think later on it was revealed that they actually closed the store for a different reason.
Oh yeah,
not because of the court case, but it
yeah. No, I just think it's hilarious, the timing, right?
Yeah.
Like, and what a, like, as soon as this happened, I just know Ben's like, that's it. That's the end of video one. Yes. Like, all right. So I'm gonna jump back into the articles in a second, but do you want to address Cool 2T's old ass comments real quick while I take a leak?
Sure. So if you're still with us, I don't even, like, God, I didn't think we were gonna watch that much of it, but anyway, are stock images evidence now? Generally, it depends on what you mean. Are they evidence towards a broken shoulder? No. Are they evidence towards a crime of false defamation or whatever? Yes, it would be evidence of defamation. I guess he could, or I guess he should have sat there with his arm dislocated and got an x-ray of it. So, okay, I'll just read your next comment too. Random, it doesn't matter if his shoulder is weak or if you get in a fight with a medically compromised person such as George Floyd, you are still held responsible for the death or injury. So, and then he is still here. Wow, I am surprised.
I'm pretty sure that's why he hasn't pursued it, right?
No. So, well, who knows what he, one, in order to pursue the cops for dislocating your arm, right? You would have to assume, you would have to sue them. Okay, first of all, you'd have to sue them. And then you would have to prove that they were acting outside of their scope or with like a degree of negligence to the point where they would be legally liable for your injury. And when a cop is arresting someone, cops have massive amount of leeway in how rough they can be with you before it gets to the point where it's like, no, you took it too far and now you've put the department at legal jeopardy. So all of that said, that's why he wouldn't have sued them. But then also there is this like idea of like, when you get in a fight, you take your victim, I guess, how they are. So if the classic example is like, if you get into a fight with an old guy that has like a glass skull and you knock him in, like you just knock him over, right, by accident, well, not by accident, but like just you blow on him, right? You're like, oh, get away from me, blow, and then he happens to fall over and break his head. You're still liable for that because you were the proximate cause for him falling over and breaking his head. But so the argument would be, okay, well, he had a weak shoulder and it's not the cop's fault it's not Ben's fault that he has a weak shoulder, and so it becomes the cop's fault that he dislocated the shoulder. But even ignoring the part that I said earlier about the fact that the cops have, you know, a higher degree of, you know, a requirement to show that they went beyond their scope of being a police officer, even if it was like some other person, you'd only be able to sue for like emotional like the main thing you sue for is like your medical damages, right? And if you can just pop your shoulder back in because it keeps popping in and out and it's kind of a normal thing, you're not getting any medical damages.
Yeah, this is part of what we've been talking about with the like exaggeration, escalation, dramatization in order to create a bigger scandal and draw more eyes to it.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess he could have popped it out and went to
is part 2 the one where he got pulled over for drugs or
whatever?
Quote,
so
unquote?
What happens from here, and we're probably going to start to like we've done the bulk of what we needed to see, right?
We've gone a lot.
Yes. Yes.
What I said earlier is we've played a little bit more than I thought we were.
Probably more. Yes. But now that we are, now that we've established that, I'll just kind of walk you guys through what happens in video.
Hold on,
2.
just before that, just to finish up my point with Big Bull TT. So the bigger issue isn't so much that, so it would be hard for him to go after anyone for hurting his shoulder because there was no damages. And again, the cop has a larger issue with free way of doing that. But the bigger issue for him and that whole situation is that if he was upfront about it in the first place, even ignoring all the legal issues, then you can empathize with him and understand where he's coming from a moral issue and be like, oh, okay, yeah, it was bad that they dislocated your shoulder, even though you have a weak shoulder. So now I empathize with you. But then when you find out later that, oh, actually, he made it seem like they broke his shoulder.
Yeah, he treats it like they strong-armed him.
Yeah, then it becomes, now you're like, oh, well, morally, I now see you as someone who's trying to take advantage of me, right? So that becomes an issue. And then also, I guess the cops aren't suing for defamation, but in theory, like you could be portraying the cops in a bad light anyway, so it could be an issue that way. But
they did make some statements, right, in that weird video that they released.
Head of the police chief,
yeah,
or whatever.
There's some fucking weird shit in there. Yeah. So yeah, just to bring you guys like to understand what goes on, Josh, the current franchise owner, lives in Utah. And so video 2 is spent trying to physically get to Josh and getting blocked by the Utah police every attempt they do. And the Utah police even like they pull him over for running a stop sign that their own dash cam footage shows he did not run. And he FOIA requested their footage from their body cams and their dash cams and all that stuff for the video that you see in the video, right? That they were fraudulently pulling him over. At one point, they have a traffic stop where they search his car for 3 hours for meth or something, heroin. And obviously they don't find it.
Well, that's what I want to say. It wasn't 3 hours. You can even see in the video the timestamps is only like 26 minutes. So that's another exaggeration.
I don't know. I'd have to look at the police footage. It's been put on Wayback Machine. There's like an archive with the whole everything. So you could like determine what 3 hours means. Is 3 hours from the moment that they get stopped, because there's a lot of talking before they get into the car. The car might be 26 minutes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they were allowed to go right out. You know, I don't know. I'm just saying.
It's from the body cam.
By the way, you took it too far. Officer Reese is now going to be the that's going to be the thumbnail. JT Vegas says the problem is George was high and he became schizophrenic when the police were surrounding him, And then you said physically or sexually, and I don't know what that's about. Anyway, okay, so back to the article here. So I wanted to get that backstory down before I showed you the part where he fled to Mexico to avoid his arrest, which is the end of video 2. And it just didn't seem like, if you don't know the we steal from old people lore, this didn't make as much sense.
Started wearing it. Which is why the picture that got me arrested, I'm putting that picture on a shirt.
And you can buy this merch at WeStealFromOldPeople.com. So go right now. It's going to be sick.
And yeah, all of the law enforcement that's protecting Bricks and Minifigs is going to be pissed. But there's nothing they can do because I'm in Mexico.
Anyways, part 3 is now live on my Patreon at patreon.com/RecklessBen.
Also on Patreon, you'll find tons of behind-the-scenes content.
I wonder, because he says it was live, right? So the strategy he has is it goes live on Patreon first, then it goes to YouTube. When video 1 reached YouTube, video 2 goes live on Patreon. When video 2 goes live on YouTube, video 3 goes live on Patreon. Now, after this video ended, he put out a different video that said, let me get you the title of it. He said, oh, I guess the video is titled My Final Message. But basically in the video, he says, I can't release video 3 or I will get arrested. Something like that. Right? Now,
yeah.
I wonder if some of that.
I think he arrested him.
What's up? You cut out.
I said part 3 was never posted. I think he just overestimated whatever.
Well, I was going to say,
and there's even posts on Patreon talking about part 5.
Are you in his Patreon?
No, I glanced at it out of curiosity of like, oh, is part 3 out and stuff? But no, it wasn't. And then it's like, so about part 5, and I'm like, wait, what? But part 4 hasn't even been announced.
Part 5 might be referring to the final message because the way that they, well, I don't know, like it's hard to say, but the point is that some part of me, because Ben, in order to be a social engineer, like Farah fancied herself, you have to understand behavioral psychology. That's the cornerstone of understanding how to influence people, right? In terms of getting them to do what you want without them realizing you're incepting the idea into, their mind. And so behavioral psychology, from a sales perspective, a strategy that salesmen use. This is a strategy, I recognize this because my boss uses this all the time. He teaches this technique. He also uses it on all of his employees constantly, and it's really fucking annoying. The first thing that you do is build rapport with the person that you're talking to. Okay? So you make them feel like they're really special and important. You love bomb them if it's the appropriate place to do that in your relationship, right? And so this is the strategy that they use when brainwashing, quote unquote, the girl with the brick by brick part in the forest, right? They make her feel special. They give her power, right? They do things in order to build the rapport so that they feel like you can trust us. We're friends. And then you'll give us the phone number, which is effectively the long way of getting what they needed, but was great content versus just giving her $200 for the phone number. Right. And so the behavioral psychology, understanding how people are going to react to certain inputs, allows you to set up these plans that then you can harvest before people, like it's exactly what we did when JT, not JT Vega, the other JT Loves Code Lyoko, when he tried to get us to cover Farah's change.org petition about Mars Girl. And I brought it up for a second and then switched to the one I made that was the exact same thing, but instead of Mars Girl, it was JT. And I put JT's photo on it and I made it about him, right? And he reported it and got it taken down. So I got in his head. I paid Randy back then because AI wasn't good enough back then to do this. No offense, Randy, but you've been replaced. I paid Randy to code a website that looked exactly like change.org that we called cringe.org. And I put his the petition up again, knowing full well that if I put a button for him to report it, this idiot would try to report it. And he fucking did, not knowing that I had what's the heat map website called? For web that tracks Hotjar. I had a Hotjar plugin that records customer interactions with your sites, right? And then whenever there's text being put in, it switches it for like a for an asterisk, right? So I knew we wouldn't see what he was typing, but I had Randy code it so that every single button press would be recorded, so that if he started typing something and then backspace to type something else, I would still know what he said in the original thing. It was a very expensive endeavor, and he fell for it fucking hook, line, and sinker. That's precisely the sort of behavioral psychology, knowing how a person is going to react so that you can set an elaborate trap for them. So what I'm getting at is a part of me feels like some of what is coming out of this story is fake. And that he is claiming, I can't even release video 3. But what he's actually doing is a strategy that was popularized by Jeff Walker. Yeah, Jeff Walker. The product launch formula. Jeff Walker developed a way to launch your product to ensure that you have a massive success in your initial launch phase. And the idea is that back in the day when the internet was still in infancy and most of marketing was still done on paper, you would get what's called a sales letter. And the sales letter was a long, drawn out like explanation of the product to get you invested, right? And the idea behind it is kind of like if you ever go to a used car salesman or any type of salesman, and they intentionally draw out the process of the conversation so that by the time they get to the part where they stick you with the fee or the price is different than they promised or something, that you've invested too much time to walk away. Now it's like, fuck you, I'll pay the extra $250, just let me goddamn get on with my life, right? So the sales letter originally was something where you would read through the stuff, but when it became digital and it was sent via emails, the first thing people did when they started reading is scroll all the way down to the bottom, find out what the price is. So he invented something called the sideways sales letter, where he took the concept and turned it this way. So you're forced to read it in columns. And the columns are video 1, and this is the normal strategy used today. It's a sales copy that is submitted as the first bit you get in the lead, right? So you have your lead magnets, you send them the offer, basically announcing your product and the launch you're about to do, and you give them the value there. So you present the value stack, you get them to understand what you have to offer for them and get them to want what you have to offer. A typical strategy is to do it in video form because of attention spans now. So you give them a free version of your product in that first email. Then you get a second email that takes it to the next level, and it builds on the first, and you're making people basically champ at the bit to get your product. And then the typical strategy is 3 videos, and then the fourth one, so you present it like these are free gifts for you. Then in the third video at the very end, you learn that there's actually a 4th video, but that one costs money. And by that point, you're already so invested that it's usually an easy upsell to actually buy it. I think there is some degree to what Ben is doing, or at least that was maybe the plan, that video 3 was always intended to stay on the Patreon for a while. So when he ends video 2 saying video 3 is live on the Patreon, and then video 3 doesn't come out on the YouTube, and everybody's like, fuck, I'm so invested now. I have to know. I'm going to buy into the Patreon. And even if the video's not there and he's telling the truth that he can't post it, he still gets a monthly charge of your investment into his Patreon. He probably has stuff on there that's also baiting the hook so you stay, because it might come out. Oh, if it does come out, I don't want to cancel and not see it. You know, that's the strategy. It's like a drug dealer giving you a free sample so you get hooked, right? So I don't know. That could be what he's doing. Could be a coincidence. I don't fucking know. I would have thought by now, if it was on Patreon, it would have been leaked already. That's just my theory. I haven't checked his Patreon. I haven't gone on there. To be honest, this was the most riveting content I've seen on YouTube in a long time. And I very well may eventually binge his entire channel and go over to his Patreon just because it's so fucking funny. But I'm just saying I haven't done that yet. So yeah. Honeypot, effectively. Well, not really a honeypot, but I do think that the sideways sales letter strategy that I was kind of describing is a strategy he may be using. You create a honeypot page to mess with him. Yes, I honeypotted JT Loves Code Lyoko. Absolutely. I absolutely fucking did. He fell for a hook, line, and sinker. And then like we trolled the shit out of him in the part where you have to report why you're asking to have it taken down, is like I have thinner skin than Mars Girl, was like some of the, you could check the box like I have a micro penis, just all sorts of shit that we trolled him with. It was hilarious. Anyway, yes. Okay. So back to this. I think we played the part already where he was in Mexico, right? Okay, so that's good. We're back to this. All right, so Article 2. Bricks and Minifigs shuts down Salem store as Lego controversy explodes online. So this is what we were just looking at, where that store was labeled as temporarily closed. In a statement released on June 4th, Bricks and Minifigs announced that it is permanently closing the Salem, Oregon location at the center of the Star Wars Lego controversy. The company also said it is parting ways, quote, with franchise owners Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson due to a devastating social media campaign. According to the company, the decision followed an internal investigation that uncovered significant evidence of gross negligence in operations under the Salem store's previous owner, Crystal Law / Gorman. So there's the Gorman name. I don't know where the fuck that's coming in all of a sudden. Bricks and Minifigs leadership said it uncovered documentation that challenges the speculative social media narrative surrounding the value and sale of the Mansell family's Star Wars Lego collection. According to Bricks and Minifigs, the investigation of the Salem store uncovered evidence suggesting that Law / Gorman maintained 3 separate sets of records relating to the collection. Each reportedly contains a different accounting of what was sold and places the collection's estimated value between $95,000 and $100,000. So this is a very short segment from video 2.
The movie I made that...
Right here.
Police know why we're here, so I just explained to them the entire situation.
This old man spent his entire life collecting the world's largest Star Wars Lego collection set.
The only problem is it's a crazy story, and the police officer did not believe me.
$200,000.
$200,000.
$200,000. It sounds crazy.
Yeah, when the officer went back to his car, this is the message that he radioed in.
Hey, can you get the contact for Reckless Ben? He said he didn't have his ID, but he's just straight lying to me about everything else, so.
Since the cops don't believe my story, they trespassed me from the property.
Everybody today is being trespassed from that property.
Okay.
Yeah, we were forced to go home without having this good faith conversation the court requires us to have.
Yeah. This is not the right segment.
So just for context, for that clip.
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
They're trying to serve the owner of the franchise with court papers because they're now trying
Joshua Johnson. Yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to sue him in the small claims court still, but they're trying to sue him personally as opposed to trying to sue the corporation.
The franchise, right?
Down. Yeah.
Yeah, because the franchise closed down, they now have to go to him personally in order to get the judgment, the winnings, right? So I'm gonna you don't need to see the actual clip about this part. Whatever, that was good anyway, regardless if it was what I was looking for. Bricks and Minifigs further claims that the records indicate Law/Gorman sold at least $52,000 worth of the collection. The company says that amount is substantially higher than what had previously been reported by the former franchise owner. The company also said a review of point-of-sale data is underway. The review covers the period when Law/Gorman managed the collection under what Bricks and Minifigs describes as an undisclosed side agreement. That side agreement and the complications that followed may be central to Bricks and Minifigs' decision to close the Salem store. After Law/Gorman was removed from the franchise, Best and Johnson took over operations. This is Johnson, by the way, Joshua Johnson. This is him actually on police body cam talking to the police about Ben and claiming at times that Ben stole the Legos. And there's a whole bunch of shit that goes down where the reason he gets arrested is because the person who owns the house that they were Airbnb-ing is convinced to call the police and say that they heard talk of stealing Legos and that corroborated the story, even if this person possibly didn't even call and it was just a scheme made up by the police in order to support the claim of Joshua Johnson.
About that, I don't know how much true it is, but what I heard, I think it was from the civil rights attorney, was that one of the cops that was participating in the raid knew the owner of the Airbnb, and they're all Mormons.
Yes. So this is a big thing I was just about to get to. So they're in Utah, right? They have to physically go to Utah to see Joshua Johnson. And the thing is that Joshua Johnson, as a franchise owner, that store brings in millions of dollars every year, right? Joshua Johnson is a heavy donator to the Mormon Church. And so the Mormon Church in Utah is like the mafia, right? And when you threaten friends of the mafia, they send their goons. And in this case, it's being alleged that the police force in Utah is basically on the take in order to protect the Mormon Church, according to
I don't think it's like a top-down mob thing, or
it's more of a standalone complex, right? The interest of the police aligns with the interest of the church, which aligns with Joshua Johnson.
Well, and it's more it's like, oh, I know you, so I'll do a favor for you kind of thing, right? Like, you're part of the good people I know, so we're tight.
Mhm.
Yeah, you could bend the rule a little bit, because we're on the same page here.
Yeah.
And in the unredacted body cam footage, you can tell when Josh is talking to the cops, he keeps bringing up, oh yeah, I gotta go to church. Like yeah, I'm in the church. Like he keeps nudging them and saying like, I'm one of the church people, like bro stuff, like take care of me, kind of, right? Like
And
wink and a nod.
one of the funniest things that happens in video 2 is that they literally, and you can tell that video 1 was meticulously planned. Like he thought this through and came up with strategies for months to make that content. Video 2 happens rapidly and they're thinking on the spot. So it's not nearly as funny, but one of the things that they do is that because they're trespassed, first of all, hilarious bit in it where he finds somebody to act as the process server to serve the papers, and the police stop them. And it's exactly like the lottery thing. Like, this isn't a real raffle. It's like, no, it is. Here's the paperwork, right? Where he has this woman he's just met that acts as the process server, and they're in the car together, and the cops are hassling them because they just assume that this woman is allied with him and is a friend and not just some random chick or whatever, which may or may not even be true based on how we've talked about the other stuff. But what's funny is because they've been trespassed and they can't go to this property, they tell a local Mormon who, like, you know, like they ride by on the bikes, like in their, you know, white shirts and ties and stuff. He finds a kid and tells him the story and shows him the recording of Joshua Johnson promising to give back the Legos so that the kid, without being asked, will go and confront him. Because it's the Mormon thing to do when your brother is straying from the path of God's light, to help shepherd them back into the fold. So he sends this kid.
Yeah, what's the realm called again? What's hell called again? It's called like the outer realm, the shadow realm, or some crap like that.
I don't recall. I just think it's so fucking funny that
he says it in the video multiple times.
He just tells this Mormon teenager or whatever about what went down, and he again, behavioral economics, he's convincing this kid to go talk to it. It's so fucking hysterical. They filmed a part of it, like you see part of the so they must have done something to get them to also film it. Now that I realize, I don't know, maybe it was police body cam showed up when the Mormon kid was there. Maybe that's the footage I'm thinking of. I don't know. I got to know how they're getting this footage.
The police
like, this
did
is
come
crazy.
to escort him away or whatever.
Yeah, I have to figure this out because without going into too much detail, stay tuned. I'm sideways sales lettering you guys right now. I have recently done a bunch of FOIA requests, and that will become a big story in the future that we will cover. But I am trying currently to get police body cam footage for some things that went down. Okay. And as far as I understand it, in order to FOIA request, you have to know the case report number, right? And in order to, like, I just don't know how you would even fucking know to be able to pull all this shit unless maybe you have to know the officer's badge number. I don't know. Maybe you got to call the police department, find out, you know, which officer was there. I don't know how you do it. I got to figure that shit out. Because it's a fucking gold mine if it's this goddamn easy. Holy shit. I've got some stuff that I need to have the body cam footage for. Anyway. All right. Rather than defending the Salem franchise, the company is now publicly distancing itself from Best, Brandon Best, and Joshua Johnson, BB and JJ. As part of a mutual agreement, the statement emphasized that many of the events surrounding the dispute occurred before the current ownership group assumed control of the store. It also noted that Crystal Law / Gorman was never authorized to enter into a consignment agreement with Mr. Mansell through the franchise, and never introduced Mr. Mansell to Bricks and Minifigs or the new incoming franchises. But we have the security camera footage of her talking in that instant where they took over the store, and it seemed like she was advocating for Brian and all that.
I do also want to say that.
Are we going to get around to? I'm sorry. Would you say, Random?
It's apparently came out that like Josh and Brian, or Josh, the two like owners of the franchise, were from corporate. Like the corporate Bricks and Minifigs is from Utah.
Yes.
And like they sent these two people to go take over the franchise. It's not like these two are like some random people that got sold the franchise.
Yes. In fact, if I recall correctly, Crystal had reached out to corporate to help her find a buyer for the franchise, so that she could rapidly find a buyer because she had to move to Spain with her husband.
What were you to say, Greenland?
I was saying, are we going to cover a Coffee's Liz moment with the?
I'm literally on another another screen right now, pulling that up. I'm trying to find the moment,
because that's a moment where I'm just like, wait a minute, wait.
Yeah. Now the transcript's not found. What the fuck? I just had it. I started to search in it, and it just refresh.
The other thing that to note is that the original franchise owner kind of got forced to sell the franchise to these people because they claimed that they weren't getting paid their proper franchise fees.
Mm-hmm.
And then it came out that the franchise information that they sent her to pay the franchise fees was like wrong, so she couldn't pay the franchise fees. So there's now like a court case, like she's suing them as well.
Yeah.
And like everyone's suing each other now, essentially.
And something else is that corporate is claiming that they don't do consignment. That's against the policy and stuff. But she has a contract where it's encouraged, right?
Yeah.
This is Coffee's.
I might be right back.
Where is the timestamp? Okay, I'm going to grab that timestamp. We'll come back to that in a minute. So according to COO Matt McNeff, the investigation confirmed that Best and Johnson, quote, were not aware of nor prepared for the responsibilities of taking over a store from a forensic accounting review standpoint. This led to due diligence issues in coming to resolution with Mr. Mansell. All of this to me, this is just my layman's perspective, all of this to me sounds like the first video gets released. They get reamed in the ass at Bricks and Minifigs. And something that's really important to note is that they aren't just being reamed at that specific store. So I saw this one on the Bricks and Minifigs subreddit. I returned my reusable bulk bucket to my local Bricks and Minifigs store with a letter. The letter says, "Dear Bricks and Minifigs, I am returning this refillable bulk bucket because my family will no longer be shopping at Bricks and Minifigs. Like many in the Lego community, I've been closely following the story of the stolen Star Wars Legos collection, blah, blah, blah." So this is talking about in Oregon, right? Now, this is not even, obviously, that store. Oh, hello, squirrel. It's not even that store. It's a completely different store, right? Owned by a completely different franchisee, right? And it's affecting across the board the entire brand of the company because Ben created this, perception that to the general public and the average viewer conflates Bricks and Minifigs in Oregon, that singular store owned by Joshua Johnson and Brandon Best, or at least it was, to now being applied to the whole thing, right? And to be fair, the activities of Bricks and Minifigs corporate doesn't really settle well with the people watching to think that if they handled it so poorly, that therefore the rest of them are just as corrupt or implicated or whatever. So I don't know. I think this has been photoshopped over the text here. This is a part of the video. I think it's either the very end of the first video. I think that's where it is. They put up the sign once the store is closed down forever kind of thing. But obviously this part says, we got caught stealing from an innocent man. A journalist recorded us doing it. Everyone online saw it. Now everyone hates us. We tried everything in our power to get him arrested, but our corrupt police department accidentally released the footage of us doing that. Now we're threatening to steal all the money raised to make up for our mistake. That honestly breaks down the entire situation. I probably don't even have to keep reading, but I will. According to COO Matt McNeff, I already read this. Bricks and Minifigs indicated that it remains interested in meeting with Brian Mansell in an effort to resolve the dispute over the collection. In the statement, CEO Eamon McNeff said that he would be willing to drop the company's lawsuit against Mansell. He also offered to review spreadsheets and point of sales data with the family to determine appropriate compensation. Additionally, McNeff stated that whatever Star Wars Lego was or remains in the Salem store, whether you identify as yours or not, you can have it. What the fuck? All of it? Just take it. Yeah. Like, seriously, I want that fucking lightsaber that was behind Amanda that clearly isn't part of my collection, right? You know? Anyway, yeah, so that's crazy, right? Then let me get this timestamp real quick. It says 49 minutes in. That's right.
Even if the evaluation is overblown and it's more like 100K, I'm sure they've lost more than 200K by
easily.
not dealing with it better.
All right, let me pull this in now. This is CoffeeZilla's video. Let me screen share with audio.
Screen share.
Timeline, and this is what's going to make this story so hard to tell. Is like they say you guys are unreasonable. They tried, and eventually.
Wait a second. So I think Matt McNeff is the brother of Eamon McNeff. Matt being the COO, Eamon being the CEO. That's the guy with the believe me look that we were talking about. Continuing here. Oh, hold on. I got to go to the actual window to do this one.
They gave up, but they say they tried it. They were basically met with like unreasonable requests, things like that. So
verification, that's Eamon.
Documentation, is that unreasonable, do you think? Well, I think they would say they provided the documentation, and you guys say you need more documentation. So I mean, that's kind of the
right. A spread, like I understand, a spreadsheet and a contract are a good start.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we never got that. That was never sent to us at corporate, by the way.
Y'all do have the spreadsheet though, yeah?
That was shared online, but months after we asked for it.
It says it's. I'm so confused. It says I'm on the file right now. It says storage used, owned by BAM Franchising Inc. Owner Salem.or bricksandminifigs.com.
What are you looking at?
Got him.
Owner Salem.or at bricksandminifigs.com. That's you guys. It says owned by BAM Franchising Inc. It says created September 6, 2024. When I look at it, this is the Mansell list, I believe.
So this would have been created under so we have the
y'all definitely have this. Y'all have access to this.
Well, I had no idea. So if this is the first that anybody has shown me that a spreadsheet was created using like Bricks and Minifigs Salem, and all of this stuff was archived. This is the first I've seen that this spreadsheet was created by Crystal, and we don't know how accurate it is, how up to date it was. We don't know a lot of those types of things, and understand. I appreciate you sharing this with us because we had no idea. Again, you don't.
So I presume looking to give him the benefit of the doubt. This may have been created by Crystal because they provided a Excel spreadsheet that she imported into Google Sheets. Or part of the consignment process when they brought everything in was, I have to itemize everything before we can take it. I have to find out the estimated value, all that kind of stuff, right? And he could be correct that salem.or@Bricks and Minifigs is the store email, not corporate's email. But I have to imagine corporate is located in Salem, Oregon, because Ben doesn't do any of the I'm driving for 20 hours to get to corporate kind of montages. It seems like they're actually nearby. And I think Salem is a different place than the other store is located in, right? Like the actual store, but I could be wrong about that. Anyway, I'm going to share this too. Randy sent this in the in the shared media channel. I thought this was great.
The company is worth $400 million, so yeah.
So if you couldn't see what that said, give a dying old man his Lego set back, lose the entire company. Why, oh, why didn't I take the blue pill? Okay. Here we go. Anyway, so they said you can have it. You can take whatever the fuck you want, right? Just take it and leave us alone. Bricks and Minifigs drama escalates as Reckless Ben claims episode 3 could send him to jail. Now the Salem, Oregon store. Okay, so maybe it is the store itself and not corporate. At the center of the controversy has been permanently closed. Additionally, Reckless Ben has suggested the next installment of his investigation in Bricks and Minifigs may never be released. Yet the story shows little sign of slowing down. A new layer of complexity emerged when unredacted body cam footage from the American Fork Police Department leaked online. One of the videos shows franchise owner Joshua Johnson on speakerphone with Bricks and Minifigs CEO Eamon McNeff, aware that he was speaking to police officers. McNeff accused Schneider of harassment, fraud, threats, extortion, and collusion. So this is video 2, 10 minutes, almost 11 minutes in.
What do you do now, dude?
That Josh is never going to listen to anything I...
So that was him talking to the Mormon kids, by the way. Right here. So the crux of this video is they are being required to serve him the paperwork for the lawsuit in person. And because the court is making him do it in person versus sending an email, that's the reasoning he can give for why I must be here. You guys are making me do this, all that kind of stuff. And that's kind of like the wiggle room that he manipulates and uses throughout this video.
We went to it and showed one of the Mormons there this audio clip. And the Mormon thought that the best thing to do was to have a talk with Josh to save him from going to this outer darkness.
Okay, good luck.
That's it. The outer darkness.
I guess me and
the
Tyler
shadow
are
realm.
staying back because we're already trespassed. So
yeah, we ended up just driving home. But on our way back, this happened.
What? This is where they get pulled over. For what? How's it going?
How's it going? I'm Officer Hawkins, American Fork Police Department. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Well, what's your name? Are you Ben?
Hanging out down here.
At this point, we realized what's going on. Yesterday, I told Brandon that our plan is to now sue them personally.
We could just sue you guys personally and do the whole thing again. We would obviously win again.
It seems like they're getting so desperate that they're going to resort back to the same strategy they used in the last video.
You know what's really funny is after you left, I got a call from my boss, and it was like, how do we get them arrested?
Dang.
How do we get them arrested?
Yeah, Josh and Brandon think that if they can somehow get us arrested and thrown in jail, then we won't be able to sue them. I don't know what they told the police we did this time, but they caught us too late. The Mormon kid was already on his way to Josh's house to save him from this outer darkness and bring him back to God.
What's going on, sir? You're gonna sit on down here for me for sir.
Yeah, so it was police body cam footage. How they got
what
that
brings
work.
you here?
I'm just here trying to talk to Brother Johnson.
Okay.
I'm in the Harvard Second Ward. There's been an audio going around with the young men group.
Okay. What's the audio that you wanted to play?
Here's the audio.
I'm not going to screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am. I promise you. I swear to God.
Oh yeah, he swore to God.
Yep. All right. I don't know what the fuck Claude was giving me in terms of the timestamps for video 2, but none of them feel like they're accurate yet. All right. Many online commentators suggested that the leaked footage and McNeff's remarks caused reputational damage to the Bricks and Minifigs brand. Oh, fuck yeah, they did. While it remains to be seen whether the Mansell family and Bricks and Minifigs can reach an agreement, the broader controversy is far from over. On June 9th, Reckless Ben posted a video to his YouTube channel saying that legal concerns currently prevent him from publishing the third entry in his series. He suggested that releasing the episode, or even mentioning Bricks and Minifigs by name, could expose him to additional legal risks while the lawsuit remains active. Quote, I can't post it or I will go to jail, Reckless Ben said. Quote, and not only that, I will also immediately lose my lawsuit of $300,000, and the GoFundMe we made for Brian will go straight to this mystery company that I am no longer allowed to talk about. The same day, users noted that the GoFundMe for the Mansell family, which had raised more than $400,000, had been taken down. However, by the following day, the campaign and its funds had been restored. GoFundMe restores Reckless Ben's $450,000 fundraiser after sudden removal. I have that right here. Fucking legend. I stole the family's life. Almost $500,000. Double or nothing, bitch. Right? Like, oh my God. $7,000? What the fuck, dude? Wow. All right. Anyway,
wait, the GoFundMe's back up?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
It is.
Yeah. That's the article. GoFundMe restores the $450,000 fundraiser after sudden removal. The controversy surrounding
that, though, there was a Give Send Go that got up to at least 26,000.
Yeah. So just so that we're on the same page here, everyone, they have now raised more than $500,000 over this controversy. 2,000 IQ, fucking Ben, like unreal. Like everything Farah thought she was doing, Ben is skipping through life doing effortlessly, right? Brilliant strategy. The controversy surrounding Bricks and Minifigs has taken another unexpected turn as the GoFundMe campaign launched by YouTuber Reckless Ben was briefly taken down. Titled Help Brian Recover His Stolen Lego Collection, the fundraiser was created on March 11th and had raised more than $450,000. Its sudden removal on June 9th sparked immediate concern among supporters, many of whom feared the funds had been frozen or permanently removed. The fundraiser was created as Reckless Ben's investigation into a disputed Star Wars Lego collection attracted millions of views online. In a video posted June 9th, he announced that he had been served legal papers via email that prevented him from releasing Part 3 of this investigation. Doing so, he said, would result in him going to jail. Reckless Ben also claimed that if he posts the video or even mentions Bricks and Minifigs by name, that the funds raised to the GoFundMe could be taken away. The same day, Reckless Ben made his announcement, users noticed that the GoFundMe campaign had been taken down. In its place was a fundraiser not found message. In response, a legal defense fund was launched on the rival crowdfunding platform Give Send Go. Earlier in the dispute, Patreon CEO Jack Conti posted a video alleging that Bricks and Minifigs had sent his company a formal demand to remove a similar fundraiser for Brian Mansell. No, you've completely misunderstood things. They were trying to take down Ben's Patreon. That's why it's Patreon CEO Jack Conti, not Give, Send, Go, or GoFundMe. After an extensive review and investigation by Patreon's Trust and Safety team, we have in fact unfortunately determined that Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it. Fucking legend over here.
I want to give this guy the full credit, but Patreon in the past has taken down Patreon.
Oh, absolutely.
Ridiculous reasons.
Definitely. But I love the way he presents it to, it's a go fuck yourself. You can't do I won't do what you tell me kind of message.
Go
here.
fund yourself shirt on our store.
Jack Conti, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Patreon. On May 29th, Patreon received an official takedown request filed by Bricks and Minifigs for media and accounts related to Reckless Ben and an ongoing dispute regarding a local Lego consignment issue. This is the verified complaint with exhibits. This is the request for immediate content removal pursuant to temporary restraining order. And this is the motion for the temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction.
Nice
so after
buzz.
an extensive review and investigation by Patreon's Trust and Safety team, we have in fact unfortunately determined that Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it. We're keeping Ben's page up. And if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't like that, they can sue us. Patreon out. Dear creator.
Fucking legend. All right. Yeah. And as Footnam said, you guys can get in on this by buying a Go Fund Yourself mug or shirt. Only at ocapodcast.com/store. Comes in all these lovely colors too. All right. Let's finish up this topic here.
Just for full clear, like none of all that money would go towards the OCA podcast and not go to fund Bricks and Minifigs.
That goes to us.
I promise you, if I get any orders, I will donate a cool 3.5% to their GoFundMe.
Any order in the next month.
Any orders of that shirt until video 3 is released. All right. While neither GoFundMe nor Bricks and Minifigs publicly commented on the fundraiser's removal, Conti's remarks fueled speculation that GoFundMe may have faced similar pressure from Bricks and Minifigs' legal team. The GoFundMe page was restored on June 10th. None of the parties involved have publicly commented on either its removal or reinstatement. However, online commentators have speculated that GoFundMe may have reversed course after the Give, Send, Go alternative began gaining traction. Though the legal battle between Reckless Ben and Bricks and Minifigs shows little sign of slowing down, the fundraiser's brief disappearance and return made one thing clear. Public interest in the controversy remains remarkably strong. For now, supporters of Reckless Ben and the Mansell family may view the fundraiser's restoration as another victory. Yet, the broader conflict that began with the collection of Star Wars Lego sets is far from over. With lawsuits ongoing and new developments emerging almost daily, the Bricks and Minifig saga continues to grow well beyond the Lego community that first brought attention to it. Wow. Any more thoughts before we move on?
No.
Easily my favorite controversy we've ever covered.
I don't know if it's good. Listen.
That's all right.
It might need sauce.
I'll take sauce. Do you want to get me some mustard and maybe some of the...
I like how
hot sauce?
This company just managed to just fall flat on their face when it came to every PR stunt they could possibly do.
My wife thinks that this might not be good. It's practically a hockey puck.
Sneaking suspicion.
All right.
Well, aren't you a husband? Like, what's the? You have a prerogative to prove your wife wrong. At every step of the way. So you gotta eat it.
Of course I'm gonna eat it. Oh wait, what? Okay.
What did you want?
I said mustard and the hot sauce, not the hot mustard, but I'll do the hot mustard. That'll be fine. Thank you.
Ron Jaw says, good morning.
Good morning, Ron Jaw.
Utah cops tend to be unbelievable sometimes. The guy that big timed him and was like, so you're Ben? Like,
yeah.
Man,
that was
so
clearly an intimidation tactic, right?
Yeah. And he's like, welcome to Utah, or like, how are you finding Utah, or whatever. It's like,
Though the cops kind of suck.
I'll take more. They're great.
unfortunately, the guy that was reading the laws of Oregon and was like, oh yeah, I do see that it's illegal. It is a crime to steal from a water. That guy was good until he got whispered in his ear.
Man, even her baking disasters are delicious. Fuck yeah.
Is that a cinnamon brown sugar roll?
It's a homemade pig in a blanket.
Like a hot dog?
Mm-hmm. It's a breakfast sausage in a pizza dough.
Oh, okay.
All right. So
we usually did like the crescent rolls with cheese and hot dog.
those are great as well. The Golden Fly Kickstarter has 7 days left. Again, it is extremely affordable to the point where I honestly think they might have a hard time fulfilling, even with all the orders totaling, a couple $1,000s here. But we'll see. All right. Do you want to cover this, Randy, or shall we save it for another?
Well, we're already 3 hours in. I think we could save it.
Okay, we'll save it. I'll put it
We
over
still have to
here.
do the watch cup too, don't forget.
Yep. That's why I'm offering that's why I'm offering us the opportunity to skip. Okay. To You in the Beyond anime film shares its international visual and Anime Expo 2026 world premiere plans. It's going to be Friday, July 3rd at 4:30 in room 408 AB, which is the Kenshia Hall to West Hall upstairs rooms, the ones that are on the side. I think it's around the bend. Anyway, there it is. To You in the Beyond. Saikijima, a remote island teeming with lush nature. On that island, there was a place known as the Cove of Spiriting Away. Kazuki Tsukigase, a boy who had left the city for a certain reason to attend high school. Love you.
Love you too.
To attend high school on Saikijima, discovered a girl lying unconscious at the Cove of Spiriting Away. One day in early summer, the girl's name... one day in early summer, period. The girl's name is Nanao Akishika, with no identification, and now is taken in by a man named Takatsu, who rescued her alongside Kazuki. Waki found himself thinking about Nanao more and more, and soon Kazuki began visiting her after school on a regular basis. Who the fuck is Waki? Is Takatsu Waki Takatsu? Because you didn't fucking establish that. Though the distance between them gradually closes, he was eventually met with a surprising revelation from Nanao. She's an alien. Calling it now. Two people who were never meant to meet found each other, and their daily lives gradually began to take on a new meaning. After spending the summer together, they arrived at a future that was bittersweet yet gentle. Anyway, that's going to be at Anime Expo. Moving past that. Jason Momoa has left the Helldivers movie. That's the news. I don't think there's anything really important in here. Just going to move right past that. Shiranuhi, anime short film, has unveiled its main visual. This is coming to theaters in Japan. I believe it's from Comics Wave. Was it? Was this the one? Yeah, Comics Wave. It's just not a Shinkai. The Last Blossom anime film heads to North American theaters this August. So it's the film from Odd Taxi creator, as if you couldn't tell. Isn't this the one about the guy in the jail cell, right?
Yep.
Yeah, dude, I can't wait to see this in theaters. When is it coming out again? August. Nice. All right. Ninja Scroll anime film gets a 4K screening in the US and Canada this October. So if you were interested in seeing Ninja Scroll, a Kawajiri classic.
I was interested in purchasing Ninja Scroll, but then they were dicks and deleted canceled my order.
Was that a Crunchyroll issue?
No, that was Amazon.
Is this for the 4K one as well that you got screwed on?
The 4K one won't be up for sale till next year.
Yeah, it wasn't at 4K, so it may have been a blessing in disguise.
Sounds like it.
Well, yeah. I was gonna say.
Well, assuming they make because if they pull the same shit, maybe they'll just cancel my order again.
I think that's why they pulled it. Is that they thought, oh, wait, there's a 4K scan coming? Oh, we want that.
That would be. I would be truly humbled by them canceling my order specifically because they were like,
this guy likes 4K. Random 11 in Canada? Yeah. No, cancel his order. He's going to thank us later.
They also saw Reese's order for me and thought he sends that to Foodnum and he likes 4K. We're going to do him a solid and cancel it.
Trust the algorithm, folks. All right. Anime tourist gains attention for fixing offensive female characters. A so-called anime fan has been attracting attention on social media for fixing the designs of various female anime characters. Wow. Just one?
Mm-hmm.
Damn. There's going to be a mistake in the other room. Thank you, Chloe. All right. You guys can have this conversation out of my office. Thank you. I need to figure out a place to put it where it's not going to be in Dijon mustard. All right. Fixing anime and manga breast panel number 501. This is problematic. What did you even fucking do over here? You added like all these like
made her boobs smaller.
Well, not just the boobs, but like everything about it is like they added folds to it. You know,
they made it.
I love this.
Looks like they made the dress tighter and the boobs smaller.
Less form fitting, at least. Now they have no reason to put their hands there.
Now they're just perverts.
Honestly, the one hand is like just floating there.
Yeah, beforehand they were servants. Now they're just perverts. Dude, you're being pretty disrespectful to artists doing this, calling it fixing. I apologize to Kubo and Studio Piero. Does sexuality of any kind scare you that much? Yes. So this is an excuse to ship this. This manga artist made my pee-pee hard and it really scared me.
When did you make that shirt?
All right, moving on. A Livid Lady's Guide to Getting Even anime reveals the July 6th premiere date in a new trailer. He doesn't need to fix these, ladies. The Greatest Magicmaster's Retirement Plan anime adaptation announced for 2027. This looks like shit in the trailer. I'm not even going to watch it. In a world where fiends run rampant, Magicmaster Alice Regine, I don't know. The young prodigy that has defeated more fiends and reclaimed more of humanity's lost territory than anyone else alive, requests retirement from military service at age 16. Hold the fuck up. Was this the... Reclaimed more of humanity's territory than anyone else, you say? Is that why it's within the walls from Attack on Titan with the same fucking plot? I like how like Bobby's lookout is in the center too. That's a nice touch. He requested retirement from military service at age 16, but due to the twists and turns of fate surrounding his status as the #1 magic master in the nation, the top magic master out of more than 100,000, he ends up as a student at a special magical institute, hiding his identity and training his successors, a pair of beautiful magic master girls. Not to mention continuing to defeat fiends in secret. Get ready. The epic adventure of the greatest magic master, Alis Reagan, begins now. All right. I Want to Love You Till Your Dying Day. Anime reveals the July 7th debut of the new trailer. I don't remember why I shared this. Death lurks behind a mysterious orphanage where children train to become magical weapons of war. Among them is Sheena, who longs to stop the fighting and end the conflict. And on one gruesome night, Sheena meets a strange girl covered in blood with a smile on her face. The mysterious girl turned out to be a secret weapon, an immortal child soldier named Mimi. When the two become roommates, there is a growing tension and attraction. How will the peace-loving Sheena live with someone who welcomes death? I think we talked about this before. The news is the July 7th debut. The laid-off cheat-granting Mage enjoys a second lease on life anime release, announces an October premiere in teaser trailer. So I have a trailer for this one. I do. You're going to notice you recognize a lot of the voice actors.
I've been joking around and living my life carelessly until now. I've been avoiding facing life. I've realized that. I've decided to live seriously now. With just this equipment, even without an enhanced sword and experience, I should be fine. I don't need your enhancements. I'm Lena. Nice to meet you. Lee, I'm happy to be an adventurer. It's so much fun. I see. That's what you mean. I'm glad you're having so much fun. I'm Rain.
You can't even sit back and look back.
What's with this guy? You're on the verge of death. You have no idea what I've been doing for the past 2 years. Right now, I need Lily, the banished cheat magician lives a carefree second life.
Oh yeah. She's all right.
All right. Not your pass, Randy.
Definitely pass.
That response seemed delayed. Can you think about it?
I had to tab over.
Sure.
Right. So, on the Shingeki no Kyojin subreddit, somebody posted this thing asking if a Before the Fall anime adaptation was coming because Satoshi Shiki says here, Mappa's upcoming 15th anniversary event will 100% have news for Attack on Titan, and I just found on the Japan Expo 2026 website starting the 9th of July, 2026, a big name convention in France, that there will be a Shingeki no Kyojin stand for Before the Fall with the mangaka of the spinoff himself. It's not a guarantee or anything, but with the game announcement, Mappa upcoming news, and a Shingeki no Kyojin Before the Fall stand coming all of a sudden in such a big convention, I think it is safe to say there is a big chance it does happen. They did say that it's not over. We're going to produce more, all that stuff. So the most logical outcome is that Before the Fall or Harsh Mistress of the City or something else would get a adaptation. If Before the Fall does get adapted, I seriously hope Hajime Izayama gets involved and fixes the shit out of it. Because of what I have read so far, it is cringe beyond belief. How the way they try to set up the story doesn't fucking make any sense. And they basically just speed run the backstory in order to get you to a stage where the character is old enough to be like young Eren in the Cadets, right? And it's cringe as fuck and stupid and doesn't make sense, right? Like, unless he turned out to be an Ackerman like Levi, there's no fucking way that he would not be like fucking Griffith when he gets released right before the eclipse in Berserk when he gets out of the dungeon. And it just doesn't make any sense. And instead he's like, oh, I'm like an assassin killing everybody who comes to kill me. And I've literally eaten bugs off the ground for the last 15 years to sustain myself. And yet I'm holding my own. I just hope Izayama cleans it up. I do want to see it adapted. But if there's a chance to revisit the story in a way that could make it a little bit more grounded, I think it would do a lot for it. Because it is so different from the main storyline that I just don't think it will thrive otherwise. For Harsh Mistress of the City and the light novels and whatnot, I feel as though those are better for adaptation, but they also would adapt a portion of the story that I don't think will be interesting because we've already gotten past that level of, dealing with shit, right? Like, this isn't a really great example. It really is a terrible example, actually. But if you were to do another season of The Walking Dead and set it at like the stage where the zombies are actually a threat again, that'd be kind of like it, in the sense that at a certain point in Attack on Titan, the Titans cease to be the issue, right? As soon as they get through season 3. And once you get there, everything that takes place during the what the fuck is going on outside the walls doesn't matter anymore, right? From a do I care standpoint, right? So I don't know. I think the series as a whole has legs to do more. I just don't think that I think it makes the most sense to do Before the Fall, right? Anyway, any thoughts? What's the manifesto? What? We finally will be able to do the manifesto when that comes out, right? All right. Also, Dengeki Daisy has been for an anime adaptation for 2027. My wife really liked this manga when she first read it, and then she read it again, and the age gap seemed a lot less cute and more predatory, as evidenced by the fucking... yeah, something about that feels a little weird. It's fiction, though. Who gives a shit? Lovely that they gave it to Studio Dean. Okay, Also, Kagurabachi anime draws first blood, a new character visual trailer, and visual. The trailer sucks ass. We're not even going to watch it. Just a reminder, Kagurabachi is getting an anime adaptation. It says it's going to premiere in April of 2027. All right, Ghost in the Shell anime previews its ending theme song in a new trailer. I don't care so much about the theme song, although it is pretty good. I care way more about just getting to see more of it. So let's watch that.
Where did you go?
That's it. Any thoughts? Who's excited? I'm excited.
I'm not feeling the song.
I don't give a shit about that, really. It's more about everything else. But yeah,
I'll be skipping the opening.
Oh, I think that's the ending. But yeah,
or whatever. Skipping the ending.
Yep. It certainly isn't. What's her name? The Russian singer who died. Such a tragedy. Fuck, man. That. Damn. Like,
did you see that Oliver Tree died today?
Who?
Oliver Tree.
Exactly.
The guy with the weird like mushroom cut hairstyle. The mullet Well, he had a mullet and a mushroom cut kind of. Anyway, his song "Miss You," where he stole the he made a song and then someone remixed the song and then he stole the remix and. Well, anyway, whatever.
Can you say
it? No, not if I heard it. If I heard it, he died in a helicopter crash. Anyway.
Oh, he went the Kobe route, huh? Okay. Anyway, I still don't know who that is. But anyway, you really fucked me up there. As I was saying, as I was giving such a eloquent statement. About the Russian lady whose name escapes me, who sang the songs in the original Standalone Complex series. That time, what would you say? That's mid 2000s, right? Early 2000s, maybe 2003, 2004. Would you say? Does that sound about right for Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex coming out over here? It's around then.
After the fact, but,
like 2004, maybe.
No, Standalone Complex would have been like 2007, 2008.
Maybe. I can't remember if I was dating my wife. I don't think it was.
No way, it was 2003.
King. Hey, wait a minute.
Standalone Complex Season 1 came out in 2002.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Origa?
Say what?
Are you talking about Origa?
Origa? Is that the name of the woman? I don't know. I'll forget her name.
She sang the opening song.
Yeah.
When did it come out in North America? When was the English dub released?
Hello. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that era of anime, for me, and this is largely, again, it's not about when the shows were made. It is about when they came out, because they seem to be clustered together where they seem to be clustered together where shows were coming out that had this it factor to them, where in the case of Ghost in the Shell, everything about it was great. The fucking Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, goddamn Richard Epcar, like perfect casting, number one. Incredible story. The Laughing Man concept and everything was like mind bending and incredible. And then on top of all of that, Yoko Kanno and the Russian singer, just perfect music to set you in and immerse you in that series. The only thing I dislike about Standalone Complex, and they did it so well that it is a very minor nitpick, is the CG cars from Production IG. That's the only thing that really bothers me about it. And again, that is a nitpick that's easy to overlook. But around this time, good.
Sorry to interrupt you real quick. I had thought that Standalone Complex came out after Innocence, but I guess not.
No, yeah, it came before Innocence.
You thought wrong, bitch.
That's why I had the wrong date in my head. I'm like, it couldn't have come out that early because Innocence didn't come out until then. And I'm like, no, oh, well, never, I guess I was wrong.
The way that I think about it, Innocence came out first only because it got released on disc first over here. Or at least I got it and acquired it after. I acquired it first, right? But setting that aside, I just wanted to say that around that time, there was a ton of incredible anime coming out where the music in it took it to that next level, right? And for some of them, I think in rewatch, in retrospect, the music is kind of all that really it had, or rather, the music is the only thing that didn't age out of being good, right? Hellsing comes to mind, has an incredible soundtrack, and when you actually sit down and rewatch the show, it's cringe as fuck because it's.
We watched it at the Watch Club. You liked it.
I liked it when I first saw it.
I swear you liked it in the Watch Club too.
In the Watch. I mean, I will defend things that I liked originally, knowing that there was a time when I loved it, right? But I have stated numerous times that there are a lot of things, Escaflowne being another one of them, where the rewatch didn't live up to my memory. Although the movie for Escaflowne is goddamn god tier. Anyway, I don't want to harp on the point too much longer, but I just thought that era of anime was legendary for the whole package coming together. And there were it was hit or miss, right? But when it hit on every fucking level.
It was also an era of a anime that were doing British accents, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Because Read or Die also came out around that.
And that was Manga Entertainment releasing those, right?
Maybe.
Right? Because Manga Entertainment was a UK company.
They did the OVA.
Yes. Which is where the majority of the British accents really were established. Right? And so Hellsing was Genion, though, right? All the way through. I don't think there was any Manga Entertainment attached to that. And Saris Victoria, I think, is the only person in that who has the British accent. But I do understand what you're saying and agree that there was in that golden era of anime that I was talking about, there was a good chunk of like British accents sort of being thrown into anime. I don't know that I would say Saris Victoria is a particularly good one, but all right. In other news, Sergeant Frog, new anime film releases a Gundam collab illustration. I just thought that was funny.
Does he get a saber? Needs a lightsaber.
I just thought these images.
Oh my god. The char. The art with Char. Yeah, that one.
I just had to share it for that. Right. I just had to share for that. All right. New website, Mamorulist, ridiculed for being a compilation of trigger warnings.
So here's the thing. This is like its own website, right?
Yep.
Because I don't mind if the Triggered has their own little den of dumbassery.
They have. No, I encourage it, actually. I encourage it. I want to keep the normies out. I'd almost go on the site and put fake trigger warnings just to keep more people out.
The problem is that a lot of these people don't stop at just, oh, it has a trigger warning, I'm going to leave. It's, it has a trigger warning.
It has a trigger warning, I'm going to watch it and complain about it and say it's problematic on Twitter.
Yeah, I need to complain about it and get it canceled. I need everyone else to realize the triggers and stop it from happening.
Yeah, as long as this doesn't make its way to being like, oh, Netflix references this website to put at the start of every episode or whatever, like that's the only time I'd really draw the line, I guess.
So it says a newly launched anime database called Mamorulist is drawing criticism online after promoting itself as a tool designed to warn viewers about potentially sensitive content before they start a series. The site was highlighted by a Twitter user who posted the following description. The worst anime website. Mamorulist has just launched a collaborative platform designed to alert viewers to sensitive content in any anime before they begin watching it. I think we should go there and vote to remove the trigger warnings on Boku no Pico. Right? Mamorulist just launched a collaborative designed to alert viewers to sensitive content in anime before they start watching it. Although the database warns about delicate psychological themes and suggestive content, the community reacted negatively, criticizing the tool for encouraging an excessively cautious approach to viewing anime and calling it a site for anime tourists. In addition to these preventative warnings, the system allows users to filter stories simply to avoid weak protagonists or tragic endings. Anime has spent decades building its identity around the very experiences this platform is trying to avoid. The concept quickly became a lightning rod for criticism, particularly among fans who argue that modern audiences have become overly sensitive and increasingly unwilling to engage with uncomfortable, tragic, or emotionally challenging stories. The comments were mostly insults directed at otaku daring to complain about the website, which helps snowflakes avoid getting their precious feelings hurt. Many believe such overly sensitive individuals are why a lot of modern content is safe and non-graphic, and the reason behind why many beloved franchises get censored/altered. Mamorulist is being seen as another example of a growing trend toward treating entertainment as something that needs to be sanitized, pre-screened, and stripped of things that make people feel unpleasant, when uncomfortable emotions are a common and important part of life. It's exactly what we covered last podcast from Gen Urobochi, that people no longer want the virus in their story. They're looking for the vaccine, right? They want to feel good rather than challenged.
I think you briefly brought it up, but like it is worrisome though to the effect of like the worldwide, well, not worldwide, just the modern audience of today, not just for anime, but just in general, just the fact that you can't sit down and watch something without being overtaken by whatever the hell is on these trigger warning list.
Mm-hmm.
Like how sensitive can you possibly be?
Yeah.
Like I get it. There's some things that just are hard to watch, but like, so what?
Mm-hmm. I mean, show them the title of English of Let's Do It anime. I don't think that has an anime. There's a Let's Do It Already manga. I don't know what you're talking about. If you could elaborate, I would love that. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Let me know. He said the movie was around the 1990s, referring to the first Ghost in the Shell. And then you said, like the Naruto opening. I guess you're referring to the music around that time. Naruto definitely had good music, but that's not really in the same era that I'm kind of talking about. It was sort of towards the tail end of it when it came over here, at least. I mean, I like I said, I think it fits the bill in a lot of ways. It's one of the GOATs, but I'm thinking more about short form anime, 13 to 26 episodes for the most part in terms of what I'm talking about for that. Anyway, moving past this, revered anime director Goro Taniguchi warns anime is becoming junk food. Hey, Greenline.
Hey, I noticed. Damn, hang on. I think I
anime
have a
is
picture
junk
somewhere.
food. I like it. That.
Goro Taniguchi, the director of One Piece Film Red and Code Geass.
That's what I chose.
Hold on. Oh, Jesus. Thank you. All right, let me know when you find it. has warned that parts of the anime industry are producing works that resemble junk food due to lack of strong directorial oversight. According to comments from an interview with Asahi Shimbun, Taniguchi argued that modern anime production has become increasingly fragmented, with too many decisions being made by committees and production systems rather than by a director with a clear creative vision. Fuck yes, does that goddamn show. Taniguchi reportedly compared some modern productions to junk food, works that may be immediately consumable but lack the distinctive identity and lasting impact that comes from a strong creative voice. The director also expressed concern about the declining authority of directors within anime production. He suggested that when nobody is truly steering a project creatively, anime can end up feeling formulaic or assembled rather than authored. Yes. The comments come at a time when Japan's anime industry is experiencing record growth, but also facing increasing concerns about overproduction, labor shortages, and the pressure to continuously create content for global streaming platforms. These concerns have been raised by numerous industry figures in recent years. Taniguchi's remarks are notable because he is one of the industry's most respected directors, having worked on major franchises including One Piece Film Red and Code Geass. His criticism focuses less on anime's popularity and more on the production environment behind it, arguing that strong directorial leadership remains essential if anime is to maintain its creative identity. Oh, you're talking about Kusomiso technique. Wanna do it, Yaranaika. Yeah. They aren't going to trigger warning that. They're going to say, contains hot gay sex. No trigger warnings needed. Come watch it. It's beautiful. Also, hashtag Pride Month. Right? All right. Let us open a couple of these. Okay, here we go. All right. Kadokawa accused of violating Japan's Freelancer protection law. Japan's Fair Trade Commission is preparing to issue a formal recommendation against Kadokawa after determining the publishing giant violated the country's freelancer protection law in its dealings with freelance writers, stylists, illustrators, and other contractors. Kadokawa failed to clearly disclose key contract terms, including payment deadlines, when commissioning work for monthly magazines and related publications. The alleged violations date back to the winter of 2024 and affected more than 100 freelancers. Investigators found that work orders were often issued verbally as a matter of company practice rather than through written agreements. Under Japan's freelancer protection law, businesses are required to clearly state transaction conditions, including payment terms. The Fair Trade Commission also concluded that Kadokawa delayed payments to freelancers. The law stipulates that if no payment deadline is specified, compensation must be paid when the completed work is received. Kadokawa has acknowledged the investigation, stating, quote, "It is true that we are being investigated by the Fair Trade Commission, and we are responding sincerely. There is no mistake. That is not the first time Kadokawa has faced regulatory action over its treatment of freelancers. In November 2024, the Fair Trade Commission determined that Kadokawa and one of its subsidiaries had violated Japan's Subcontract Act by unfairly reducing payments to writers and photographers. The company was issued a recommendation to prevent future violations. Japan's freelancer protection law came into force in November 2024 and was introduced to improve working conditions for freelancers. The law requires companies to clearly disclose contract terms and prohibits practices such as unjustified payment reductions and unfairly low compensation. Kadokawa is not the only publisher to face scrutiny under the legislation. In June 2025, the Fair Trade Commission issued similar recommendations to Shogakukan and Kobunsha after finding they had failed to provide freelancers with clear information regarding work assignments and compensation. Any thoughts?
Not looking good.
It's nice to know that the company that owns Anime News Network is known for not paying people properly. Also, what the fuck happened to her finger on her left hand? Do you think this is AI? Is an AI image?
It is Pride Month.
I do think so.
The hair doesn't seem AI to me.
AI's gotten pretty good.
Anyway.
Was Kadokawa the one that's getting taken over by the
activist organization? Yeah. Mangaka says death threats have encouraged him to draw even nastier erotic content. Or, as I liked this version of the story better, adult artist Ayue Oka receives threats for objectifying women. Response saying he'll do even worse.
My goat.
Japanese manga artist Ayue Oka recently revealed that he has been receiving hostile emails from critics upset by the content of his erotic manga. But rather than backing down, the creator says the messages have only strengthened his resolve to continue drawing what he wants. The controversy began after the artist shared descriptions of emails he had received from individuals accusing him of objectifying women through his work. In response, the artist posted 2 tweets addressing the situation. In the first tweet, he explained that the hostile message had the opposite effect of what the sender likely intended. Quote, I received an email saying something like, "You bastard who draws erotic manga treating women like objects shouldn't even have been born. Drop dead." So I reflected deeply on it and came to the conclusion that I need to draw even more manga purely for my own pleasurable ejaculation. With those female holes getting thoroughly stuffed.
Based.
The post quickly spread online, receiving 1 million views after about 2 days. The following day, the artist revealed that the backlash had escalated, with people allegedly sending him large numbers of emails over the issue. Are these people looking at my tweets? They're sending emails like crazy, and it's hilarious. The police and my lawyer are already involved, so it would actually help if they kept sending more evidence for the defamation case. The artist's remarks accrued a lot of attention online, with many users mocking the idea of sending death threats and harassment over fictional erotic drawings. The mangaka in question, who has gotten many Arrow anime adaptations of their works, specializes in neto rare. Damn!
Yeah, I know. But his artwork is so good.
She didn't look at me. My wife is outside. The incident is the latest example of the ongoing culture wars surrounding erotic anime and manga content, where creators increasingly find themselves targeted by activists and critics who object to depictions of sexuality in Japanese media. In this case, however, the backlash appears to have produced the exact opposite result, with the artist making it clear that he has no intention of changing course, which is certainly a breath of fresh air. The only place you should change course is the neto rare aspect. All right, who's ready? Mirage, sending you the link if you want to join us, which you probably aren't here, but it's going in the podcast guest channel. I will tag you. Okay. So, Nintendo announces Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time Remake. Oh my god, that came out of nowhere. Whoa, I couldn't believe that this happened. I was so dumbfounded because they've never remade it before and ported it to other platforms. And I'm just so excited that I'm going to run out there and buy that Switch 2 now.
I am excited, and I already bought a Switch 2.
Yeah, you already have a Switch 2, that's why. So there is literally like nothing to see. Like it's a teaser, that's all it is. So you get this tapestry, right, with the
and then at the end you get the RTX on link.
Yeah. which quite frankly is off-putting.
Those feet, no.
Like, I'm not liking this effect. Like, look, there's something very strange about this, right? All right, we're going to remake the tunic, and it's made out of straw. Right?
Is it me, or is it his face? Does his face look a bit old?
Too old, right? Yeah. Also the feet. And he's wearing, like, he's sleeping in armor. That's also a little bit strange.
So I will say that it is a bit strange that he's got the Triforce of Courage already.
Yeah.
Um,
Doesn't he have it in the... Like, wasn't he born with it?
No. He gets it. You get it after you do the trials.
The medallions?
And you pull the Master Sword.
Oh, so not the other medallions, like the three from the...
Yeah, those medallions, it's that opens the door to the Temple of Time, the room with the Master Sword in it, and then when you pull the Master Sword is when you get the I think that's when you get the Triforce of Courage. Anyway, I haven't played the game in a while, but
I can't remember, but I felt like he was born with it because and again it's been a hot minute since I played it, but I felt like he was born with it because Zelda has the Triforce of Wisdom and Ganon has the Triforce of Power, right?
Yeah. I think the idea is that when he opened the because Ganondorf was trying to find the Triforce, right? And he couldn't find it. And when Link opened the door, he got sent into the future 7 years so that he could be prepared to take the Triforce. And then when he took the Triforce, Zelda got her Triforce and Ganondorf got his Triforce. I think that's what happened. Again,
I mean, maybe. My interpretation was, and again, I as a kid, I've not ever read a single line of dialogue in a video game because I fucking hated reading as a kid. And as an adult, I just assume I read all of it as a kid, even though I fucking know I didn't. So I skip it when I
thought you were
play
going to
old
say,
games
and I
as an
still
adult.
hate reading. That's why I use Audible.
No, I read all the text in video games now, except I gave up on Necrophosis because it was just a bit too pretentious that I was like, fuck this. I don't care about the lore. I just want to get through the game. And then I just gave up on the game and I'll probably get back to it like, I don't know, 10 years from now. We'll see. Anyway, so the point is that because I didn't read it, I don't really remember, but my interpretation was that the reason, like Ganon was hunting it, that's why he was after Princess Zelda. That's why he's chasing her in the moment when she throws the Ocarina of Time and it lands in the moat, right? As her and Impa are riding away and Ganon is chasing them. And that she has it. That's why he's after her. But then he can't get Link because Link then gets the Master Sword and goes 7 years in the future. So Ganon's looking for the Triforce of Courage and Wisdom, but doesn't quite get Wisdom until Link confronts him. That was my understanding.
I didn't know there were multiple Triforces until this very moment.
Well, the Triforce, the Tri part of it is that there are 3 parts.
In this game, in some games there's 2. But anyway,
the 2 Force of Courage.
Yeah, I think in the first game there's only 2 pieces. It's odd because
he already has the Triforce of Courage. He's born with it.
Maybe. Definitely don't know the lore of the first one. Anyway, for this one,
how about the damn first one? That would be a game I'd play. Right?
I think that I'm almost positive it's tied to opening the Door of Time. So
Could be. Don't
but
remember.
I don't remember for sure. But I think it looks okay. I'm holding judgment, obviously.
Yeah.
He needs to get boots. That's the number one priority for him. And a hat.
Number one before anything else.
But so this seems to be the opening
You think
scene.
he needs boots before he puts on his underwear underneath this for his backflips? Right?
He doesn't wear underwear. He wears tights.
He goes commando. Yeah.
Kid Link does not wear tights.
That's true, actually. Yeah, it's adult Link that has the tights on. Then underwear, I guess. But
closely followed by boots, right?
So this is the opening scene of the game, right? Where
yeah, right before Navi
comes to
shows up, right?
Yeah, find him sitting in his house.
I just love how he's got like what is almost feeling like a grown man's face. Like
I don't know. I definitely wish that they showed more than just this little scene. I do get that in a perfect world, it wouldn't have leaked that they were making the remake, and then this would have been the reveal, and then it would have been kind of hype. But since we all knew, now the leak came out from a guy named Nate the Hate, right, on Twitter, and he has leaked stuff before that has been wrong, right? So he leaked that the Metroid, I'm pretty sure it was him anyway, that leaked that Metroid Prime Trilogy was coming out for the Switch. And he was like, oh, it's for sure. It's done. We're just waiting for a good time to release it, blah, blah, blah. It never showed up. And then Metroid Prime showed up just by itself. No 2 or 3. He's also, I'm pretty sure it was him, leaked that they're working on a new Mario 3D Mario game, and that one's like, of course they are. But like he leaked that it was going to be released soon, and or at least announced soon, and I haven't heard shit from that, right? So just because he leaked that this was in the works doesn't mean that it was going to get released.
Or maybe the other stuff he leaked will eventually get released.
Well, yeah, and that's so maybe they did have a trilogy, Metroid trilogy, and then they canned it and they were like, we'll just do the first one. I don't know. So it's always possible that this could have been real and then they canned it, right? So who knows? I'm good. I'm glad that we got the confirmation. I'm glad. I'm super, super glad that it's this year. I would have hated to wait for gotta wait for like mid or late 2027. That would be so bad. This is the 40th anniversary, or the 35th anniversary for no, I think it's 40th. No, it's 40th for Mario, 35th for Zelda. Anyway, so it's a good year. No, it's 40th for Zelda too. Hey, whatever. It's a good year to go. Get it done. Give it to me. It's going to be competing with Gears, GTA 5 or GTA 6.
Yeah. And that's why we are expecting it to release before.
Well, I will take releasing it before. If it releases on the anniversary day, it's literally like going to be a day after GTA comes out. Yeah.
I've heard speculation, and maybe it's in the articles that I still have coming up here. But I've heard speculation that it was going to come out like a month before, or maybe I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know. I just know the only thing I know is that it's releasing this year.
So there is something I'd like to breach, and that is what the high fidelity graphics are going to do. Now, let me pull up a comparison of Ocarina of Time 3DS comparison. Let me just pull something up here so we can take a look at what we had.
Mirage says, for the love of God, in the remake, let us be able to save the game wherever we want, because fuck the water temple.
So,
the checkpoint system in Zelda games drives me nuts.
Mirage, when is the last time you actually played? When is the last time you actually played the Water Temple, out of curiosity? And I ask this because when I played the last time, I found it to actually be significantly easier.
Did you play it on the 3DS? Is that the last time you played it?
No, I don't have.
Okay.
I do have a 3DS actually. I just never played anything on it except for the Link Between Worlds. That's the literal only game I ever played on it.
Because they did make it easier in the 3DS version.
Yeah, but I played it on the N64 when I was living in Arizona, shortly before my daughter was born, I want to say.
When we went to Anime North, my brother took his Switch and played Ocarina of Time in the hotel room, and he got stuck in the Water Temple.
Well, so what I recall from when I replayed it was that the Water Temple had, like, there's one spot in the Water Temple that I got stuck on as a kid for ages. And as soon as you figure it out, you can never fuck up on it again. And that's the part where in the Water Temple, there's the central column.
Yeah. That's where everyone fucks up.
Yeah.
And that's where my brother was fucked up too. And I went and I told him, I was like, I know exactly where you fucked up. You got to go up the center and then down. And then he's like, no, you don't go down. And I'm like, yes, you got to go down. And anyway, and then he had to go do it again. And then
there's a platform that raises with the water level.
Yeah.
And when it raises, it actually reveals a hole that you can put on the iron boots and go under, and you get an extra key.
And it shows you.
I did that shit right away. And if you get that key right away, like as soon as you have the opportunity to do it, the temple is so fucking easy.
Yeah.
The hardest part, I think, is getting up that one really tall slant where, like, if you fuck up, you slide back down. But if you have the long shot, which you should get in the Water Temple, that's easy, right? So it's really just that one spot. And if you do that correctly right away, because you remember it from the trauma of being a child, it's actually really fucking easy. So I want to show you real quick I want to come back to your point, Mirage, about something. But I want to show real quick the visual fidelity difference between the N64 version and the 3DS version. Apparently this is stone, not a tree. So part of it, because that's clearly a fucking tree, right? With like a stump on the top. Isn't that what that's supposed to be? Anyway, this looks fucking weird. But part of me is wondering, are they going to port the N64 version to Switch 2 with the remake or the 3DS version?
I don't think they're porting either.
Oh, obviously they're not porting. It's the wrong word. They're remaking it from the ground up. Do you think that they're going to be using the N64 version as their blueprint or the 3DS version? I would imagine the 3DS version, because they've already tried to fix some things, right?
Well, yeah. So that is a question. I think the biggest change is, like, besides the visuals, which they're redoing all of the visuals, so that's not going to be that's not going to matter anymore. I think the biggest change is the Water Temple, and the controls. They changed it so that you can equip stuff with the D-pad, I think, if I remember correctly, which I assume they'll pull over because that's a
they had to. Yeah. So the issue is, and this is one of the reasons why I never played the 3DS version, is that for me, this game was perfectly designed.
Oh no, it wasn't
for
the
the
D-pad, it was on the
N64
touchscreen
controller, right? Oh man, like a chip or something in my tooth. So like, whether it's the Z targeting, the C button function, like this game masterfully handles the equipped function to a degree that I would say modern gaming is like Zelda walked so modern gaming equipment switching and all that could run. You know what I mean? And I just don't think it'll be the same, especially on the Switch. Does the Switch have buttons for that?
It will be slightly a challenge because the what the 3D. Okay, so most games, most systems, and including the Switch, have the 4 face buttons, right? A, B, X, Y, and then they have the second thumbstick, the right thumbstick. And now I guess we have the trigger, like the LZ2 and RZ2 or whatever. But the bumpers, right?
Yeah.
So for the N64, instead of the thumbstick, right, you had the C buttons, but people used them as face buttons. So you're essentially, and you didn't have X, Y, you just had A, B. So essentially you have 6 face buttons, whereas the new consoles all have 4 face buttons, right? Because we added X, Y, but we got rid of 2 extra buttons, right? So for the 3DS game, the way they solved that problem in the UI was on the touchpad, they added 2 extra equipment slots that you could equip by pressing the touchpad, right? And so when you move to the Switch, you're not going to have that. Now, the way they handled it in the emulator was the thumbstick, the second thumbstick, acts as the C buttons. But if it's going to be modern controls, the second thumbstick is going to act as the camera controls. So now you're losing that too. So if you're going to still carry over the same equipment system, you have to now drop at least 1 equipment. And let's say, because up C stick or C button, right? The up C button was to talk to Navi or to zoom in to first person.
Well, yeah,
and
look
you
around,
could,
right?
Yeah, to look around. You could say like, oh, well, map that to like the thumbstick pressing in, right? R3. So that one doesn't need to be a face button, but so technically you're losing 1 face button, but now you're stuck between flipping 2 items. So they might do something like what they've done in newer games where they have like you hold the button and a carousel comes up. I don't know if I'd like that or not, but
so I'll tell you right now, I know that Nintendo is listening and that my words are gospel to them and they carry so much weight. If they make an N64 controller for the Switch 2,
they already did
that perfectly. Hold up, that perfectly maps on this remake. I'll fucking buy a Switch 2 and buy it, right? Like, I will fucking do it. I will do it. If they do that and I can have the experience of the original N64 game in terms of controls, which I think the controls are perfect. The only area where the controls were that you'd fight with them is the ability to equip and unequip the iron boots. That's the only, and to be honest, not a big deal. Like, you get so fast at pausing, and honestly, can we just goddamn give a shout out to that pause menu where you can like fucking genius.
I cream all over it. It's amazing.
So good, right? Like again, Ocarina of Time walked so that modern gaming could run, right? Like truly one of the most innovative games of all time. Now, I bring up this concept about...
I do, just quickly on controls too. The biggest issue for me is going to be the songs. Because
you have to play them on the...
the songs are so like strictly tied to the C buttons, and like the 3DS solved this by using the L and R buttons, but they play it's so awkward.
Fucks up my muscle memory to no end.
It's kind of awkward. So I don't know what they're gonna do. We'll see.
So look, 2 things. First of all, I just want to point out the graphic capability, the quality of this to this to this. You shared something in our shared media that is an AI imagining of what the new game could look like, right? By taking screenshots from the original game and upping them to super high fidelity game, right? What is this character called?
Gamora?
Gamora, right? That's what I thought it was. I'm like, as I said that in my head, I'm like, that's a character from like Guardians of the Galaxy. Don't say that. Like, I think it actually is in both, right? But yeah. So Gamora,
Or Bongo, maybe.
Bongo.
Bongo. I thought it was Gamora is the spider.
This is Bongo
No?
Bongo.
Yeah, this is Bongo. Gamora is the spider or something, right? In the Deku tree or whatever. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Gabora, no, hold on. Yeah, it's
Gomora.
Goma. That sounds right. Anyway.
There
So
is
this
also
was
a character named Gabora, but it's
this
not
is the first image here.
from Majora's Mask.
I mean, yes.
Oh hell no! I mean yes, but hell
Give
no.
me that. What in the fuck? Right?
Yeah, I don't see them going that route.
Please do.
I would love it if they did.
Oh my god. I need to have Resident Evil level death animations for Link. You know?
So when they remade it for the 3DS, they also brightened up the game a lot, and I kind of wish that they don't. I want, like, if you go back and look at the original art from the game, it's very dark and like dark fantasy vibes. And I, much like the Star Fox,
yeah, like look how dark.
much like the Star Fox remake that they did, where they were trying to go after the puppety look from the original box art. I hope that they try and use the original concept art as the goalpost of what they're aiming for.
So, oh fuck. Oh, come on. Oh, I just lost it. We were talking about
Resident Evil.
No. Fuck. Oh shit, I lost it. It had something to do with like the darkness or whatever. It might come back to me. I remember now. So if you're a fan of Zelda and you see Zelda videos online and shit, you have no doubt at some point in your life seen the project that guy was putting together where he was basically rebuilding Ocarina of Time in Unreal Engine.
There's been like 15.
Well, I lump them all together. They all look the same. I lump them all together. They look exactly like this. Except this went what if we threw texture on it? That's basically the only difference. Is like, look at how much fucking texture we put on. Texture. Whoa. And he went more this route, but with a better lighting engine than this 3DS game. Right? So that's what I'm afraid of, is just getting that. And I honestly thought that a lot of what that guy was doing looked even better than this, to be perfectly real. So I'm a little concerned. But I
am optimistically concerned.
If we go back here, we can see some more of this. I hope. I need to see this big, sweaty, cut up man body, like grabbing on and like.
We're still not really.
Zelda again?
T for teen or E for everyone, maybe.
It was originally E for everyone, but the I think the 3DS one is E10 because
the Switch one's gonna be E10 for sure.
Yeah, because if that's the case, that's a stretch. Yeah.
The AI did not seem to know how to interpret these very blocky shapes.
So
yeah, I can't fucking wait.
Yeah, that's gonna be nightmare fuel for Green Line. He's gonna just be puking all over the place.
there's still a question of whether or not it's a remake, a remaster, or like a reimagining.
Mhm. So that brings me to my next point, actually.
Does Zelda save him in this one?
So, and I think we've talked about this before. But what the fuck? Mirage was saying that let us be able to save the game whenever we want. The only thing that I want is for them to put in the aspects of the game that they planned that they could not fit on the original cartridge.
Yes,
original game, you were supposed to be able to use an extended Song of Time to revert back to being a kid or going forward to being an adult wherever you wanted. At any place in the game, you could do that. You were supposed to actually collect the pieces of the Triforce. That's why in the pause menu, it has like around the medallions thing, there's like these holes where the medallions fill. There's also holes for the Triforce that you never do anything with. Originally, the game was supposed to have more content. And to be honest, despite it being an absolute masterpiece, it was a fucking mess when they were working on it originally. And if they give us the original vision built to fruition, it might actually surpass the original experience. And I would be so game for that.
I wouldn't mind if it was. I don't want it to be a texture model swap port, right?
Yeah.
Like the 3DS one was built off of the N64 one. It had a lot of the same code you reused, and they just kind of like swapped in models. And notably, they also were, because of that, they were limited on the like texture size and stuff. And so I want it ground up remade, right? Then the question is, do you want it to be follow the exact same beats, or do you want it to go into a different direction? And I want it to follow 90% of the game, like be close, but give me a little bit extra, and preferably that extra be good. With Majora's Mask 3D, they gave some extra shit that was not good. Like they reworked some boss fights that were.
I'm glad you
worse
specified
in
that. So
every
when they're in the
direction.
boardroom, they check off the box of like, okay, the extra content will make it good.
Yes, they should. They should check off the.
Honestly,
make
that
Random
should
11
be the
happy.
bare minimum. Yeah. Make us on the OCA podcast happy. Everybody in the world will love you. Even the people who think that anime shouldn't have titties, believe it or not, if you were to take them out, their life would be filled with a void because they can't complain. So even when they're complaining, just listen to us.
Now,
because
what do you think they'll do with the fairy, Great Fairy? Are we going to get titties?
if they listen to us, yes, they will. We will.
I want to see the AI version of the Great Fairy.
Yeah. AI refused to do that one. All right. So continuing here, what do we got? Mirage says, well, excuse me, princess. Kuditi, will Spyro come to Switch? Maybe. Didn't they decompile it already?
They put Spyro on Switch.
Remember your Wii, you're playing with the controller by jerking it. Yep.
So I think the cool 2T is talking about the new Spyro.
The
They put
remaster?
no, not the remaster. You're thinking of Rayman, I think.
What?
Spyro, like they made the Spyro
Reignited
trilogy game.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Let me
That's
jump
already on
ahead to this comment. Yes, the new Spyro game is coming to Switch too. Okay, continue.
What?
I was just about to say the Reignited trilogy is already on Switch, and then yes, the new one, according to Mirage, is on it, and I would expect it to be on it too. I'm not gonna fact check Mirage, but I believe him.
Nkono says, what else are they going to do for Zelda's 40th anniversary? And Mirage says, I hope they remake the Game Boy Color games, Oracle.
They're not remaking anything else.
Probably not, yeah. They've probably been working on this Zelda remake for quite some time. in humming in the background. You know what I mean?
The reason I say they're not remaking anything else is because they hate Zelda. Like, they don't do shit for the anniversary ever. They do the bare minimum. And if we're getting a game this year, they're gonna milk that for all it's worth. You might get the games ported to the Nintendo Switch Classics emulator, like the Nintendo Switch Online stuff, if they're not already on there. I think they are, maybe, but if they're not, yeah, I could see them putting them on there. That's still in the bare minimum thing. I would expect the rumor is that after Star Fox comes out later this month, they're gonna give it a couple weeks to like breathe and promote it and sell it, and then they'll start pushing they'll probably do a Zelda Direct and put out some stuff about the game, probably drop the movie trailer, I would assume, because that movie's coming out next year, or at least a teaser for it. And they'll probably announce I would assume some like what's it called, theme park ride, because they've got the Nintendo World, and maybe a couple other things. And so I would expect that maybe July, August, and then assuming the game's coming out in November.
Yeah.
So that would kind of act as their celebration of their 40th anniversary.
So, in addition to that, when did Link's Awakening? That's the one that got the 3D remake, and that was for Switch 1. That's already okay.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't remember if I bought that or not, but I'd love to play it again. I really liked that game. I still think that Link to the Past is the GOAT, like the greatest of the franchise. And I don't think it needs a remake, just so we're clear. But anyway, let's continue with this topic here. Let me also turn off Night Shift because it's getting my eyes.
I'll also say that someone pointed out that kind of makes sense, that Nintendo for remakes have stuck to this naming scheme, which, I mean, who knows if they'll continue, but like so far it's kind of like true, where when they port a game like Ocarina of Time to 3DS, it's a port, but they've like increased the visuals, but it's a port. They take the name Ocarina of Time and then add like an extension to it, right? Ocarina of Time 3D, Star Fox 64 3D, Twilight Princess HD, Wind Waker HD, right? When they remade a Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, they did not give it a subtitle or like an appendix. It's just Link's Awakening. And similarly with Ocarina of Time, it is just Ocarina of Time.
So, yeah, because you're right, they do have a tendency of doing this. Originally, Link's Awakening was released for the original Game Boy, and then it came out for the Game Boy Color as Link's Awakening DX, right?
Yes.
And then, are you saying the remake is just called Link's Awakening?
Yes.
Huh.
And same with even Metroid Prime.
And
it's called Metroid Prime Remastered because it was a port.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. All right. Well,
so in theory, that at least gives us, of the three options of they're porting it with better visuals, they're ground remaking it, but keeping it strictly the same, and the ground remaking it and going to be completely different. I think we're in the two later ones and not likely the first one.
Cool.
And then also real quick, I do not want, if we are getting a reimagining or whatever, where we're not going to be so close to the original, I do not want it to be like Final Fantasy VII remake,
where they change it,
where it's like
where they're like pretending this is the original story.
Yeah,
but
there was also a rumor that they were going to split it into two games, where it's child game and adult game.
Fuck no.
If anything,
they're doing.
Yeah, the only reason you would split it into two games is because you're trying to do Majora's Mask as well.
I would fucking die They should do that. They not split into 2 games, make it 1 game, but give me
that's what I was
Majora's
gonna
Mask.
say. If
Yeah.
anything,
Like in Pokemon Gold and Silver, when you found out Kanto was over there, and you're like, "Oh shit, we get to go to Kanto." That's what I want in Ocarina of Time. You finish Ganon, and you're like, "Oh shit!" You get sent back in time, and you're like, "Oh shit, the game's not over. We're going to whatever that town's called, where Majora's Mask is. There's Skull
Termina.
Kid. Like, oh yeah,
Majora
Termina.
Town.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
fuck.
the only problem, I have long wanted to merge both games, and there's like those Legend of Zelda randomizers that
Yeah.
exist. For those of you who aren't familiar, there's like a PC port of the game has mods that are these randomizers where you enter a door or a hole or any place where it would change location, and the place it takes you is random. So it's like it'll take you consistently to the same place. So the challenge is that you remember how to get to these places in a way that is new to you each time.
To be fair,
right?
it's the main, or to be clear, it's only the main entrance. It's not like internal doors, but yeah. Anytime you hit a loading zone to a new area.
Right. So it's not, yes. But like you'll find that you walk into the shop in Kokiri Village or Kakariko. Which one is the Kokiri Forest, right? In the little
Forest and
yeah.
Kakariko.
So you enter into the shop there, and you find out that you're in the Shadow Temple. Stuff like that, right? As soon as you walk through it, kind of thing. So then you have to remember, like, okay, if I want to get to the Shadow Temple, I have to go to that place, right? But the other thing that they do with the randomizers is also items are put in random locations. So in order to progress, like you have to fucking pick up every rock and throw it and slash every bush, because one of those might be the hook shot. You have to, and it's like it's a whole different thing. But the reason I bring it up is because I have seen ones where they merge Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. And what's frustrating about that is anytime you leave an Ocarina of Time area, you go through a loading zone and it takes you to a Majora's Mask area, all of a sudden you've got the 3-day timer going, right? And it's like, that would drive me fucking nuts, because that's a core mechanic of Majora's Mask, right? And I've always hated that about Majora's Mask, that I just want to experience the game without, because like, I don't know about you guys, but growing up, video games with a time limit was the most stressful thing in my childhood. Hands down. Nothing was worse than being in a place where all of a sudden the music in Mario went right, and it started getting faster. Like, it will just fucking kill me. As soon as there's a timer on screen, I'm like, big bro, you do this part for me, kind of like energy.
It's terrible when it's like 5 minutes to the midnight on the 3rd day, and you're trying to beat the fucking fish, and you're in the 3DS version that changed the fight, so you don't know how to fucking beat the fish, and you're swimming around for your dear life, and you're like, I don't want to do all of this again. Fucking die, fish. And then you die to the timeout after you finally realize what you have to do.
So anyway,
that's annoying.
If there was, like, we're just completely off in wishful thinking land right now, but if there were a way to give us Majora's Mask as part of an Ocarina of Time remake, it would be a very welcome experience to get to take both games together. Be able to find a way to walk into Majora's Mask and be able to go back.
I don't know about going back, but definitely put them together, because the bigger, like, well, not the bigger issue, but like an issue is that the 2 games go together so well. They were created a year apart. They were created from the same engine. Most of the characters look the same. And
the only problem is that at the end of Ocarina of Time, you don't run out of all your items. Or I guess there's something that happens in Majora's Mask, right, where you get jumped.
Yeah, you get jumped by Skull Kid. So
fucking hate that.
But so like everything would make sense if you just glued the two games together. And just after you get to the Majora's Mask part, you can't go back to Hyrule. If like I know you kind of don't like that, but like if they did it that way, you'd be able to just glue them together and it'd be fine.
I just don't think that there's a problem with using a song that you unlock, I don't know, an hour into the Majora's Mask portion that lets you go back to Hyrule.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. You can
and then when you're in Hyrule, there's no time limit. It's basically like end game Zelda, where all you're doing is like you can go back to Ganon and fight him again if you want, just like how your save data is. Because there's an aspect of playing Ocarina of Time where you're just experiencing the world, listening to the music, going fishing. You know, just all that shit is too much fun to say goodbye to it, right?
Yeah. So the thing that I was going to say was, when the 3DS version came out, everyone was like, okay, now do Majora's Mask, right? The 3DS version of Ocarina of Time. It came out and it was like, do Majora's Mask. And it took them forever.
And they botched
I don't know
shit.
why. Well, yes, but like,
I think they fixed like one thing and traded that off for making literally every other change worse.
The only thing they fixed in Majora's Mask was they gave you the camera controls with the little.
No, I think they did something with the Deku Link.
They fucked them up. They made it so you can't fucking hop on the water anymore.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm mistaken. Yeah, I
like,
remember
he can still hop on the water, but his momentum is killed.
Oh, you're right. You're right. And then they fuck you over with the magic meter for the fucking swimming. Oh my god.
Oh, they added the quote unquote easier swimming with Zoro.
Yeah,
but,
we've talked about this before. They added it so now it takes magic, but they didn't put magic replenishment things in all the places where you would need to swim. So as soon as you run out of magic, all of a sudden you're fucked.
Yeah, so it was like a monkey's paw for the swimming thing. But so if they remake this game and it's like, okay, cool, you've now made Ocarina of Time and I'll play it, I'll love it, hopefully. When are they going to make Majora's Mask? And they hate remaking Zelda games. They've come out and said they hate remaking Zelda games. They don't want to be remaking Zelda games. Everyone wants new Zelda games. And so I don't want them sitting there and just constantly remaking games. But if you but I really like them for remaking Ocarina of Time. And if they remade Ocarina of Time, you gotta do Majora's Mask. You gotta. Like, I don't want you to be stuck in that loop.
I mean, the way I
just
see
leave it at the one.
The way I see it, if this is a big breakout hit, look, I didn't buy a Wii. I didn't buy a Wii U. Right? I didn't buy what was the one before the Wii?
GameCube.
What's the one after the Wii U? Isn't there another?
Nope.
I feel like there's another one in there that I'm thinking of, but I didn't buy any of those consoles, right? I think, especially if I learn that there will be a N64 controller interface, that you are going to sell so many Switch 2s to people like me who have money now and love the game from their childhood, that it might be the highest selling Zelda game ever if you factor in especially the cost of the console. And that if you do that, there is no fucking way you aren't also going to do Majora's Mask. Even if it only gets 1/4 the sales, you would still do it.
I think it'll sell well, but I don't think it'll touch the top selling.
Imagine what we were just looking at here.
Breath of the Wild sold so many consoles. It sold more copies than Switch systems.
Imagine this with the moon. All right, let's move on for a bit here. Nintendo shares fall after the direct leaves investors wanting more. First of all, can I just say how much I fucking love this picture of Peach? Clearly AI, because the arm is going right here and then poop pops over here. But
and there's no dick sucking lips.
Oh, yeah, I'd be honest. It would be better. Bimbo bitch dick sucking lips. All right. Nintendo stock fell sharply on June 10th after the investors reacted negatively to the company's latest Nintendo Direct presentation, with some analysts arguing that the showcase failed to deliver the kind of major new titles needed to drive sales of the Switch 2. That's just because they didn't say, by the way, N64 controller will be compatible, right?
There is
N64
compatibility with Mario All-Stars. So and GameCube compatibility too for some of the games. So it's not out of the question. It's possible. The fact that it's a remake, maybe not, but it might make it so that they don't do it, but it's definitely possible.
Yeah, so shares dropped as much as 8.2% during trading, marking Nintendo's largest intraday decline in roughly a month. The sell-off followed Nintendo's June 9th presentation, which revealed several upcoming games for the Switch platform. While the company ended the broadcast by announcing a remake of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Nintendo did not provide a release date. The presentation also lacked entirely new entries in flagship franchises such as Super Mario.
Yeah.
According to
No
Bloomberg,
Super Mario's big.
Yeah, according to Bloomberg, some investors have been hoping for a major killer app announcement capable of boosting enthusiasm for the Switch 2. Ocarina of Time, where the fuck have you been?
Dude,
that's the only thing that's made me even give a shit about the Switch 2.
If they put out a golden Switch 2 as like a Triforce edition for Ocarina of Time, I'm gonna buy a second Switch 2. I'm gonna do it.
I tried to buy my son
Switch 2.
I tried to buy my son the OLED Zelda Switch, and he rejected it and just wanted the regular one with the iconic colors. Right? I'm like, works for me, boy.
Okay.
I tried to buy that for the first one, by the way. That was when I was convincing myself to buy a Switch for the first one. The first time I bought it, it was that one, but he didn't want that one, so we got the other one. Anyway.
I will not sell you my Switch Footnum because I don't sell shit. I hoard everything.
But you'll sell it to me, right?
The non-limited edition.
I have my original Switch.
According to Bloomberg, some investors had been hoping for a major killer app. Right over that part. Nintendo shares have now fallen roughly 30% since the beginning of the year. Buy the dip. Concerns surrounding software sales and rising component costs have also weighed on investor sentiment. Despite the market reaction, Nintendo is reportedly preparing production levels for the Switch 2 comparable of those of the original Switch. However, many analysts believe the console's long-term success will depend on Nintendo's ability to launch major system-selling games. For many investors, that means new entries in the franchise, such as Super Mario, rather than remakes of older classics. The thing is, I need to buy a Switch 2, and my kids can never learn that I own it. Like, I'm going to have to put it behind the TV in my room so that I can play it because it's hooked up to the TV, but they can never find it and undock it and break it.
They released Pokopia, which was a huge game for both original Switch and Switch 2. And I'm pretty sure Tadachi Life, I think that was also a dual, like it was on both systems. So we're still in the period where they're releasing games for both systems, and so there's really been only Mario Kart World, which is not. It's if I have a Nintendo Switch or if I have a Nintendo console, I want the Mario Kart game with it, but it's not a reason to go buy the Switch. You know what I mean?
And then there's Donkey Kong thing.
And then Donkey Kong, which was a good game, but it's not a reason to go buy the Switch.
So in addition, I saw this from Pirate Nation. Former Nintendo employees believe the company should have changed its plans for revealing the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time remake after details leaked before the announcement. They say the leak removed much of the surprise, making the reveal feel expected rather than exciting. One former staff member called the situation a foregone conclusion, noting that the official reveal lost impact because the news had spread online. Thanks, Nate the Hate. Sue Nate the Hate, right?
Yeah. Honestly,
Anyway.
like, I think if they had have even given us 5 seconds of gameplay, it would have been fine.
To be honest, we know it's coming out this year. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So I wonder if what's happening is that they don't have anything to show.
No, like I said, I'm almost positive they're
Like they'd have to be
it.
they'd have to be like way far along, right?
It has to be done. It has.
What if it's all AI?
What
if
monkey paw, right?
What if what happened is Nate the Hate started the rumor like, fuck, that's a great idea. Get AI on that.
At the scene at the end of Trading Spaces where they lose all their money and they're like, turn the machines back on. That's what the Nintendo is like to the United States right now. Turn Fable back on, right? To Anthropic, turn it back on. We haven't finished the game. But
turns out this is really just Trump's his big move to screw Nintendo so they'll bend the knee, right? Like
Japan better listen to me. I think the trailer needed something, but they don't want to show it because they needed some gameplay, but they don't want to show it because they don't want to overshadow Star Fox yet.
That or
I think that's the main reason they're holding stuff.
I think, and I'm hopeful that a portion of the issue is that they don't want to play their hand by showing the heads-up display. Because the heads-up display is going to tell you the button configuration and whatnot. And I wonder if there is... Like, I could even see them doing something as crazy as making Joy-Cons, that's what they're called, right? The things that go on the Switch, that literally have a Z button on this one and an extra set of C buttons. I could even see them doing that. I don't want that. That's not what I want. Give me an actual N64 controller, wireless, with no stick drift, and I'll buy your.
They already have the N64 controller. It's just a matter of making it usable.
All right, let's catch up on the chats real quick. Yep.
Yeah, it's good.
Unkono, in response to Mirage talking about them wanting them to remake the Game Boy Color games Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons, says he just got those. The Oracle games were good. When I was a kid, I played Pokemon Silver because my brother wouldn't budge and wanted to play Pokemon Gold. So I had to get Silver. And I also wanted to play Oracle of Ages, but my brother wouldn't budge. So I played Oracle of Seasons.
So just to confirm, they are both already on the Switch Online Classic thing. So
they should make a Halo game called The Legend of Master Chef.
They basically did Master Chief Collection, right?
Master Chef. Note the
chef. Oh, snuck in the different thing.
I don't know why you say hello so late in the game, but hi. And then you said this truly unhinged thing. You touch my tra-la-la-la-la, my ding-ding-dong.
Oh,
what?
You touch my tra-la-la. My ding-ding-dong.
Okay.
Is
that the song? Is that the song that Randy needed to sing? Is that when I was like, sing the song?
No, that's not the song.
That's the Ding Dong song by Gunther.
Kotuti says Zelda doesn't need a Final Fantasy VII style remake. The reason Final Fantasy VII Remake had to do it that way is because Final Fantasy follows completely different characters each series. Nintendo can just make a new Zelda to a degree, but I think that their thing was deliberate, and I'm excited to play the remake. The problem is that I now feel like I must play the original first. And the only place I have the fucking original is on the goddamn app, right? And I just can't bring myself to invest time playing a mobile game, you know? Especially a game that requires so much grinding. Because I did play it once, and I was grinding, and I died, and I gave up, right? If this game drops December 2026, I think Switches will be sold out, especially if it comes out near Black Friday. Switch 2s, right? Yeah.
Well, they are getting the $50 price increase in September, remember? So that might also slow down any sales that they might have gotten otherwise.
So the thing is that my kids are nosy as fuck. And if my wife is playing Switch 2 games, they're going to figure it out that it's not PlayStation 5 game. Mom, what's that controller? Done, right? But the thing is, I really would like to play it. And because it's so much more expensive than the Switch 1, I just don't want to share. Air Riders is a reason to buy the Switch 2, if you say so.
Kirby era.
Is the OCA going to cover the AI ban? The Anthropic one? I'd like to. It was on the agenda, but I pushed it for the Bricks and Minifig thing. They should just put Frieza in Star Fox 64 and have him say the monkey quote. There you go. I think this is a great time to go into the next article here. Star Fox 64 remakes removes the monkey dialogue line. All right, so this is going to be a pain in the ass. I can't believe they didn't do this for me. Getting lazy over there at Sankaku Complex. This is the moment from the Star Fox 64 game. And this is the original at 14 minutes. Did this game already come out?
No, it comes out.
Okay.
Okay,
so it's just the demo. Okay, it's just the demo. I was like, what? How do they fucking? This is the whole game.
2 weeks?
The whole game is only 2 hours and 22 minutes.
Yeah, you can run through the game really quick, especially depending on which path you take through the system.
Mm-hmm.
The line act system.
1432. Hold on. Perfect. Okay. So this is the new game.
I'm no match for you, Star Fox. I admit defeat. It's a trick. Don't let your guard down. You're not as stupid as you look.
Original game.
I'm no match for you. I admit defeat. Are you gonna listen to that monkey? You're not as stupid as you look!
He is a monkey, though.
A literal monkey.
Put the monkey line.
If you can't call a monkey, what can you call a monkey?
I wonder if they took it out in the Japanese too, or if that's just a translation.
I like how the villain's voice
Sadly,
actor
the change
somehow
is even present in the Japanese version of the demo.
There you go.
Right, yeah. Putnam was about to say I agree with him too, like because I was thinking it. The original voice actor is like somehow better.
Yeah.
Like the new one.
Yeah, that's what they said when we first covered it. Yeah, when we first started covering this, people were saying like they don't like the new voice acting; it's uninspired. All right. Mirage says, I mean, if Zelda Remake drops holiday 2026, I think it'll boost the Switch 2 console sales. Kotiti says, I believe Switch 1 controller is compatible with Switch 2. Well, I will be using the Viva Elite, or no, Viva Elite. That's the Blu-ray case.
Yeah,
What's
the
it called?
Blu-ray
The
case.
Switch-
You're going to use a Blu-ray case to play that bad boy?
The Switch, what is it called? Switch Pro? Is that
Pro controller.
Pro controller?
Okay.
Yeah, so the Switch 1 Pro controller is compatible, but it can't remotely turn on the system.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure there will be Switch 2 Pro controllers, though, right?
Yeah, there already is. The Switch 2 Pro controller can turn on the system.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying I'm going to get that because my daughter chewed the goddamn hand things off. So
The original Joy-Con from the Switch 1 are also usable on the Switch 2, obviously with the same caveat they can't turn on the system. But
And they
there's
also
no
don't go
charging.
Yeah, you can't connect them to the Switch too.
Yeah, so you have to have a separate way of charging.
Friendly reminder, all humans are monkeys. You can't evolve out of your clade. Joke's on you, I'm reptilian.
I am an attack helicopter.
I am an eyeball, he said.
Technically, we're not monkeys, we're apes.
Yep.
Monkeys are not our thing.
Monkeys are friends, not food.
All right, Persona 6 video game officially announced. Hey, look, Footnim's here.
We got like nothing,
Yeah.
although it looks like
I'd show you the trailer, but it's a whole lot of fuck all. Wow.
I mean, they
Truly
make it look like it's
incredible.
going to be more like more
Spooky?
horror centric,
Yeah.
whatever. Blah, blah, blah,
I
blah.
feel like I'm going to be solving mysteries with my coked out friend and his dog or whatever.
Here's the only concern is that every single Persona game has its own unique take on it. So in Persona 4 they went into TVs, in Persona 3 they went
They
into
shot themselves in the head.
midnight. Yes, but they went into the what's it called? The midnight tower stuff, whatever. Like everything stopped at midnight. There's an extra hour, right?
When
That's
is the
gimmick.
Persona game that you have to have VR sex to do your thing or whatever?
In Persona 4, they go to Arjuna's, right?
Junes.
Junes? Damn it. I don't know.
But
The
and then
only
Persona
thing I
5
remember from the anime, and I fucked it up.
Good job. But and then Persona 5, they enter the person's heart to change it or whatever. So
yeah,
what
that
the
was
hell are
cringe.
they gonna do here that's actually gonna like maintain this whole like mysterious like, oh, the human world has this other external digital world or whatever.
Wow.
Right?
Don't know. But the other news here is that they're doing Persona 4 Revival.
remake.
Whoa! Who could have seen that
officially-
coming? How many times have they remade this?
Well, technically once only.
Is this the one time?
Well,
So was it
well,
Persona 3 previously that we were looking at? I don't play these games, as you can tell.
Persona 4 got a port to the PSV where they essentially put DLC in. That is
Oh, it was
not-
DLC. It wasn't like they changed shit.
I mean, they changed it, but that's not a remake.
Well, you know what?
a
I'm just
glorified
gotta tell you,
port.
this doesn't quite look like a remake with how shit the upgrades are.
Oh, dude, you do not know what the original looked like.
We're about to look. Persona 4 Revival's new voice cast leaves previous Chie actor grieving. Who voiced Chie originally? Let's find out. Aaron Fitzgerald.
Yeah, she doesn't have a lot of she doesn't really have anime roles, I don't think, typically.
The latest trailer for Persona 4 Revival finally gave fans a closer look at Atlus's upcoming remake, but it wasn't just the updated visuals that caught attention. While Atlus still hasn't officially revealed the actors behind Persona 4 Revival's main characters, it's now clear that the cast has been completely recast. It's worth noting the Japanese voice cast has remained the same in every version of Persona 4. The English cast being recast entirely surprising. Okay,
It's great, yeah.
Rumors about a remake have been circulating for years, and several original voice actors previously confirmed they hadn't been asked to return. One of those actors was Aaron Fitzgerald, the second actor to voice Chie Satonaka in Persona 4 Golden and multiple spin-offs. Following the new trailer, Fitzgerald shared an emotional message on social media saying she was deeply grieving while also expressing gratitude for the opportunity to play the beloved character. Quote, "I'm okay, chat. I'm just deeply grieving.
Chat.
Everything in life is transient. I celebrate that the experience happened. I'm grateful that I lived it fully. Thank you for sharing the journey with me. Yukiko, I will love you forever. Yosuke, let's go get a burger." The situation mirrors what happened with Persona 3 Reload, which also introduced a completely new English cast. While many players eventually embraced those performances, there was an period for fans attached to the original voices. Anyway, So there's that. Then
Why
also,
do they do this? Like they just. It's like people who were stoked to replay it again with new graphics, but then they changed the fucking voices.
Persona 4 Remake character designs. The old ones were better. So this is the old one for Persona 4. The
you're talking about the portraits?
These are way flatter.
Yeah, the definition is just gone.
Yikes.
Because initially you showed these, and I'm like, oh, they do look slightly improved. And it's like, no, green light, it's in reverse. Like, you're looking at it wrong.
Yeah. I think this might be the only one that arguably has anything you could say is better. And even still, I don't know that I would say
not smiling now. He's lost his personality.
Oh, they made him even more Tengu. What's her name?
Nanako.
Nanako. Okay.
It's so weird how subtly different it looks, but how majorly different it looks at the same time.
Yes, the one on the right definitely has better stylized shading and colors blend well. Even the face looks more unique and expressive. That's the old one.
I will say, this is a pretty easy thing to mod out.
Yeah. I could have sworn I saw some images of the comparisons and I didn't think
the actual graphics though is definitely going to be a massive upgrade.
I don't know. I saw something and it's like, oh, and we added lens flare, and it's like that's
and bloom.
Like yeah, it looks like shit. Anyway, Kingdom Hearts collection artwork accused of being AI generated.
You didn't want to lead with Kingdom Hearts announced for the Switch.
I didn't have an article about that.
Oh, okay.
That didn't also include like 30 other games, right?
Also, Kingdom Hearts 4 announced for the Switch.
So the thing they're pointing out here is that he has 4 fingers on this hand and 5 fingers on this hand.
If you include thumbs as fingers, but yeah. And they're technically feathers, but, feathers? Wings? Wing hands? I don't know.
It's an anthropomorphic duck, Randy. You don't need to think about it too hard.
Do you like the feet of the duck a little bit better than regular feet? Would you like it if everybody had duck feet like
No.
So are you saying that at the beach a woman in flippers isn't hotter than a woman barefoot?
The fake plastic flippers? Yes.
Never gets old. All right. So Square Enix is facing backlash after fans noticed a number of unusual details in the newly released promotional artwork for the upcoming Kingdom Hearts Collection 1 through 3, leading to accusations that the image was generated or altered using AI. The controversy began shortly after the collection was announced during Nintendo's June showcase. Fans quickly began dissecting the official artwork, highlighting what they believe are classic signs of AI-generated imagery. One of the images surfaced that pointed out many of the questionable parts. Okay, so this is the image that they're upset about, right?
Look, the sky's on the bottom. How's that right?
So this is the image that's going around, right? 4 fingers, 5 fingers. Zipper appears to melt inconsistently. I have to look at the other one. Seemingly turns into a different type of chain, which I think is somewhat accurate to what the design was of the original. Why I think Kingdom Hearts is using some form of AI in its new collection artwork, either fully generated or AI enhanced, I'm not sure, but I'm disappointed. I've collected a few screenshots to show what I'm talking about. I encourage people to share and get the word out. This is unacceptable if true and needs to be addressed. So obviously the clock tower appears to be AI enhanced. The hands of the clock appear to be bent downward. It is possible that there's a filter on top of the 3D model. The chain appears to melt together. I'm not sure what they're saying about that. Like, I don't really get these. I'll have to look at the other image in a second.
Not really seeing that one either.
And then the original model has like crowns, and it doesn't have crowns in the thing here.
I wouldn't say
crowns.
Maybe the clock tower thing, but I don't even see the drooping. It's just a different time. Like it's.
Well, I think it just looks kind of like messy.
It looks 10 after 10 versus.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that like the actual design here looks a little muddy.
I mean, the whole thing kind of does.
It looks like the type of AI that we talked about from Ascendance of a Bookworm.
I don't think it's that bad, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. I do want to see up close a little bit.
I think what's his name?
Talking about here.
Yeah, that looks fine to me. And the other chain, it's like a ring with a clasp. That's why it looks like it's a different.
Yeah,
like
correct.
It's a clasp. Thing,
Mickey's has like a little clip for the chain to clip onto the end. So that's what they're seeing here. Okay.
Now, I do think that what's his name?
Roxas.
His fucking fingers. That's whatever the fuck is doing the wave with his fingers. Looks like someone like put his fingers in a blender or something. That looks bad. But I don't think.
So I actually know what happened, and I'll share it with you in a minute. So I'm gonna. Yeah, people are like, "Y'all, what is this?" And they're like pointing out the shit. Here, I got this here. Hold on.
Oh.
There's more to see here.
So I also saw this thing about Goofy, and I'm like, yeah, people trace all the time. Like that happens. Yeah. Disney traced themselves.
Yeah, all the time.
Right? The Jungle Book was traced off of
Winnie the
various
Pooh?
other Winnie the Pooh.
I think the Winnie the Pooh one was
the Cats movie.
But I could be wrong.
Aristocats and Robin Hood.
Yeah,
totally.
Robin
But that's not what's happening here. So they're saying like, okay, so this looks like they just like ran this through an AI filter or something. I don't agree. They're pointing out that he's got the same pose. Yeah, it's called the Character Bible. You have your iconic silhouette poses and you match them because that's what reads as that character when they're in their big showy poses and stuff. I don't know what the fuck is happening right here.
You have a stronger argument about like the AI garbage with the lines going to nowhere.
Yeah, and like this just looks a little messy. It reads like the AI we've seen, and yet, and it is AI. I love this. They use the Sora AI, the one
they did.
The one that that Disney had licensed to be able to generate Disney characters, and that's why Sora shut down, right? Or whatever. That's like the speculation. So here's what's actually going on. This is undeniably Nomura's work. I believe the full illustration was intended to be compiled like this, hence why Donald's four-finger hand is hidden behind Sora. So what they did is they separated it for the box art. They took the characters and moved them into different places, farther apart in different areas. So most of the places where there's issues are like underneath. Like they had a problem with this, and yeah, that's just like the artistic choice to do the squares instead of the crowns. But this is an area that looked a little muddy, right? Over here, the hand is the part that was muddy. This part is what was a little off, right? So they're suggesting that they used AI to separate and isolate the characters so that they could move them into new positions for the box art to be a little bit more vertically inclined rather than horizontally inclined as they are here. That's what I think is most likely what happened. Even this looks less wonky. It's still not great. It definitely feels like it went through a filter of some kind, but it's much easier to look at than
I guess I can see the droopiness actually in that photo at the tips, right? It looks like the tips of the clock are pointing down. But that also could be a Mickey reference, like a M.
Maybe. I'm trying to find that other thing that looked all weird. I don't see it. Maybe it was up here. Not really sure. Anyway, so I think that that's much more likely what happened. AI was used to separate the cast for the alternate box art. Same with the settings to give their 3D models a drawn look. What I don't understand is how you don't have the materials that you use to draw the original thing. That you could have just repositioned it without it being like, fuck it, I'll use AI. You know?
Also, they circled some things that are not covered, like the chain on like the front chain.
No. By the way, Kingdom Hearts Collection is download code /keycard only. So is Onimusha Way of the Sword.
Are we talking about
Hold up.
if you get on Switch?
Are we talking about Are we talking about for Switch only?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because I'm not fucking buying Onimusha if it's on PS5 and it's code in box.
I don't know about Onimusha. There's also a difference between code in box and keycard, right? Like keycard is a different idea.
Switch to.
I would
imagine basically just forget the box.
Yeah. I would imagine that on a technical level, it probably is more like a keycard on Switch. On PlayStation 5. Like I don't think all of the game data will be on the disc.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is a key card on Switch, which is better than the previous thing that, because it was on this Switch 2, I should say. It's not coming out for the Switch. It on the Switch they had the cloud versions of the games, if you remember that, which was bullshit, and they are now canceling that. They're closing it down. And anyone that bought those games are only getting a 50% discount on the collection.
Oof.
And so your game is going away. You're not going to be able... And if you don't have a Switch 2, you're fucked. Like, you get nothing. You bought full-price games, and you get shit all.
A couple things here. Mirage says, thankfully, Final Fantasy Resonance is getting a physical for both Switch 1 and Switch 2 consoles. Get it for PS5 because it looks like garbage on the Switch, though.
Literally any third-party game, like, I don't even consider the Switch options because I know there's going to be some compromise.
Seriously, if the game is available for the PS5 and the Switch, I'm going to get the PS5 version. The only game I wouldn't do that for is like a pixel art RPG, just because I feel like it belongs on the Switch instead of the PS5. Like, I want to experience it as a cart instead of a disc. That's the only reason why. All right. So Stellar Blade director says Evie is being designed to be more than just a pretty face.
Pretty ass as well?
Just quickly, also, Stellar Blade is coming to the Switch 2.
Yeah, but I don't want that. I'm going to get it for PS5.
Well, you already have it.
Are you talking about the original
first Stellar Blade? Yes.
That hasn't come to the Switch yet? Jeez.
I mean,
the only thing you should announce is it came to the PC, and the mods are fire right now.
They are.
Stellar Blade Blood Rain Dev explains why protagonist looks so young. So this covers all the stuff from the other article, but better. So I just like the other headline. Instead of following Eve once again, Stellar Blade Blood Rain introduces players to Evie, a new protagonist tasked with. So are they going to have Evie and Andy instead of Eve and Adam? Or like, what are we going to do there? A new protagonist tasked with hunting a dangerous terrorist organization known as Scarlet Sin. So these are some details I don't think we previously knew. Also, I don't know where this image comes from, but this does not look like the same girl to me. Does it look like her to you?
The new girl? Yeah.
It doesn't look like her at all to me.
She definitely looks, in that one scene, in that very first scene, the one you just showed, that one, I think she looks the least like her in every other instance. I stand on what I said. She looks so pout-facey, like bulgy.
She looks even younger in this shot than she does in the rest of the trailer.
That's what I'm saying. In
like
this one shot, she looks different than every other thing.
But it also looks like the highest fidelity rendering of her.
Yeah, probably.
Anyway, so yeah, reading this article. The action moves away from the ruined landscapes of the original game and into a massive cyberpunk city inspired by locations across Korea, Japan, and Hong Kong. According to director Hyung-tae Kim, Evie was intentionally designed to stand in contrast to Eve. She's younger, smaller, and less physically imposing, but makes up for it with an aggressive personality and a brutal close-range fighting style. Yes, she is younger. She's smaller in size. She's shorter than Eve, but she has a stronger personality and engages in much tougher battles. Quote, and she's actually part of a special squad that chases after a group of terrorists who cause terror attacks here and there in the city. Her combat revolves around punches, grapples, rapid movement, and vicious melee attacks, giving encounters a different feel from what players experienced in the original Stellar Blade. Shift Up also appears determined to place a greater emphasis on character development this time around. Kim explained that the team wanted Evie to have a stronger and more memorable personality, partially in response to feedback from players who wanted deeper characterization in the first game. When asked about concerns regarding Evie's young-looking design in a game with mature elements, Kim stated, quote, if you actually play the game, you will not think that. I definitely like how Eve looked in the previous Stellar Blade, but this time Evie, not just her physical looks, but her personality, the way she talks, the way she engages in battle, all that will combine together, and you'll see that she's a very lovable character. Beyond the action, BloodRayne will continue exploring the franchise's larger themes surrounding humanity, artificial intelligence, and the consequences of technological advancement. While Evie's exact connection to Eve remains a mystery, the developers have confirmed that the stories are closely linked. I bet you it's going to be her daughter. Why else would you name both characters so close? All right. So this one, Kotaku upset by Shift Up's response to concerns over Stellar Blade BloodRayne's heroine. Gaming outlet Kotaku has published a new article criticizing comments made by Shift Up CEO and Stellar Blade BloodRayne director Hyung-tae Kim regarding the game's new protagonist Evie, arguing that his response failed to address concerns about the character's appearance. The controversy, I mean, he did kind of say like, oh, you won't think that because she's so lovable, right? Rather than you won't think that because it won't be lewd, right? The controversy stems from a recent interview in which Kim was asked about Evie in comparisons to the original Stellar Blade heroine Eve. Rather than focusing solely on physical attractiveness, Kim explained the goal with Evie is to create a character players can genuinely grow attached to. He stated that her personality, mannerisms, dialogue, and actions in battle are all being developed with that objective in mind. Kotaku, however, was not satisfied with that explanation. The outlet argued that Kim's comments did not directly address criticism regarding Evie's youthful appearance, her design, or the revealing outfits and animations shown in the reveal trailer. For those not familiar, the usual suspects on social media have been complaining about main heroine Evie, saying she, quote, looks like a child and is, quote, sexualized, despite being an adult, despite the fact that plenty of adult Asian women bear a similar resemblance. The article specifically...
Also, Kotaku is the place that wanted to... wrote an article about sticking butt plugs and vibrators in your butt for playing Animal Crossing. I don't remember the age of all the Animal Crossing characters being at question. You know, like did they make sure with Nintendo that they're all, you know, of age before they butt plug
themselves?
Yeah, and all the animals
plugged in.
Did they get consent to butt plug to the animals? Like
isn't that what I said? Obviously, it will be Andy and Evie. That's what I said, right? The article specifically took issue with Kim's remarks that Evie is younger and smaller in size than Eve, who also, while also expressing concern over his suggestion that the sequel's outfits will be even more appealing. Now, Chibi shared this. It said, Kim did, however, talk about the new outfits that will be available for Evie and Stellar Blade BloodRayne. Quote, it will be even more appealing. That's all we can say. Good Lord, I hope more appealing doesn't mean what I think it means in this context. The jiggle physics present in the trailer were disturbing enough. Thank you very much. Wait, they were staring at this child's private parts close enough to notice jiggle physics? Perverts. And they
We
also
don't even know if it's if Evie is a child.
No, they're saying that Kotaku is asserting that.
Oh, yeah.
And then therefore, if you notice the jiggle, and this reflects my point. I didn't even notice because I was too busy enjoying how cool the music and combat was. These folks really go out of their way to point such minute details out. LOL. Yeah, I don't remember thinking, oh shit, look at that jiggle physics. Maybe you guys noticed that?
No.
No.
I feel like
I noticed her
like
ass.
Moonline might have noticed.
I noticed her ass and I noticed her back. I did not notice.
Yeah, I noticed.
I read the Kotaku article, and right before that part, they talk about like the butt cheeks jiggling independently of each other or something. Like they were really analyzing it. It was actually the best advertisement for the game that I've read so far.
Yeah, the advocates against like sexualization in video games are truly the biggest perverts of all.
Also, I like how they stick on this younger as if like anything younger than Eve is instantly child.
Right. Well, that's the thing. We talked about this, I think, last podcast. The concept that women in their 30s treat any woman who's younger than 30 as a baby.
Like, do you know how old Eve is?
Eve? I have no idea how old either of them are, but also I know that they're both fictional, and therefore I don't give a shit.
Well, I mean, just like if we're gonna play their game, right? Like Eve could be mid to late 20s, and younger. Okay, yeah, Evie could be early 20s, younger. Good statement. Now true.
Yep.
And still not bad.
Yep.
Like
totally. And I'll reiterate what I said last podcast, that when they released the marketing materials for early on Stellar Blade and its original title, Project Eve, it was themed around being the oasis in the desert of woke gaming where there was no tits and ass. Right? Like you were in a drought and they were the oasis. That is not how this new game is being marketed. They've earned their keep with the first game. Now they're doing something a little bit more serious. They aren't marketing Eve's original outfit, right? The one that you have when you take off the other outfits was like, she's practically naked, right?
Also, the first shot of the Project Eve trailer was her literal ass.
Yeah.
First shot.
Yeah. So I'm just pointing out that the marketing scheme, which was intelligently done for the time, they read the room. It was it was a product of its time, and it was the right time to make those moves. And this is the company that makes Goddess of Victory Nikke, right? Shift Up. Footnote. Goonline.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So they know what they're doing. And when they market Goddess of Victory Nikke and the first Stellar Blade, they went overtly sexual with both. They did not do that with Stellar Blade Blood Rain. They went a different direction. I feel it's very tasteful. Just because it's a skin-tight suit does not make it sexualized. I really think that they're overreacting. The criticism is notable because it comes despite Kim's comments emphasizing character depth rather than appearance. In fact, one of the central points of the interview was his acknowledgement that some players found Eve lacking in personality, leading Shift Up to place greater emphasis on characterization for Evie. Kim has openly stated that the studio wants players to love the new heroine for who she is rather than simply how she looks. Critics of Kotaku's article argue that the outlet appears frustrated that Shift Up has shown no indication of changing its approach to attractive female character designs. Thank fucking God they aren't, right? Thank fucking God. To quote the mangaka, I'm going to do it harder now. All right. And then speaking of the music, they released the vinyl art for the OST for the first game.
Is that Evie?
No, this is a character in the first game.
Lilith.
As I was gonna say, that looks nothing like her.
That's
This is Taki. This is the girl who helps you in the. She's like the mechanic.
Yeah. I
Lilith.
was actually really disappointed with her because I experienced her first through the Nikkei event or whatever, and her design there. And then when
That's
you
the
see her
only
in the
reason you
actual
know her
game,
name.
what's that? I don't remember her name. It'll come back to me.
I think her name was Lilith. I can't remember, but I think her name was Lilith.
I said that like
Yes,
3 times.
I'm agreeing. Yes.
This isn't Lilith.
Everybody was
if it
saying
is
no.
Lilith, this is a spoiler to me, but well, she has a
I
different
can't.
name.
I can't remember.
Lily? Is that her name?
That might be it. I can't remember. But the point is, the only thing that I didn't like about this character is that she wears these really weird baggy pants. And it's not that I need her to be wearing, something else, but I just didn't think that the baggy pants were a good look,
Greenlight, did you? Sorry.
Yes,
no,
Greenlight.
Did you play Stellar Blade?
Yeah. I own it on PS5.
No, he meant
Oh, no.
he meant
Did
Gundam.
you play Stellar Blade?
I played some hours of it. I put some hours into it. I got like hours after you get. I think it is Lily.
I think it is.
Okay, you played some of it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, cool. We're gonna move past this. Great. Let's keep going. Speaking of jiggle physics, Atelier Resleriana blesses Shallotte with an incredible swimsuit. I don't give a shit about the swimsuit or any of this other shit, but here's the jiggle. Whoa.
Call Kotaku.
Yeah, so I just want to point out, for me, when I was watching and I was reading the Kotaku article about Stellar Blade, I was thinking to myself, for me to not even notice that there was a jiggle physics applied to Evie tells me that it was so tastefully realistic that you overlook it because it doesn't even draw attention to itself. Whereas this,
so unrealistic.
Yeah.
The tips like have greater physics than the rest of the boob.
Yes. I need
you notice it instantly because it doesn't fit reality.
Yeah. Wait, no, wrong one. Damn it. Healing. Okay. Always got to go back to the goat.
That's realism there, right there.
To be honest, that was probably rotoscope to some degree. RuneScape's
the model.
Is it on the Blu-ray? RuneScape's new female character models draw backlash. Uh-oh. People are still playing RuneScape. I mean, can we at least admit that this area looks remarkably better? The boobs, yes, they be smaller. Here too.
Oh no, they touched the furry boobs.
They added a cape apparently too. Oh god.
That one's bad. Go back. Right again.
Now she's got like nails going through her fucking head. All right. Anyway, I'm not going to even bother to read that. Let's keep going. Likewise, Gothic Remakes developer denies the censorship. We've talked about this in the past. No thank you on either front. No thanks. Both of these are awful. Gothic Remake censorship debate has flared up again with the developer insisting that the game's controversial female character designs were never censored, only for newer screenshots to leave some fans unconvinced. Wow, that's it. All right, let's keep moving. All right, Last Origin R Plus confirms regional restrictions and censorship for multiple countries. The developers of Last Origin R have confirmed that players in several countries will either be unable to access the game entirely or will receive a censored version due to legal and regulatory concerns. In a statement posted on the game's official Twitter account, the Last Origin R Plus operations team said it had explored every avenue to make the game available worldwide, but was ultimately forced to impose regional restrictions following legal reviews. I don't think you did attempt every avenue, because you could have just put the EXE and the DMG on your fucking website and let us have it locally on our computers where they can't stop us. And I mean, I'm sure people would have paid for it. Like whatever you calculate is the lifetime value of a customer, average that out and then let people buy it. Yeah, anyway, so they're restricted in South Korea, Australia, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, Iran, Pakistan, Vietnam, and it's pixelated in Japan, Singapore, United Kingdom, and Germany. Giggity, giggity. Do we have it in the US? Holy shit. US and Canada not cucked for once, possibly. Anyway, I don't really care. Moving past that. Virtua Fighter Crossroads has Western consultant to review how overseas audiences might react. Let me ask you guys something. Can you name any characters from Street Fighter?
Yes.
Can you name any characters from King of Fighters?
No.
Not a one?
My Shiranuhi?
I know the guy with the hat. I don't know his name.
Terry Bogard.
Yeah,
right?
no.
Can you name any
Bogard?
characters from Tekken?
No.
Kazuma?
Yes!
Kazuya?
Kazuma. Right? So I'm just saying, we can name all, right? Can you name
Virtua Fighter?
a fucking single person from Virtua Fighter?
Polygon Man.
Not a one. Not a one. I watched the entire dubbed portion of the anime and loved every second of it. Couldn't tell you what the main character even looks like. Okay? That's how forgettable this goddamn series is. Now, I'd like to show you this fucking trailer, which screams modern audience in ways you might not expect.
Literally? It's just made for modern audiences.
This is only the beginning. You can do anything you want to do. Y no te crea, dice Henry Stone. Roberto Duran, so más dura que la brea. Primera ronda te lo quiero.
Is it the top knot? It's the top knot, isn't it? And then bun.
The fucking gay braids on his hair.
Are we talking about your ex? Hey, I've got an idea for you.
Hey, it's Yellow. Bet you're
Yeah, seriously.
Are we talking about your ex?
All right, if this is supposed to be the main character, which, by the way, he doesn't look like any. Seriously, look.
Hey, I've got an idea.
This is so ethnic that it feels offensive. It feels like a stereotype. Like
is that
something.
like the face of a woman on a dude?
This is like the face of a shrunken head, almost. Something about this just feels so fucking wrong. Holy hell.
Hey, it's Yellow.
Also, big Bradley over here, right?
Bet you're hungry after this morning, huh? Same as usual?
Your sister's really taking this whole job thing seriously, huh, Divina?
I know. They really weren't kidding about this being a fighting town.
We're all fuck
Focus on her chest and there's nothing there.
I know.
Like, what's the point of this shot right here?
Seriously. And what even is she wearing?
She's wearing a jacket over a crop top hoodie, but the crop top hoodie is like
skin tight
to her abdomen. Yeah, like that's weird.
Like This almost, I cannot stress enough how much you can't even name a character from Virtua Fighter. That this really just feels like when Concord thought like, we're going to get into the hero shooter game or whatever that thing is called.
This is miles above Concord.
Oh, absolutely. But it has the same energy of, that's right, we're going to throw our hat into the ring of fighting games by reviving an old classic that was a classic because it was like the first 3D fighting game ever. Right? Like, that's it. Like,
They really weren't kidding about this being a fighting town.
We're all fuck-ups. Otherwise, we wouldn't be living in Villa Socorro.
Swearing.
Dude, this is the Netflix adaptation. They're like, we swear now.
Kill them all.
so if this is the first bit of actual in-game graphics, it already looks way better than all that bullshit we just saw with the weird faces.
Hey, it's me.
There he is.
Shit.
The problem is that the character designs are just uninspired as hell.
This is not gonna blow over.
Also, Virtua Fighter is it not a fighting game? Am I going to be doing mini games where I run through the fucking street and jump over bullshit? Like,
you fucked with the Chinese mafia.
Running animations.
Sorry, the running animations what?
They look weird. It's like
It's not gonna blow over, Cielo.
it's like he's moving without moving his feet.
Like there's a little bit of sliding going on.
With the Chinese.
Yeah.
Why does the fucking like frame by frame not work unless you're on the YouTube page?
He's almost pulling you know those like walk in place like I'm a GTA character people, like the people that mimic that kind of that.
Yeah.
It's almost like that.
One more move and I'll cut her fucking head off! Alright, just take it easy.
He should be cutting heads off right now. Like
Chun-Li showed up. Oh wait, I'm sorry, that's not this game.
That's your
Madam Sue? You play the part of a fighter, but
Virtua Fighter.
I just love how they're like, all right, the final actual real character shows up, and then she takes off her disguise and becomes generic as all fuck. Like,
you are lacking in kung fu.
Rise over the Kai's city of blood, sweat, and survivors. Lives rolling like dice. Once you're inside, there's no surrender. That's Pai Chan.
Who's Pai Chan?
What?
oh man, that was the audience reaction. Who the fuck is that?
not sure we needed that character.
I still like my line better.
Guy.
A Virtua Fighter.
I thought that was part of the trailer, and I was like, wait a minute, was that? Oh no, that was footnote.
And if they had a digital world, they could be like, yeah, we're in the Virtua world, and we're Virtua Fighters.
Virtua Evolve.
She looks like a knockoff Cammy or whatever.
Yeah. I don't know who I think she looks like, but it's a massive disservice to whoever I'm thinking of.
Diamond face. Her face looks like the Sims like logo thing.
Yeah, the little like green pointer thing.
Yeah.
A newly published interview about Virtua Fighter Crossroads has sparked discussion after Sega revealed that it brought in a Western perspective to view the game's setting, tone, and world building as part of development. Didn't Katrina Leonidakis get a job at Sega? Because I could see this being a Katrina Leonidakis project. The interview focuses on Sega's efforts to reinvent the franchise with a larger emphasis on story, world building, and single-player content. Unlike previous entries, Virtua Fighter Crossroads will feature a substantial narrative component set in the fictional city of Villasapara, with Sega aiming to create what producer Riichiro Yamada describes as a rebuilt Virtua Fighter. Dub the rest of the anime. One detail that has attracted particular attention is the involvement of David Hayter. According to the interview, Hayter's role was not limited to writing. What the fuck? That is a twist I wasn't expecting. What roles did each of you handle during development? Yamada, the world building was done by me. David's role was to provide feedback on the setting and world building from an international perspective. He would offer opinions on things like how overseas audiences might perceive certain concepts, as well as feedback on the overall tone of the work. As for the major character backgrounds and the structuring of the plot, that was primarily handled by myself and Furuta. We focused on questions such as what kind of people the characters should be and what direction the story should take. Fucking David Hayter? The voice of Solid Snake? Yeah. And I'm just like... Guys, is he woke? Well,
I mean, we don't know. He might have gave them good examples of what to do, and they just.
I love that idea. It's like
stick the landing.
What do you think the Westerners will think, David? It's like, tits aren't big enough.
Well, David, we've hit our tit maximum already, so gotta live with it.
The revelation has generated criticism among fans who argue that bringing in the outside Western perspective to evaluate how content may be perceived internationally is often a precursor to changes intended to avoid controversy or offense. Critics see the practice as a form of preemptive self-censorship. The same interview also sheds light on why the game is called Virtua Fighter Crossroads instead of Virtua Fighter 6.
Got the 6 right there.
Yeah, I was going to say, Yamada explained that Sega does not view the project as a straightforward sequel, but rather as a major reimagining of the franchise, one intended to stand on its own rather than simply continue where the previous numbered entries left off. Such a revelation might make censorship of the franchise more of a possibility. I mean, looking at the fucking trailer makes it obvious that this is going to be a train wreck of disaster. All right. Japanese gamers fear horror title Ill could be blocked by the country's rating board. So I've been sitting on this article for our games showcase. I want to show you guys the trailer because it looks fucking unhinged. And I'm excited for it. I have it on my wish list. I didn't upload the trailer for it. So give me a second while I grab this and 2 other trailers.
Raj says, well, I can't find a PS5 anywhere in my area. All they have is digital discless console PS5s. So they do sell a disc attachment for the PS5.
The separate disc drive.
But also buy it online.
Pardon?
But also just order it and buy it online. Like get Best Buy to buy one and have it shipped to their store and then buy it from there.
Oh yeah.
You know,
well, I mean, I assume he also means he can't find it online. But anyway, so keep an eye out for the disc thing. I don't know. It might also be hard to find, to be fair. But since when is fully clothed considered revealing? Yeah. Well, when it's skin tight, I guess. Form fitting.
I don't think it was revealing enough.
if someone's wearing skin tight latex in a pink, like peachy color, I mean, you're gonna think they're naked.
Yeah, like the fucking women that wear those hideous like skin tight leggings that are like flesh colored. God, those are ugly.
Yoga pants?
Oh, yeah, the yoga pants that are like skin colored.
There was an article. There was an article for Fall Guys and a butt and a plug. I don't know if there was also
a
an
butt
Animal Crossing
and a
one.
plug. Sorry, what?
No, there is definitely. We covered the Animal Crossing one. It was years after the fact, but we did cover it.
I inserted butt. There was no butt in his comment.
Why'd you use the word insert?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, tell me how you inserted the plug.
And yes, the author that played a kid's game online with a plug criticized Eve for being too young. Stellar Blade wasn't an oasis they censored to appease the woke, and of course...
I'm talking about how it was marketed, not how it eventually came out. How it was marketed was as the oasis. Whether they followed through with that or not, it's hard to say. They did eventually give us the stuff that they took out as like a secondary version of the same outfit. But yeah, there was some bullshit there. I'm not saying there wasn't.
You're racking in kung fu.
You're rocking in kung fu.
You're rocking
all these
in kung fu.
References? I don't know that.
No, that's what she said. Like, you're lacking in kung fu, but the way she has such a thick accent, it sounded like she said, "You're rocking in kung fu."
I get it. Sega trying to milk Virtua Fighter. I think they, to be fair, I think they did come out and say,
Is
like,
the cow dead? What did I get?
we're gonna start trying to monetize our old franchises because we're making no money and we have shit. So, I mean, this is part of the plan, for sure. They removed hard R from Stellar Blade.
Yep, that one is unforgivable. And if there is a mod for the PS5 version, I'll definitely put that back in because that was funny as shit. The hard R shop.
Bring it back in the second one.
Yes.
They don't have Sony.
Do it harder this time. Harder R shop.
Harder R shop.
Virtua Fighter anime watch party went.
You mean a watch club? Because it's like 50 episodes. I would definitely do it. It would be so easy to name those episodes. Inconceivable.
The outfit are arguable. Bow. The hard R removal was clear.
Are arguable, but the hard R removal was definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. See, but the thing about the hard R thing is that was an unintentional thing that was hilarious. It wasn't something that they did intentionally and then censored after the fact. I'm mad that they took it out because the people complained about it, got them to take it out, right? But it's not the same thing as the creative vision being sacrificed because of people complaining. Holy shit. I'm pretty sure that the video I'm uploading right now is in 4K because it's taking its sweet ass time. So maybe I'll just do a screen share instead. Let's read the article first.
So the disc PS5 version has hard R in the original outfit if you don't update.
If you don't update it, it does. I would imagine.
But then you don't have the DLC suits
Updated
and
outfits. Yep.
yeah, and they added some new thing to like the mechanics of the game. I forget what it was, but you wouldn't get that. So.
Yeah, well, for me personally, I'm not like I didn't buy the game for the outfits, right? I bought the game for the statement it was making, and I think that it was the right call. I think that the gaming landscape, and it's not just because of Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade was just one more, piece of hay on the pile that breaks the camel's back, right? But it was a movement forward that I think has moved us into a direction where this sort of, like the return to normalcy in the gaming world is upon us. And I would say that it's going to be a slow move back. You're not going to undo years of sliding down a slippery slope in the wrong direction in an overnight fashion. But the point is that it was a step in the right direction. And I think that making the purchase and supporting the franchise and everything has overall been the right call. Now, will I eat those words when we find out that they've censored something with the new Stellar Blade? Possibly. But I still think that supporting it when we're getting something, when we have something that is appreciating actual true beauty versus the hog faces in LaFay and Wolverine, which got significantly better than the original image of Jean Grey at the very least, and possibly it looking better. Again, I'm not fucking playing the game because they're still woke as shit over there with that stuff. But the fact that it looks better can very well be attributed to the backlash that they got originally when the first screenshots came out and she looked like a fucking monster. You know, this is the journey is a momentum journey. And if we carry that momentum, we win. That's the only thing we need to worry about at the end of the day. Now, granted, if they're going to cuck you constantly, if there's a day one patch on Stellar Blade 2, then yes, I definitely think it's a dick move, and I definitely will reconsider things. But I think we carry that momentum by holding their feet to the fire, just like we did with Stellar Blade 1, and now they don't have Sony holding them anymore. It's shift up. Makers of fucking Goddess of Victory Nikkei. I really don't think we have to worry as much with Stellar Blade 2. I think that the move away from Sony is because of the feedback we gave when they censored the outfits in the first Stellar Blade. So overall, yeah, agreed. Was it a dick move? Sure, it absolutely was. But this is important for the overall movement that we're a part of, to get a sense of normalcy and a level of acknowledgement to the realm that we're trying to get to with gaming, and returning to being able to like things and not being lectured on a daily basis. Like, we are making headway here. And if we keep staying the course, we will win. And that's really all that matters. At the end of the day, yeah, did they censor the game a little bit? They certainly did. We fought it. We got it uncensored. That's all that fucking matters. Yes, the Hard R Shop thing was a hilarious gaffe that they didn't do on purpose, that they then took out of the game, and I still miss it. Right? Just like how I'm still pissed about the Evangelion Blu-rays that don't have Fly Me to the Moon. Fuck you, Netflix. Try harder. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's bullshit. Especially when we saw that people asked about what the license cost would have been, and it was cheap as hell. They easily could have floated that cost. I would have paid more for the set if they had it. Yes, you're not going to win every battle, but the noise you make when there is something like this matters, and it moves the needle. It really does. Anyway, let's read this article here. Japanese gamers fear horror title Ill could be blocked by the country's rating board. The hyper-violent horror game Ill, I just say right now, absolutely it's going to get blocked. Abso-fucking-lutely. Based on how violent Resident Evil 9 was, and the fact that the Japanese version of that game is censored to hell, absolutely this game is not going to get released over there. The hyper-violent horror game Ill made a strong impression during Sony's recent State of Play presentation, but some Japanese players are worried that the title may never actually release in their country. Concerns began spreading after viewers noticed something unusual about the game's appearance during the showcase. While Ill was featured during the International State of Play broadcast, the trailer was reportedly absent from the Japanese PlayStation Channel's version of the presentation. No official explanation was provided for the omission. That absence immediately raised alarm bells among Japanese horror fans, many of whom suspect frack didn't upload. It crapped out on me. I'll play it the other way. Actually, I can do it this way. Let me remove this. I'll just get it started. Hold on. Oh, not extra camera. No, video file. Ill.
Maybe we just skip it.
No, it's good. Anyway, we'll come back to this in a second. No, I want to read this first. The absence immediately raised alarm bells because Japanese horror fans, many of whom suspect the game's extreme gore, could cause problems with Japan's content rating system. Ill, currently scheduled for release in 2027, let's fucking go, heavily emphasizes graphic violence, dismemberment, and realistic body horror. The game's trailers have showcased grotesque creature designs and highly detailed gore effects that would likely earn the highest age ratings in most regions. Give it to me, AO, baby. The concern stems from the reputation of Japan's ratings organization, CERO. Man, how Japan has fallen. When my dad was working on Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, he told me that because the Japanese have such an appetite for horror, and they already have such gruesome, brutal horror, that they had to shoot every like bloody take that they did twice. Once for the American release and once with extra gallons of blood for the Japanese release, or else it would have been too tame to release in Japan. Which has historically been much stricter regarding graphic violence than many Western rating boards. While Japan does have the adults-only CERO-Z classification, there have been multiple instances where games were effectively deemed too extreme, even for that rating. One of the most frequently cited examples is the Callisto Protocol, fucking great game, which failed to receive approval from CERO in 2022. Rather than significantly altering the game to meet Japanese requirements, the developers chose not to release it in Japan at all. As a result, some players fear Ill could face a similar fate. One viral social media post highlighted the frustration many Japanese gamers feel towards the situation, arguing that if the purpose of a Z rating is to restrict sales to adults, it makes little sense to further prevent consenting adults from purchasing particularly violent games. Ironically, there are also signs suggesting a Japanese release is still planned. Steam and PlayStation Store listings indicate that the game will support Japanese text and interface options, which would normally imply that the developers intended to launch the title in the region. All right, you guys ready for this fucking trailer? It's goddamn crazy gruesome in the best way.
There's a wounded man. Nasty injuries. It's like a beast tore him apart.
A beast? Out here? Are you drunk or something? Do him up and show him out. But he's still weak, so be careful.
What's going on?
Atmospheric as fuck, too. Look at that. Look at that.
Hurry up, move it! Save your ammo.
Die, bastard. And you're tough. Surprisingly lively for someone who just came out of a coma.
If you want to survive, you gotta hustle.
Is it me, or do these graphics feel like they are somehow on a completely different level than most games? I mean, the people look a little bit weird, but the environments are fucking unbelievable.
You fell from the moon.
I will help you, but you must not go there.
I'll take my chances. Turns out I'm a lucky man.
Fucking insane! How cool does this look? Holy shit!
You'll find nothing there.
Ooh, that's gonna be a problem too. I don't know if you guys can see this, but they've pixel blurred that coochie.
That not a dick?
Say what?
Would that not be a dick?
Well, yeah, yes. Yes. It would be a dick, probably, potentially. Can't wait till I play this with my kids.
Oh, that's fun.
Tell me that doesn't look fucking unbelievable.
It's not really my type of game.
I'm all over this shit.
Well, good luck. Keep quiet in there.
Fuck, I gotta see that one part again with the fucking chat. I am hype. Holy fuck. All right. Okay.
I will just say it is 1 a.m.
We're doing so good, and I'm gonna skip a couple coming up. So
we got a lot of stuff to go over.
All right. I think that's the last.
Pace.
Oh, we have 2 more trailers, but they're ones you're gonna want to see. All right. Resident Evil Code Veronica developers are reworking the story to better connect modern canon. In a move that will shock absolutely no one, Capcom has disclosed that their upcoming remake of Resident Evil Code Veronica will not left intact. Okay. And will instead contain story revisions aimed at strengthening the game's connection to the modern Resident Evil series. The development team views the original Code Veronica as one of the most important entries in the franchise's timeline, particularly because it serves as a bridge between the stories of Claire Redfield, Chris Redfield, and Albert Wesker. However, the remake's writers believe some aspects of the original narrative need to be restructured to fit more naturally alongside the modern remakes and recent entries into the series. Producer Yoshiaki Hirabayashi explained that the team is looking at the story from the perspective of today's Resident Evil community rather than simply reproducing the original script. Thank God, to some degree. The goal is reportedly to strengthen narrative links across the franchises and ensure that character motivations and story developments align more closely with how the series has evolved over the past 2 decades, causing the theory suggesting that Claire's transphobic remark will be removed to be far more like it. No, it's because Capcom has that tranny that promotes their games. Damn it. I don't remember the line. I'll have to look into that. Although I do think they're going to have to change something because she's way too old compared to the original timeline where we found out was only like 3 months after Resident Evil 2. Capcom has also emphasized that Resident Evil Veronica is being treated as a major installment rather than a side project. Hirabayashi noted that the company has always viewed Code Veronica as a mainline Resident Evil title despite its lack of a numbered designation. The remake is therefore being developed as a key chapter in the franchise's modern storyline. Beyond the story changes, Capcom has confirmed that the game will be fully third-person despite the reveal trailer's lengthy first-person sequence. Hirabayashi later revealed that the first-person footage was intentionally used as a misdirection to surprise fans. Oh, that's what I said about the fucking reveal when you realize it's Claire, because you don't have any reason to know that until that moment. Anyway, I wonder if they'll lean more towards this concept in Resident Evil Veronica. So the Ashford twins are a major point in Resident Evil Code Veronica, and the original design had them quite neo-Nazi inspired. I guess we're missing an image here. That's great. Whatever. Anyway, moving past that. I also saw this. I thought this was kind of funny. I vaguely remember this character from Village. Do you remember this character, Footnum? Great, Footnum, thanks. All right. It feels eerily similar, obviously. Anyway, she's the main villain confirmed, right? Okay, Final Fantasy VII Revelation Director says RPGs need more player agency due to streaming. The real reason they've stopped putting tits and ass in games is because of streaming, right? Final Fantasy VII Revelation Director Naoki Hamaguchi believes modern RPGs need to give players more meaningful choices because many people are now content to simply watch games online rather than play them themselves. Yeah, that's a good point. Hamaguchi explained that one of the goals behind Final Fantasy VII Revelation is to make each player's experience feel more personal through choice-driven content, even though the game will ultimately have a single canonical ending. According to Hamaguchi, the rise of game streaming has changed how developers need to think about RPG design. So honestly, it's a brilliant idea. I never really thought about it, but he's right. If players can get most of the experience by watching a streamer, developers need to provide reasons for people to experience the game themselves. Player agency is one of those reasons. While Revelations will not feature multiple endings, Hamaguchi says player decisions will have a greater impact than they did in previous entries. Choices can influence side content, alter how players perceive certain characters, and affect the story's experience along the journey. At the same time, Hamaguchi was careful to reassure fans that the trilogy is still heading toward a definitive conclusion. The approach appears to be a compromise between player-driven storytelling and the narrative that has defined the Final Fantasy VII Remake project from the beginning. Rather than allowing players to radically rewrite the story, Square Enix is focusing on making the journey more personalized while preserving a single ending for all players. The comments are consistent with Hamaguchi's broader views on modern RPG design. In recent interviews, he has argued that player expectations are changing, with younger audiences increasingly favoring interactive and real-time experiences. Get rid of that. Final Fantasy VII Remake criticized for not including Bone Village. Final Fantasy VII Remake has been scathingly criticized after a recent interview revealed the game will not have players traveling to Bone Village, with many questioning why the remake is 3 parts when it's not even going to be faithful to the original game. The interview revealed RPG site. Everyone asks about Wu Tai and Rocket Town, but I want to know if we're going to Bone Village. Bone Village itself is not included, but Northwood and Temple of Ancients will be able to revisit. Okay. Bone Village has no real story significance and is mostly a side mission area, home to a couple unique items such as the key to return to Midgar, as well as important optional items the player might have missed that the player passes through. But the fact that it was not included has led to many critics asking why the remake is 3 parts when it's not even going to include every location from the original title. This is particularly concerning since the first 2 parts of the remake were also filled with bloated sections meant to stretch the game longer than usual. Only some of the comments dismayed by the new... I don't want to read all comments anyway. I never played the original all the way through, so I don't fucking know. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know what I'm missing. All right. Here we go. Steins Gate Reboot. The first print production bonus. So like for the first run... you can get the Steins Gate Octet of the Shifting Spatial Rift as a download code flyer that has been enclosed in the game. So this game, Octet, was released as a PC game in 2011. And from what I understand, it was a reimagining of Steins Gate if it was made in the 80s and 90s for like the graphical stylings, obviously. So that's kind of interesting. Moving right past that. Nintendo and Pokemon narrow Palworld lawsuit to older version of the game. So Nintendo and the Pokemon Company have reportedly scaled back the scope of their lawsuit against Palworld, with the legal dispute now focused primarily on older versions of the game rather than its current build. According to reports examining recent court filings, Nintendo's original claims targeted Palworld more broadly. However, Pocket Pair's subsequent updates and gameplay changes appear to have significantly altered the legal landscape. The lawsuit, first filed in September 2024, centers on alleged patent infringement rather than copyright claims. Nintendo and the Pokemon Company argued that Palworld infringed several patents related to gameplay mechanics and sought both damages and an injunction against the game. Since then, Pocket Pair has made multiple changes to the game that many observers believed were designed specifically to reduce legal exposure. One of the most notable updates removed the ability to summon pals by throwing a pal sphere, a mechanic frequently compared to throwing Pokeballs. Later updates also changed how gliding works, requiring players to use a glider rather than relying directly on certain pals. Pocket Pair previously acknowledged that at least some of these changes were made because of the ongoing litigation. According to analysis cited by Nintendo Everything, the case is now largely limited to older versions of Palworld that existed before those changes were implemented. The report further claims there is little legal path for Nintendo to obtain an injunction against current versions of the game if the disputed mechanics have already been removed. To which this one line here says, that alone raises an interesting question. If the disputed features are already gone, what exactly is left to fight over?
What are you stupid? Is
Elaborate.
If someone infringes on your stuff, right, and they get all of this publicity and sales and all of this stuff because they did something that you created.
Sure.
Right? And I'm not saying I agree with it, okay, but And then they are like, okay, well, actually, we're gonna change it so that it's not as good anymore for the player, so you can't sue us anymore. No, I could still fucking sue you. You could still owe me a ton of money. I could still take your game as part of you, like as part of the whole
but
thing.
The issue is that if your lawsuit is limited to the pre-release version of the game, and then the game has been changed to remove everything that you had a problem with, the remedy has already been solved.
No. Two things.
The only, like, look, if you can quantify that there was a loss in your market because of a competitor stealing your ideas and making a product that was a replacement for yours, and you can quantify that in court, then yes, you may be entitled to restitution of some kind.
I think it's unjust enrichment, right? Like, you can't have someone say, come get your Pokemon, buy my game. You sell millions of copies, and then you say, oh, never mind, I'm taking the Pokemon out. Pokemon's not gonna be like,
did they market the game as Pokemon with guns, or is that how the community described it?
That's generally how the community described it, and I'm not saying that they're suing over that. Obviously,
right now, Pal World is Reckless Ben with how careful they were with how they rolled this out. They're called Pal Spheres. They're not called Pokeballs. Right?
Yeah. So they're suing over a particular mechanic, right?
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, in general, if I were to make a game and say, "Oh, it's a Pokemon game, guys, come buy my game. It's Pokemon," and then they sued me for trademark infringement, and then I changed the game and I updated it so that it doesn't say Pokemon anymore. It says Randommon. And I changed all the designs.
The hilarious thing is that they're suing over mechanics to the game and not the literal design of some of the characters. That's the part I find hilarious.
The copyright court case would be, well, in theory, could have been more difficult with the narrowing of the patents.
Right, because they're suing on the patents instead of on the trademarks or whatever.
Copyright,
the copyright designs.
So all I'm saying is, just because you changed the thing afterwards does not get you out of the fact that you fucked up initially. Okay, you've created a legal liability initially. You're still liable. Doesn't matter that you changed it. It might change the damages in that, like, okay, so I sold games for a year under the old model, and then I updated it. So now sales after this date, you can't come after me for.
Look, I totally agree. I totally agree that there is some level to this where Nintendo still has.
Imagine that worked with defamation. Like, you call someone a pedophile and then you delete it, and you're like, "Well, I deleted it." Yeah, okay. Well, people still saw it.
Yes, and that's part of the remedy, right? So the point is that Pal World has already fulfilled what part of the remedy would be, and they did it rapidly as soon as the lawsuit was filed.
It would diminish the payout that they would potentially get.
So I guess the way I look at this,
the liability.
The way I look at this is like, if Bricks and Minifigs gave back the Lego sets, they're still walking away with huge amounts of egg on their face because of how they dragged it out. Right now, that's the position Nintendo's in. The truth is, Pal World was a flash in the pan, and it was a meme. Nobody actually gives a shit about it anymore. Right? It's over. So Nintendo holding on to this after they already got the remedy that truly they needed, right, to defend their product and everything, they're actually, I think, worse off to maintain this, because that other game we were looking at that is not only stealing from Pal World and Pokemon, but also Zelda Breath of the Wild or whatever, like that newer one we were looking at recently.
That game's getting nuked from orbit. It's not.
I'm just saying. Of course, I agree. I'm just saying that Nintendo is fighting a legal battle, and the 5D chess of modern battles is that your legal battle doesn't stay in the courtroom, right? And that's
if they drop this case, then Power World could just sit there and say, "We're putting it all back." Patch 1.0 again. We're rolling it back because why not? They just dropped their case, right? They have to. They have to litigate whether or not they own the patents, whether or not they infringe the patents.
I do see a path to settlement, though. Look,
there is a path. There is a path.
Pal World.
Yes.
We appreciate that you understood that we were being serious and that you acted swiftly. We would love to end this lawsuit.
It would require Power World to sign something saying, we'll never do this again, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And most likely pay Nintendo's lawyers. Like they're not going to settle for something else.
And that would be a small sum, I would say, in the grand scheme of things.
But Power World's also an indie thing, so it's not like they have all that money to go and pay that.
I think the fact that they're indie means that they probably have even more money because the success of Power World during that hype phase.
That's fair.
Right?
They also did work out a deal with Sony for like merchandise rights or something to like build, I forget that article, to build the world of Power World.
Mm-hmm.
They were working on like a card game with Sony and some
I think that is retarded. They should definitely cancel that. Like,
well, it might have been canceled too. No,
I'm just saying, there's all their shit is not actually like it's over, flash in the pan, and it's done. Right.
Well, and they also got that other game coming out soon too, the Power World.
That's what I'm saying. That game ain't gonna fucking
No. Oh, I thought you were no. Okay, hold on. There's another game that copied Pokemon that we like, where they full out copied like Charizard.
Yeah.
Right. That game is the one I was saying is going to get nuked from orbit.
Yes.
The Animal Crossing clone that they made.
What I'm saying,
Power World is
the Animal Crossing clone is that I don't think it's going to sell very well.
Oh.
I think that Power World, the hype is over. They got it because it was like trolling Nintendo, right? Pokemon with guns and their slaves. That's hilarious. I got to play it. 2 minutes later, your McDonald's toy's not fun anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, it depends on the how autistic the internet is, right? Sure. Like, you know, if the right marketing came along and there was nothing else distracting people, some people might be like, yeah, let's piss on Nintendo and go buy this game because it's a better Animal Crossing game.
It's possible. And what I'm saying is that Nintendo is in a better position to try to settle now and get that, signed agreement from Power World in order to be able to drop the lawsuit without actually losing it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then they can, figure out the next step, and there will be a lot less piss off Nintendo buyers. You know what I mean? Like right now, there are people who are going to buy it not because Power World is fun, but because like, haha, suck it, Nintendo, or whatever. You know what I mean? So then they also say the development is significant because one of Nintendo's original goals was reportedly to secure injunction against Power World. If the allegedly infringing features no longer exist in current builds, obtaining such a remedy becomes considerably more difficult. The narrowing
they don't get that remedy. I bet you they would drop it themselves. Like they don't give a shit. Pay us our money. The goal isn't to get the game off the thing right now.
It's to get. It's to get your market share back that was unfairly taken by theft of your design, and likeness to your design, for the sake of capitalizing on the existing goodwill that you have by parodying it to a degree. Like I understand that there is a sense of ownership of that market. I get
and
that.
One of the remedies for one of the lawsuits that they filed against someone was basically they gave Nintendo their game, right? So if Nintendo were to go after them and win the lawsuit, that could be an outcome, and then the game would come down anyway, even the new version, because they don't want the game to exist, right? But in terms of like, oh well, they're asking the judge to take the game down, and now like it's not infringing anymore, so they won't win that. It's like Nintendo doesn't give a shit. Like, okay, fine, thank you, you changed that one thing. You're no longer infringing our thing, but you did. So now we have to figure out what the punishment is, and if the punishment is bad enough that it's worth giving us the entire game, which I doubt it will be based on how big the game was, they have probably enough money to say, no, we're not giving you the whole game, we'll just pay you the fine instead of here's the game. But that could be an outcome that Nintendo gets, although like I said, unlikely. But this article is just like, oh well, they can't take the game down anymore. It's like, this is nothing. I don't know why they're freaking out.
I mean, I don't think they were ever going to take the game down in its current state, but I do think that it's interesting that they're basically being pushed into a corner where they can't fight anything about the current state of the game.
Sure.
So the narrowing of the case comes amid other setbacks for Nintendo's patent strategy. In recent months, reports have highlighted difficulties securing or defending some patent claims related to monster catching mechanics, while Pocket Pair has continued updating and expanding Palworld despite the legal battle. Has anybody here played it? I'm just out of curiosity here.
Yeah.
Okay. How is it? Is it?
I mean, I haven't played it since they updated it and removed all the Pokemon infringing shit.
Mhm.
But it was fun for what it was. $20-$30 game.
Do you want me to skip this other lawsuit article?
I would love you to skip a lot of stuff because
let's skip this.
Getting late.
Okay.
And especially if you want to do the Watch Club stuff.
Yes. I got 2 trailers. One of them you shared. I think they're worth it. Ghibli-inspired adventure game Into the Wind announced. I'm not even going to read anything. Let's just watch the trailer. Here's Into the Wind.
My dearest Milan, today marks attempt 179 to uncover what hides in that peculiar cloud. Maybe it's time for me to take a step back. Let you run the delivery firm, eh? And Hermes misses you very much. There is a good life for you here on Santa Rosa, full of adventure, full of wonderful people. I know you will help them out as best you can, no matter the challenge. If I don't return, come find me up there. Signed, Uncle Umberto. And as always, take off into the wind.
All right. And then...
hold on. Ghibli should sue for patent infringement.
Absolutely. Beautiful anime life game.
Ni no Kuni type of thing.
Vivarium launches.
No, that's... Hold on. Sorry. We got to take a second to talk about that. That is... The like Ghibli inspired thing, that is an assful. That is like it's barely Ghibli inspired, like in terms of like, oh, they fly around in the sky. I guess the art style's kind of like it.
Yeah.
Like, did Ghibli have any involvement in that game at all? I can't imagine. I'd be shocked if it was.
I mean, is the Ghibli inspired aspect of this literally just the editorializing of Niche Gamer?
I would imagine.
It's clear the developers are big fans of Porco Rosso, like yours truly.
I think it is inspired by it, okay? But I'm just saying, like...
the sentience motorcycle plane, Hermes, right? Which we were talking about, Kino's Journey, Hermes, right? I don't know.
I think it's clear that it is inspired by it. It's like...
Wait.
aircrafts are similar.
Bloom and Gloom co-founder and game director Robin, I don't even want to try that last name, quote, "It's no secret that we are fans of Miyazaki and Studio Ghibli, especially Porco Rosso struck me deeply, and I wanted to make a game about flying among freedom-loving idiots in a romantic setting in the Adriatic Sea. Into the Wind is our love letter to all that, and more that has been truly meaningful to us. Anime, games, movies, summer evenings in the setting sun. It's a game about momentum, flight, and great game feel, but also about just immersing yourself in the small moments of the world and its stories. We can't wait for you to take to the skies of Santa Rosa."
This seems like an ant crawling on a giant shoulder and calling themselves tall. Like they've made their game kind of look Ghibli-ish so that they can say it's Ghibli inspired and sell a lot of shit. Like,
yeah, possibly, for sure. I love how it starts with them like, shoot them down, right? Like, it's supposed to be a nice summer. It's like, kill that guy. All right. So then you shared this one. And to be honest, when I saw that you shared this video, I legitimately thought it was the actual trailer for that other game that I just hadn't watched yet. And then I went and looked for this article so we could pull an article instead of just the YouTube video. Beautiful anime life sim game Vivarium launches in 2027. Let's just watch the trailer. It's quite wild.
Some years have a color to them. A haze that seems to fill the whole world. In its glow,
the thing I love about this is that they have the drop shadow of the cell.
Dear friends you always needed.
Is that a boy in a dress?
I think
it's that a wolf in a dress?
And golden moments which linger on the warm breeze. As you live your days as dreams.
It was nice.
So just be clear, the previous game was the Ghibli inspired one, but this one, the one that looks more Ghibli, weirdly enough, isn't the Ghibli inspired one.
I think they're both Ghibli inspired, but it's just it seems so arrogant to front face your marketing.
Yeah.
That.
The second one seems more Ghibli, like inspired. I don't know. It looked more Ghibli than the previous one. That was.
All right. Date handsome cockroaches in a new dating sim from one of Japan's leading pest control companies. Is this an S? SKBR, maybe? Oh. From the country that gave you the world a pigeon, from the country that gave the world a pigeon dating sim comes a short romance game starring cockroaches. Summer in Japan means many things. The dazzlingly vibrant fireworks displays, the refreshing seasonal treats, and sipping on some cold beer in some of the country's stunning beer gardens. However, the hot weather also brings forth some unpleasant critters. And while mosquitoes have a very prominent presence in daily lives with the incessant itching their bites cause, cockroaches are an even more unwelcome sight to see in your home. It's no surprise that there is an assortment of pest control products targeted specifically towards these summer villains, the Earth Chemical being among the most recognizable companies to sell them. With Earth Chemical. This year, they are introducing a new spray in an easy push canister, the Gokish Sugoi Roach Killer. Yep. That's what it's called. Gokishu Sugoi Roach Killer. Coming in 60, 120, and 160 push variations, plus one with a pleasantly minty fragrance. While intended for cockroaches, it's also effective for bed bugs, dust mites, mosquitoes, and flies. Nice.
I thought this was a dating sim. What the fuck?
Wait, hold on. With all new things, the company often spends a considerable amount of planning and effort in the marketing of the additions to its lineup. And this time, Earth Chemical seems to have pulled out all the stops, creating a free, limited time only dating simulator game that can be played in your browser. Dating sim games, which see the main character interact with and develop relationships with one of the several potential love interests. I just love the idea that you date the roaches and then the finale to the date is that you kill them with a spray.
The orchid man shows up while you're getting in bed. Not on my watch.
Isn't there a pest control expert you forgot to ask? Dating sim games are by no means hard to find in Japanese stores, nor are they very limited to traditional romance novel settings. With that being able, with being able to find games that allow you to date pigeons, an alpaca, and even a man with an ice cream chocolate for a head. And the KFC one, right? That being said, it's a bold move from Earth Chemical to suggest that the nation's most detested insects could even remotely be a target for romantic affection. Available for a limited time from June 4th until September 3rd, 2026, players will be able to turn these little household nightmares into a dateable bachelors in the game called Gokigen Lovely Days, or simply Goki Love for short. The name makes a play on the Japanese word for cockroach, gokiburi, with the word gokigen, meaning to be in a good mood or in high spirits. The game features 4 distinct handsome archetypes: a clumsy prince, an innocent younger brother, a refined traditional gentleman, and a wild older brother figure. All fairly standard for the dating sim, but take a closer look at their profiles and the veiled truth comes to light. They love dark, damp spaces, beer, and onions, while despising mint, citrus, and lavender. In order to raise their affection levels in games, players need to leverage their knowledge of actual insect biology. And as
so are you saying that these cockroaches want to get in the deep, dark spaces of the heroine player character?
Yeah.
These
and
cockroaches,
considering they're
like
cockroaches, how well endowed are they?
That's a good question. There's a lot of censorship going on in this scene.
One might say that's all cock.
As an added bonus, all 4 characters are voiced by Yuki Kaji, who is famous for voicing Eren Yeager in Attack on Titan, Shoto Todoroki in My Hero Academia, and Kenma Kozume in Haikyuu.
I can't wait for the air because I'm going crazy like that.
Meaning the quirky insects are accompanied by a high-quality vocal performance. In addition to the game that is available to play, there's a campaign running until June 17th, where if you follow Earth Chemical's official Twitter account and repost a designated campaign post, you could be one of 64 people to win a bundle containing pest control gear and a Gokigen Lovely Days acrylic character stand. Or if you reply to the campaign post with your thoughts and impressions after playing the game, 10 lucky winners will be able to get their hands on an exclusive autograph board signed by Yuki Kaji. Imagine that's the only signature you have from him.
Jeez. I'll kill them. I'll kill them all. All the cockroaches. Every last one of them.
Well, it's actually interesting because the term that Eren uses in the Japanese when he says he'll exterminate them is actually like it's in the manifesto. Let's put it that way. It has 2 meanings, and it's very interesting how they utilized it. But I'll talk about that another time. 10 lucky winners will be able to get their hands on an exclusive autograph board signed by Yuki Kaji. All winners will be contacted via direct message once the drawings have been conducted. Whether you're a resident trying to survive insect season or a fan of quirky Japanese subculture, this browser game offers a unique experience that will truly prove that love has no boundaries. Whoa. It's Pride Month, not Roach Month. Right? All right, in release news.
Physical.
All right, I'm going to skip some. But first, Viz announces that the legendary basketball manga Slam Dunk is returning with a deluxe hardcover edition with exclusive color pages from the original serialization. Brand new covers, volume structure reordered by Story Arcs, Slam Dunk Deluxe editions by Takehiko Inoue, released spring 2027. Oh, that's cool. Also, not so cool. Discover the real Detective Conan in this faithful version of the renowned series, published under its original name, with character names restored. Detective Conan 3-in-1 edition by Gosho Aoyama, right? You could not have made me care less about Detective Conan. Like, we're just going to abandon our localization that everybody loved. Yeah, fuck off.
Well, from what I understand, it's the names that the author chose, if I remember correctly.
Hard R? You mean ray tracing? I guess. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I just know that I want Inspector McGuire is the only name that I will ever call him by.
Yeah.
All right. Media Blasters tweeted out Goro heading to our friends at Media OCD, authoring in the home stretch. Travel safely on the wings of angels. So Media OCD is handling the 4Ks of Death Trance. Doesn't say 4K. I'm very disappointed in that. Garo 4K and TGP and MG 4K. What do you think that is? Tokyo Gore Police. It's Tokyo Gore Police and Machine Girls. God, I'm good.
Whoa.
Fuck yeah. Can't believe I did that in real time. That was amazing.
I'm so glad that Media OCD has intervened to be like, bruh,
your Blu-rays are trash. Let us help you.
Yeah.
Thank God. All right. Kino Lorber put up the pre-orders for Jinsei, right? Comes out August 18th.
That's the thing you were super hyped about.
This is the one that was one single guy, hand-drawn, written, directed, edited, and
every shot was just
Ryuya
this
Suzuki.
shot, like their face right on.
So they also have the Blu-ray. It's I just think it's so important that we include the toilet shot in the cover for sure. Like
the entire movie was made by him. It's 4 scenes drawn out to 90 minutes.
Is it?
I'm just saying, like, it's a lot less. Like, it's a big accomplishment if you're saying, oh, the 90 minutes of just him. It was only him making this movie. But then it's another thing to say, like, oh, well, like, yeah, you'll get 4 scenes. They're like, there's not much movement. Oh, it's like, of course, that was made by one person, you know.
And then the Naruto Shippuden
I'm not saying that's what it was. I'm just saying that would be an example of like expectation versus a twist. Anyway,
set 11. No, they are doing each kunai.
Yeah.
Nice.
Kabuto.
Can't wait to finally watch it.
Are you gonna get it?
I'm gonna wait
at 11
until the full box set. Yeah.
I can't believe the whole thing hasn't been put out on Blu-ray yet. Like,
look, we were saying that years ago, but at least we're finally getting something.
These all were released in HD. Like,
why does Sasuke have Sakura's hair color? That is not a good look. All right. Anyway, moving past that. Reese, what do we got here? Nothing?
3. Did we cover Sailor Moon and Naruto?
I think we did.
Okay, so then we covered Your Name?
I believe we covered all these.
Okay, yeah. Covered them all.
If we didn't, here's Sailor Moon. And here's Naruto set 10. Behind Amazon, aren't we?
Finally showing up on Crunchyroll, yeah. Nothing in here.
When does this come out again? Because I pre-ordered that shit July 21st. Can't wait. All right. Also, Paprika's got a 20th anniversary 4K UHD box set coming. I choked a little when I realized that it's been 20 years. Right? Oh, this must have come out. This must have come out the year I met my wife. I think it did actually. I think we saw it in theaters together. Anyway, yeah, it's my 20th anniversary. By the way, I don't know if you guys know that.
Today?
Did you know that? No, on July 4th. My wife and I, July 1st, will be 20 years to the day that we met. And we've basically been married the whole time. So
that's cheating, I think.
Yeah. All right. It's our 15-year anniversary marriage.
For the podcast.
10 year for the podcast.
10 years.
I think it's 9 years for the podcast.
We already passed our 9 years.
We passed that, yeah. All right. Anyway, if you guys want to shop at Stealth Weave, that'd be awesome. I have been working on some stuff. I need to get some feedback on it from the host. We'll talk about it later. All right. Also, go fund yourself, bitch. Definitely buy a GoFund. This is the best time to show support for all the people who had their GoFundMe's taken down, reminding them that sometimes you just got to go fund yourself. And there's even
I identify as the people that got their GoFundMe's taken down. By the way, that's why the money.
You need to take that
us.
Header image out of rotation.
Why? I think we just need to add so many more that it's such a rarity that when it does happen, you're excited for it again.
He just doesn't like.
I've never been excited for that.
He doesn't like that you can't see his titties. Here, just for you. Let's. It won't let me open it in a new image. All right, anyway, move past.
We don't have much time.
All right, new Square Enix Cafe reveals Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Nier, and Fullmetal Alchemist menu items. That's cursed. That's cursed as fuck. Cheap, you're eating me. I thought this one was great. I don't know what the fuck it is.
Steam buns?
I guess that would make the most sense, right? And then I think that's
hot dog.
Well, yeah, it's a hot dog, but I'm like, why does it look like a jellyfish instead of a slime? Why are the eyes yellow? Look at that one.
He's hanging in there.
And then those, yeah.
You know how you go to McDonald's and you see all in the menus they have like the burger that looks. The burger looks all like clean and nice.
And then when you get it and it looks disgusting.
Yeah, like
yeah.
Or a better example are the Sonic the Hedgehog popsicles that always look perfect, but then you get it and it's like a warped, disgusting
face. It's just like Sonic with one eye.
Yeah, like what are the the chances that you go there and you get something and it's just
honestly
destroyed.
I bet you the Japanese take a little bit more pride in this stuff and do a little bit better on that front, but that is a funny observation. Oh. All right, moving past that. Dragon Quest King Slime eye drops fly off shelves in less than a day.
If the eye drops don't have individual eyes and faces each drop, then I'm not buying.
It's a critical hit role-playing game first. Potential eye drops were created, each with a different level of ice spell from the game. Roto Z regular strength drops are based on crack.
Wow. Putting crack in the eyeball.
Keep those eyes open. The lowest ranked ice magic attack, Roto Z Pro, is represented by the mid-level spell Crackle, and Roto Z Contact is the top tier Crackle. Also, in honor of the King Slime, these eye drops come in larger containers, bumped up from 12 millimeters to 16 millimeters. There are also lots of game references and Easter eggs hidden in the packaging, or rather, I should say there were lots of references because by the end of the 10th of June, they all appeared to have already sold out. In fact, some places even sold out the day before their release because they were put on shelves ahead of schedule. Either Roto underestimated the sheer popularity of King Slimes, or there was a sudden outbreak of mass digital eye strain. Normally in Japan, when something becomes hugely popular like this, resellers emerge to grab as many as they can, then post them for sale online at an inflated price. There were some reports of King Slime eye drops appearing on the Mercari flea market app, but they were quickly taken down for violating the usage terms that prohibited the sale of pharmaceutical products. Mercari was very quick about it too, because not only does it violate their rules, but is against the law to sell pharmaceuticals without a license. Even attempts to sell empty boxes and bottles were shot down. Damn. But even without the effect of resellers, King Slime Roto Z has become a very rare breed of monster, which some have compared to the encounter rate of the Metal King Slime in the games. So if you're exploring the world as a King Slime Roto Z draws near, be sure to hit it fast and hard with money attacks and don't let it heal. Only then will you have one of the most coveted treasures in Japan. Wow. All right. Randy, you shared this. The 25th anniversary console and controller for Xbox.
Yeah, so unfortunately, you're
going to buy another console.
They're talking about Project Helix coming out, and now they decide to fucking finally put out a Series X that people can buy. Because that's when Series X first got announced, I said, okay, I'll buy it. And I put aside money in a savings account specifically for this, and it sat there for like 5 years. Then I used it because I was like, well, I'm never buying this fucking thing. Because they never put out a good special edition, and they didn't have any game that was like, I need to buy this for this game. And because they were always available on PC. And this is, I think I explained this before. They released a Halo one, and I got it, and I was like, it's not really even that Halo-y. So I ended up selling it to a guy that wanted it for just the price I paid for it.
I don't sell anything.
If you recall, he didn't even get it home.
Yeah, I basically went to the store, got it, and gave it to the guy in the parking lot. Anyway, so but this one looks really good, I think, in my opinion. And I will be very tempted to buy it.
Is this Massive Attack?
They're definitely on the verge of their next gen, though. So, like, the moment you get it, you literally next year will be like, oh.
I need to hold on.
Yes, it's the G4.
They censored it. I was listening for "Listen, all you motherfuckers." I was like, "Is this going to be the second gaming thing with the word motherfuckers in it tonight?"
I mean, we couldn't hear it, but yeah.
Yeah.
The fact that it's coming out at the end of its life cycle essentially is kind of annoying. Also, we're in the tech.
I mean, it's the only time to release it, though. Better now or never.
Yeah. Also, I think the see-throughness is fake. I think it's a thin see-through thing, but then a printed underside.
Yeah,
I don't think you're actually seeing
in the render here, at least.
Yeah, and the back is black. It doesn't have a see-through on the back.
The thing I find hilarious about these is that the see-through thing, when they first rolled that out with the first Game Boy Colors or whatever that did that, it was the most hype thing ever. And then you got it and you turned it on and there were no little gears moving or fans spinning or lights going on. You're like, this is some bullshit.
I don't know. I always thought it looked cool.
I always thought it looked cheap and it's more fragile or something, or maybe it's a bootleg version.
I don't know about the plastic that they used to use, but the plastic that they use now for clear plastic is very brittle usually. So you do have to be careful. Or at least
that,
with some
and it's
things.
like I see the mechanicals underneath before I see anything else, and it just looks like, what the hell, dude? Is this even a finished product?
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna get the controller. I'm gonna get at least 2 controllers. I'm gonna probably get the console.
Will they let you get it separately?
Yeah. And I don't think I'll open it, even though I really think it looks cool, but I don't want to set it up just to not use it. So I'll probably just keep it in the box, but it does look really cool.
Love that about you. All right. Also, Halo Campaign Evolved Collector's Edition.
So this sold out instantly.
I like to think that you'd order like a mail order bride and just leave it in the box.
Yeah, of course. That's what I do. This sold out instantly, but it was a thing. It's really expensive for what it is, so I hope it's a really good quality statue. I got the collector's edition of Reach that came with like the 4 Spartans from that game on like a mountain. It was a pretty sick collector's edition. So
I think something you can post.
I'm kind of glad this one sold out instantly, because I would have been semi tempted to buy it, but
and it comes with golden Lego Halo guy, right?
Yeah, all that's in the digital bonus one though. So
God,
I can still get.
Hold up.
Is it
I thought there
Pragma?
wasn't a
Yes, it
multiplayer on this. So what's the skins?
Is this
and
the
stuff?
Guyver?
That's
what
true,
the
actually. Are these skins for
just single player?
Single player, or are they skins for Infinity? Maybe, I don't know.
Oh, Halo Infinite.
Or yeah, Halo Infinite. I don't know. I don't know. What does it say here?
Just says Alpha Halo Armory Pack featuring 5 Master Chief armor skins and 6 weapon skins.
Weird.
Go away, Xbox. Requires 100 gigabytes minimum hard drive space for this figure.
Holy fuck. For the figure, yeah.
The figure. 100 gig figure right there.
That's actually crazy that they didn't optimize it.
Yeah.
It's like, what, 5 games?
No, it's 1 game.
It's just the one game?
This isn't the Master Chief collection. This is just the first
I think
game
the
remade.
Master Chief collection is like 150 gigabytes, but it's 4 or 5 games. It's huge, so it makes sense. But for 1 game to be 100 gigabytes, it's kind of stupid.
All right, moving
It's
on.
also going to be available on PS5, and I thought it was kind of funny that the trailer for the game had during the Xbox showcase had like this was filmed on a PS5.
No.
The rumor is that the trailer was originally going to be shown in the Sony State of Play, but the new CEO took it away and said, no, it's going to be ours now, because they're trying to shift focus away from the everything can
You know
play.
what? We're going to backtrack and take back our IP. Yeah, this is an Xbox brand. Why would we give it to you?
All right.
It's still going to be on PS5 though.
So I thought this was kind of silly. Slayer's Lena Inverse light novel non-scale figure.
Why did you think it was ridiculous?
Well,
why is it silly?
Quote unquote, easy to display and quote high quality non-scale figures are released by KD Cole Kadokawa Collection. I just like the way that they're marketing it is really silly. Easy to display.
Does non-scale mean that they just wing it and size it randomly without trying to get accuracy?
I generally thought non-scale figures were supposed to be cheaper, but
yeah, is it like, did it come out of like a gachapon machine?
I don't think so, given the price, but like it's probably just like.
Does it say the height in centimeters?
Honestly, I think most scale figures is just made up. I don't think that it's an actual 1/7 scale and stuff. I think they just ballpark it and say, yeah, this fits in with the 1/7 scale figures you have. But then you see, no, this one's like quite a bit bigger than this one from another series.
I do plan to pick this up.
160 millimeters in
I
height,
do like
6.3 inches.
It does look good. That looks good.
That's kind of short for 103.
There's a Yukata version of her that went out of stock really quickly that I never picked up.
Images shown are sample prototypes. Some specifications may differ from the actual product.
That's the other thing. I mean, it looks good, but then sometimes you like.
It looks much better from this angle.
Sometimes the product you get doesn't match the sample photos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you can get something that looks like that, even at 6.5 inches or whatever it said it was, I don't know. I think it looks good. Although for 6.5 inches, it seems a little bit pricey.
All right. New Junji Ito. Wait, what? New Junji Ito. Where's that headline? Whatever. Junji Ito reveals Hello Kitty's dark new design. An official first look. Legit. I like that. If they have this at Anime Expo, I'm gonna buy it. Can I get a full fucking screen, please? What is this button even for?
Not you. That's what it's for.
This is really cool. Like the pop of color for the red. That's sick. If only it was Cinema Roll, my daughter would be all over it. These buttons don't fucking do anything. Damn. All right. Anyway. Alice Gear Aegis' Sitara Kanashiya acquires Sunny Bikini figure. Whoa. What in the fuck? Oh. At least they gave you a foot. She's like, let me take off my Mega Man boots. Like, whoa.
It pleases no one because Randy sees a foot, and then the foot freaks will be like, "Where's the second one?"
How could she even walk with those on? Like,
that's what I always want. Every time you see Mega Man cosplayers, and they always walk like, like it just always cracks me up, and I'm like, that's why we never got a live action movie. Same thing with the Attack on Titan cosplayers where they run around as like with the ODM gear. Oh, Goddess of Victory Nikke's Alice, quite the cute bunny. Hey, green line. Oh my God, look at the hair. It has little carrots.
Indeed.
No
fish. Do they sell like the set decoration stuff?
No.
Like these?
You get cucked on the good background.
What is going on right in this region right here? What is this another I've got the vibrator in.
And then I've got one for Reese if you're willing to.
Oh, okay.
It is a vibrator in there.
Here's the
I don't think it is. Is it?
Chat.
Maybe that's what
it's got a cord going into it. I think
possibly.
That's what that is.
Head cannon, it right?
And paste.
It'd be even more wild if it's like part of like the carrot top is just sticking out the side.
Damn.
All right.
It's in private jet.
I got you. So I thought it was funny. Good Smile Company. A system error occurred. Please try again a little later. From what you said.
Refresh the page.
Whoa. Oh no.
Oh, can we not show that one?
I mean, I'm just gonna quickly do a little.
I looked over at it. It seems.
It looks okay.
This one's for you, Reese, buddy.
Ooh,
I don't know if he'll pick it up though, because it's kind of pricey. He's not into figures, but you know.
All right, I'm just making sure I could show all these. Okay, here we go. So I thought it was funny. Good Smile Company is like blocked on Wayback Machine. Presumably because they're like, no, there's child porn or something like that. I don't know.
Jeez.
All right, Reese. Isn't this Monica Rial's character?
Oh, is it? Damn. Did Monica voice this character?
In the first episode before they're like, what if we licensed? This is so off-putting. I do need... Hey, Randy, are these feet better than...
No.
Are you getting this one, Green Line?
No.
Coward.
But it's interspecies reviewers. I thought of you.
Look at the two. There's this mouth face, and there's the uh-oh face.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was a thing. Randy, just a heads up. I am going to skip the next article, and we'll save it for next podcast. And now we're going into missed news. I'm going to skip some stuff there too. Let's do these two. All right. Japanese scientists turn Gundam's beam saber into real life farming technology.
Technology.
So
I brought this up before, but there's that scene where the beam saber like gets turned on above someone and like blasts through the ship.
Yes,
and
it's from Gundam
vaporizes.
Thunderbolt.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I can just imagine that with like a little mouse in a mouse hole, like tunnel, and just like the beam saber going through the dirt and like vaporizing the mouse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the best part of Gundam Thunderbolt. They fucked that guy up. A team of Japanese researchers is developing an agricultural technology inspired by one of Mobile Suit Gundam's most iconic weapons, the beam saber. Scientists at Tohoku University are exploring how plasma technology inspired by Gundam's fictional energy swords could be used to grow crops on the moon and support future space colonization efforts. Wow, not what I was expecting. The project is led by Professor Toshio Kaneko, a longtime Gundam fan who has previously worked on projects examining the scientific feasibility of technologies seen throughout the franchise. In Gundam lore, beam sabers are created using plasma contained within an electromagnetic field. While the university's research obviously isn't producing giant space weapons, it is utilizing real-world plasma technology to improve agriculture. The researchers have already demonstrated that plasma-generated dinitrogen pentoxide can promote rice growth and provide fertilization effects similar to nitric acid.
Acid.
I mean, maybe I'm just tired, but I feel like I didn't follow a single thing I've read so far. They also found that plasma treatments can strengthen plant immune systems, helping crops release disease and pests. Tests are now being conducted on strawberries using solar-powered plasma generating devices. It really sounds like this is PR. Like, yeah, we have this new thing. It makes plants stronger. It's a beam saber. Pew! Like, pew, pew, Gundam, yeah. Like, Ghibli inspired, right? Anyway, long-term goal is space agriculture, and according to Kaneko, plasma generators could potentially be built directly on the moon, allowing future lunar colonies to create fertilizer locally rather than transporting large quantities from Earth. Since launching supplies into space remains extremely expensive, producing agricultural resources on site could dramatically reduce costs for future settlements. The research was showcased at the Osaka Expo as part of the Gundam Next Future Pavilion under the title Space Agriculture Using the Beam Saber. Holy shit. The project is also part of Bandai Namco's broader Gundam Open Innovation Initiative, which encourages scientists and engineers to explore real-world applications inspired by technologies from the Gundam universe. One of the official projects is the program is literally called Plasma Agriculture Project Inspired by Beam Saber. Wow, that was worth reading. Holy fuck. All right. JAV actress reveals 6-hour New Zealand interrogation and deportation.
Damn. Because their breasts were too small?
We'll see. Japanese adult actress Yua Fukuda, Reese, breast too small?
Never heard of her.
Oh. Has revealed that she was denied entry into New Zealand, detained by authorities, and ultimately deported back to Japan after arriving in the country for what she says was intended to be a solo sightseeing trip. The actress shared the experience on her secondary Twitter account, shocking fans with a post describing her treatment upon arrival. Quote, "I was in a New Zealand detention facility. When I arrived, I was interrogated for more than 6 hours and even subjected to a drug test, only to be denied entry.
Boobs not too small.
Around 10 police officers showed up. My belongings were confiscated, and I was put into a dirty solitary cell. I'm currently being deported back to Japan. Since this will damage my record and likely make entry into other countries more strictly scrutinized, I might not be able to travel alone anymore. At this point, all I can do is laugh." Fukuda then elaborated on the circumstances, saying, quote, "I had booked hotels, flights, and a tour bus, but I hadn't reserved specific activities or planned out a detailed schedule. I don't like having every hour of my trip locked down, so I just wanted to relax and enjoy nature, but they told me that wasn't sufficient to be recognized as tourism." Jeez. This is after that one guy beat his wife and sat on her for like an hour, right? They don't want to take chances with the Japanese anymore.
Why would they drug test you though? Like,
don't know.
Fuck that. Just put me back on a plane. I'm not getting drug tested. Fuck you.
Fukuda also expressed frustration toward people who abuse tourist visas to work abroad illegally, suggesting that such behavior may have contributed to authorities becoming more suspicious of travelers. Quote, "I honestly wish every person going overseas for illegal work would get caught. I just wanted to enjoy a relaxing overseas trip by myself as a woman. And now it feels like even that dream has been taken away." In another post, she reflected on how important overseas travel had been to her personally. Quote, "In my early 20s, my dream and motivation was to travel abroad every month, encounter different ways of thinking, and make lots of friends. That dream probably won't come true anymore, but I'll find an even more enjoyable dream instead."
If you really think about it, if you're like an OnlyFans or adult actress, technically anywhere on the planet you could be working.
Could.
So I guess you
There
can't go to any
is a
country.
question of whether or not they knew who she was, and maybe they were concerned about that.
They're like,
exactly.
"Wait, I nutted to this
See,
woman."
yeah, I was
She's
going to say,
gonna work
I think that it's not boobs too small. It's boobs suspiciously too big. Must be drugs. Right?
Packing drugs in her boobs, maybe.
Yeah. They're like, a Japanese woman? No, not that big. That's what they thought. It was all prejudice. Shitsu, right?
Your boobs are so big. We know you're doing porn, and therefore we know you're here to film a porn. So you must leave.
Despite the experience, Fukuda ultimately spoke positively about New Zealand itself, saying she believed the country's strict immigration controls were one of the reasons it maintains a high level of public safety. After returning to Japan, she shared a photograph of the night sky and reassured fans that she was doing well. Fukuda made her adult video debut last year under the promotional tagline National Treasure Class Beauty and quickly rose to prominence within the industry. Known by the nickname Yuachi, she has become a regular fixture near the top of major popularity rankings and has developed a particularly strong following throughout Asia. The exact reason for her denial of entry remains unclear. Well, hopefully we get a follow-up at some point.
I don't know if I've told this story before, but I had a friend that went to the States. He was planning on going to gamble in Vegas for various poker tournaments, and he was able to have living arrangements worked out with a person that he knew in the States, in Vegas. So he didn't have to worry about like a hotel or anything like that. And so he booked a one-way ticket and figured, oh, well, he'll gamble basically until he runs out of money and then come home.
And then he won't be able to afford the flight home.
Well, just until he runs out of the money that he's willing to spend, you know, and then he'll come home.
I just love the idea of people who's like, you know what? I'm going to go gamble until I have no more money. It's like, maybe stop while you're winning, right?
Well, I'm sure if he won, that would be fine too. But anyway, so because he didn't have a return ticket and he was a single person, and I think he had a checked luggage. I don't know, but he got put in the secondary and like grilled for like 5 hours or something, because he didn't have this return ticket and they thought he was going to stay there, and they were like, when are you going to leave? And he's like, I don't know, I'll leave when I can. They're like, oh, you're not allowed to stay here forever, you know? And he's like, yeah, I'm not planning on staying here forever. I don't have a fixed end date, but it will be within the 6 months that I'm allowed to stay here. Like, get off my back, essentially. But they gave him a hard time.
I bet.
They did end up letting him in.
All right. Who's ready for our watch club? I know that Randy and I are the only ones who bothered to watch it, right? Or the Green Line, did you watch any?
I watched a couple episodes.
All right. Tell us your thoughts. we already did the watch club for the OVA, right?
Yeah. I kind of got disinterested once I realized, like, oh, who the fuck are these new people? Are we going to get to the old
Really?
people?
I think that the new people are significantly more interesting than, well, maybe because you like Miss Deep. Is that why?
I liked like both the original because I was used to them. So I'm like, okay, we're gonna learn more about these characters from the OVA, and it's like, no, actually, we're just gonna move on to these new characters.
I mean, if you stick around, believe it or not, the characters from the OVA show up again.
Right.
Yeah.
But like, I wanted the show to be about them and not.
Yeah.
I don't know, just new characters.
So one of the things that that I observed about it when I was rewatching it here was I really like the voice actors in it. I liked the localization a lot in terms of the flavor that I feel like they got out of each character when it came to the turns of phrase that they would use that felt like they conveyed the personality of the character. For example, Michelle referring to Anita as Anita Dear, right? Which would probably be Anita Chan, you know, in Japanese. But I just feel like that choice of calling her Anita Dear was very endearing to her personality type of being kind of a don't rock the boat kind of type and a sort of a nurturing kind of thing. And then I really liked Anita's personality where she's sort of like occupying the role of the child that is the parent to the sisters, right? Which is like a thing you see in family dynamics sometime where the child assumes the role of the parent because the parents aren't mature enough. And it's a weird mechanic that happens. I feel like they did that well. And I really like Anita's voice actor, who isn't in a lot of things, but has made me want to give Ergo Proxy's dub a chance because I found out she voices Pino in that. So those are my major thoughts on this series, at least what came to mind.
My major thoughts is it's 2 a.m. I haven't seen the show, so see ya.
Oh, okay. Wow.
I dropped it after episode 3, so I probably have nothing else to add either.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess it's only Randy and me.
I started watching the show, having saw it,
on Tech TV, right?
Yeah, I definitely, it was not something like I was watching religiously. I just, I did see bits of it on Tech TV, and back in 2008 or whenever the fuck it aired.
Yeah.
So when I was watching the first episode, I was very surprised at how kind of daydreamy the episode was. Like the guy with the bomb, like is holding her hostage, and like no one reacts. Basically, it's kind of like weird, like lag to like the reaction. The mood doesn't seem to fit like what's going on, and kind of like what's even happening. And then other weird things started happening, like which maybe maybe valid for the setting, but they rescue Nana, what's her name?
Nene.
Nene. They rescue her with the paper master stuff, and then she gets on the plane, and there was no problems there. But then as soon as she gets on the plane and they rescue her there, then she has to like come up with an explanation to explain the paper master stuff and like keep it hush hush, which was a little weird because like we went from like open use to like, oh well, now it's a problem. It was a little weird. A lot of the episodes did this weird thing that I didn't really like, where they would show you something where you didn't have the context to know what the fuck was going on, and then they would reveal the context way later, like either like later in the episode.
Can you give an example to remind me of an example of that?
The biggest one that I'm thinking of is the one where they go to the actor city, and I can't even think of something specific, but like, oh, they just show you they show you them talking in the bar or in the cafe or whatever, and they haven't set up why they're there or like what's going on, what the premise is, and then they're just like, oh well, we're here to get a book, and it's like, okay, like I don't know what's going on, and then you find out later that they're like how they got there. It just that like backfilling of information is kind of weird. Anita, she in the library, when the guy comes to put the library book in there, which didn't make it, like some of the stuff is never explained, like why was the guy there to put the book there, like what was he doing with the book. But anyway, so she saves the book and hides it, but you don't find out that she hid it. It's just like she goes after Junior, and then that's it. And then I'm like, what happened to the fucking book? Like it doesn't explain it until way later that she hid the book.
Yeah.
Right? And it's kind of like, okay, well, I can assume that, but now we're like dealing with this like assumption level of the anime, where you're trying to follow the plot, but you're also trying to follow like, okay, they've left these breadcrumbs that they're going to try and fill in later on, and you're trying not to forget any breadcrumb that they didn't fill in, and then you're making assumptions on what those breadcrumbs are, but also like if they didn't fill in that breadcrumb, maybe your assumption is the one that's taking the place of reality for that breadcrumb. And it's like it was a difficult show for me to like keep track of everything that was going on.
I've said this before, but I really feel as though the show has a better premise than the execution. You know what I mean? Like the concept of it is super cool. Do you remember them talking at some point about their clothes being made out of paper?
No, but it's very apparent that is what happens, because they keep using, like, their clothes are made out of paper.
Yeah, I had a distinct memory
talking about it though.
I had a distinct memory from my childhood about the clothes being made out of paper, and I don't know if it was a specific phrase that they said or just something I derived from watching the show. And I thought it was weird that I didn't have like a deja vu or whatever moment of memory when that would have happened again, right?
Oh, it happens multiple times.
Yeah. I'm just saying that that I would have I expected different is all.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I wasn't.
I think the biggest like what the fuck episode was that episode where they go to to the city that was all actors.
The it was basically you're talking about like the Truman Show thing.
Yeah,
that's fucking
episode 7.
They jumped the shark a couple times in the show, honestly, and it's like the show. I would say that a big problem with the show is that it can't decide if it's telling an actual story, has an actual plot, is action, or slice of life. And it's like other shows straddle that way better. You know? Because on the one hand, it's like I could watch a show with the 3 sisters just interacting together and be fine with it, right? But it's getting bogged down by the plot. But then when you get to the actual plot, there's not a lot going on. And then it feels like they're shoehorning in characters from the OVA because they're like, well, we got to figure out a way to tie this back to the story that popularized this whole thing. So you bring in Drake and Yomiko and all that. And it's like, I feel like they overhyped Nene's like, I haven't seen Yomiko in all this time. And then when they finally do reunite, it's just fucking weird when they finally reunite. And then I just really feel like strange. I don't know how to feel about the stuff where like then Junior defects to their side and like that whole thing is weird while they're waiting. And like Drake is like, I'm on watch and all that shit. And then it's like fucking Junior has a tracker on him the whole goddamn time and he's sitting right there with you. Like they know where you are. You actually can't take a break from, you know, being on watch. Like it did a lot of really stupid, strategically stupid decisions were made, right?
I think that the show should have ended at episode 13 or whatever when they rescue Nene from the building, right? When they're trying to like reprogram her brain or whatever and they rescue her.
I think it should have ended before that, to be honest. I think it would have been better.
Like a climax.
Yeah, I think it would have been better if and I hate to say this because I honestly I don't think that the OVA even really earned this. But if they had just done a second OVA series that followed these other characters, that probably would have been better just because I don't feel like they ever actually utilize any of them or any of the plot devices or any of the mechanics and world building to its full potential. So although I am very fond of the series and I like the concept behind it, it's so underutilized that I just don't think it ever like really earns its place. You know, earlier we were talking about there was like that crazy golden age of anime where it's like show after show after show was coming out and like the stars were aligning where everything was just killer, like just fantastic amalgamation of every aspect of things, right? And this show, even back then, never hit the mark for me, right? I like it. The music is good, especially the opening theme. But that's really all it had going for it, right? And the one thing that I think really made me like it originally was that I was studying animation and the visuals, especially in the OVA, of the paper like forming together and doing stuff was fucking cool, right? And then in the TV series, the scene where they team like the sisters, you know, activate their, you know, teamwork or whatever and stop the bomb threat, like it was really well put together. The concept of Anita, of all people, being the brute force berserker going in there while Michelle shoots the arrow, which then catches the thing. And like all of that stuff was cool, right? That was a really great use of it. And then it peaks there, right? And then none of the usage of it reminds me of in Breaking Bad. I remember when I first started watching Breaking Bad. So like when you watch Game of Thrones, the first season for me was boring for most of it. It's only at the end of season 1 that all of a sudden it's like, oh shit. Like there's impact here. Like we can't go back from this, right? Kind of feeling. And with Breaking Bad, I remember the beginning of the show being a bit dry and like I wasn't really invested. I don't see what the big deal is about. And then comes the part when he first interacts with like that rival drug lord, and he takes the material he makes in the chemistry lab and he throws it on the ground, and then you see that shot from outside and there's like an explosion of blue or whatever the fuck. And I was like, fuck yeah, I'm here for this. He's going to use chemistry to fucking like, do more than just cook meth, and then never happens again. Never does any. The closest you get is him with the ricin poison. And that shit goes on for fucking ever and never is satisfying, right?
Speaking of that, so literally the three things I remembered about this show watching it on G4, right?
Mm-hmm.
I remembered 4 things. I remembered that the 3 characters when I was watching the OVA, I didn't even remember that the main Agent Paper wasn't one of the 3 girls, to be fair.
Okay.
The main character I remembered of the 3 was Anita, right?
Anita, yeah.
So,
I think she's the most. She has the most personality. Like she's the most boisterous and vibrant and stuff, right?
So, basically, I remember there was 3 girls. I remember they controlled paper. And then the 2 like things that were like, okay, I remember that is, I remember there was a scene of Anita running on the top of the bookshelves, right? And she has like a panty flash at one point. And I remembered the scene where the girl strips down naked in the water, in the like temple thing or whatever, when they're getting the key. And those were the 2 like fan service parts of the show, and I was like, yeah, I remember.
Oh yeah, and the tits in that one bit, right?
The tits in the scene with the key where they're in the water, and she gets shot, she dies, the naked girl. But those are literally the 2 fan service parts in the entire show, just those 2 spots. And I was like, the 2 things I remembered about the show, that's all of it in terms of fan service stuff, and I thought that was kind of funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
never happens again.
Especially because like, how much do you really get of that on G4? Like, how much of that was actually on the Tech TV version?
That's what made me like. They didn't censor it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And that's what made me like, so I guess like ingrain it in my head that was like, oh shit, this is on G4.
I'm sure I've asked you this question before when we were talking about your memory watching it on G4. Did you watch Silent Mobius?
No.
Okay. We're definitely going to do a watch club of that this year. That was another show. It's a completely different, it's not the same kind of show at all. But that is something I definitely would love to revisit. I'm sure I've also asked you about Gatekeepers 21, which also showed on G4. And I think
that either.
Better Man also was on there, or Soul Taker. Better Man sucks ass. We're not watching that. But Soul Taker I'd watch again. But yeah, we should definitely do Silent Mobius in the future. Anyway, yeah, I mean, it's frustrating to me because I just think that there was so much potential, and it just squanders it because they want to tell a really stupid story, and then like they routinely jump the shark with, like you said, like the Truman Show aspect of things, and it almost feels like a shitty version of the Mystery Box, like, audiences are going to be hooked. Like, wow, what's going on? What happened to the sister? And it's like, well, we got rid of the sister that nobody gives a shit about, right? And the like, you know what I mean? Like, it just feels like bad choices, you know, or like sophomoric, childish writing.
And the end of that episode didn't even make any sense.
Yeah,
they're like, oh, so I guess the book was a fake after all, and it's like, well,
and
was it?
It's like, haven't they been in that very cafe like 5 times by then? It's like, oh, the whole time they were actually undercover agent actors, right? Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, I just didn't. That at a certain point, I just turned my brain off because I wasn't going to get through the rewatch without it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I did like the episodes I liked the most, ironically, were the episodes with Anita when she was like the slice of life, like dealing with the school stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was kind of weird that they,
like I said, I liked the slice of life stuff. The ironic, annoying part of it is that it gets bogged down by a plot. And then when they finally pull in the plot, it's like, this is stupid and retarded. I don't care. You know, like,
yeah. There was a weird line where she's talking to Junior in that episode, and she says something like, oh, well, I hid that book inside because he says, oh, well, you shouldn't be in the library because she's like, it's haunted, and then he's like, well, why would it be haunted? And she's like, oh, well, maybe because of that book. And then he's like, oh, and then she's like, oh, but I put the book inside another book, so it's fine. It can't be haunted because of that book. And it's like, well, why would putting the book inside another book make it okay to not be haunted anymore? I was like, I don't know, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, one of the other things that kind of annoyed me was like the justification for. Oh fuck! Oh shit! What were you just saying about before the book thing? Oh no! It was one of the things that really irritated me was how justified Anita was in hating books.
And when that's revealed, it's like, how?
Well,
like, why was that?
It's not just that. It's not just that she was justified, right, because of the reveal, but the fact that over and over and over again, she is constantly decrying books and mad at her sisters or the other characters for holding on to books that they could have destroyed, right? Because they were dangerous, and repeatedly vindicated over and over and over again. And there's like not a payoff that you're like, damn, I'm glad we didn't just yeet this book when we had the chance, right? You know, in any meaningful way that feels like you shouldn't have been rooting for Anita the whole time.
Oh yeah, I guess.
And that's also part of the whole, like, she is the oldest one there as the youngest one there in terms of, like, she's the adult, she's the parent to everybody. Nene, Yomiko, Michelle, Maggie, all of them. I also thought it was strange that they deliberately called the sisters that they introduced in this Anita, Michelle, and Maggie when Drake's daughter's name was also Maggie.
Yeah, that seemed to be just like a coincidence.
Yes, but it seems like from a creative perspective that you would avoid naming your character something that would be confusing like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
People have the same names. Maybe they just
sure,
like
but
name.
From a perspective of writing a story, you don't put a detail in there if it's unnecessary. You could have called her anything else.
But it's not like his daughter was not introduced in the OVA, right?
Yeah. You don't see her, but he talks about her.
And names her?
I don't know if he does, but that's what makes it even weirder if he doesn't, because he, when he's introduced to Maggie in the TV series, he has a reaction at first because it is his daughter's name.
Yeah.
Right. And I just feel like that's like, you know, occasionally there's this concept in writing and story building called verisimilitude. It is the concept of putting a mundane thing into the story because it makes it feel more real. Right. And there are times when that aspect of things dramatically improves the experience. And there are other times when it's just noise. And that was noise, right? It didn't add anything to the story and only makes you a little bit more confused, right? And then
well, you could argue that it made him seem more protective over her because that would
I suppose that's a good
making him
point.
think of his daughter.
Yeah. Let me grab some of my screenshots because I couldn't help but think it was funny that
I was gonna say the thing I thought was funny that they took the lesbian girl and they like wiped her mind so she wasn't lesbian anymore.
Which one?
Anita's like lesbian friend.
Oh yeah. Well, was she lesbian?
She was fully lesbian. She was like, I wanna go on dates with you, Anita. And then she's like, yeah, but I'm leaving.
I thought it was funny that when you finally see Drake's daughter, who, by the way, I mean, how many years was Yomiko missing?
5 years, I think.
All right, I guess that's fair. That she would be like 10 years old when Drake was fawning over her, and then when you finally see her, she's like 15 or whatever the fuck this is, right? I just thought it was funny that they're like, the fucking pose. Just something about it is so weirdly.
You don't water your garden like that?
No.
I water my garden like that all the time.
In Daisy Duke cutoffs, right? Like,
no, not the clothing.
Oh, you know you'd look great, Brad.
Just the clothing.
I always think of that episode of It's Always Sunny when they do the cutoff shorts and show how far he can do the splits. Oh, okay. So remind me, I wanted to make a tweet about this. I actually downloaded the movie because I wanted to make a comparison because this has always bothered me. It's from the OVA. Let me see if I can grab that screenshot. It didn't.
Oh, here's an example of them cutting forward and then filling in the details backwards. At a certain point in the second half, there, the sisters she thinks they're dead. And Anita goes back to school and like everything seems like normal. And it's like all of these people thought you left and your lesbian friend is not lesbian anymore. And she doesn't seem to understand like what happened. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then later on it's revealed, oh, they brainwashed everyone in the school just to go along with that, to show Anita that she could have this life if only she agrees with them and like goes along with their plan or whatever the fuck. And so that's an example of like it spends half the episode confusing the shit out of you, making you ask 30 different questions just to tell you later. But it's like for that half of the episode, you're like trying to hold all of these things in your head because you're like, what clues are they dropping to figure out what the plot is? That I need to know to piece this back together when they fill in the answers later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like this show, and so earlier I was kind of talking about like the golden age and all that stuff, and there were things where revisiting certain shows. Like I didn't think Hellsing held up upon rewatch, right? The vampire aspect of it was quite
Ultimate
cringe.
2 or just the first
one?
one?
I had not watched Ultimate beyond the first episode, maybe the first 2 originally. I really like Hellsing Ultimate, but there are aspects of the original that I liked more. And there are some things that I'm a mixed bag with it because there are some things that I really like about the Hellsing localization. I love Crispin Freeman saying it's a nice night to get a bite to drink, stuff like that. Like, and this is the age of localization. Ironically, it's like the performances kind of sucked in terms of delivery, but the localization was pretty good in terms of giving personality to the show. You know what I mean? And so that's something that's like, it's kind of a mixed bag, but the point is that it's a time where shows were, like they don't hold up, right? So I feel like Escaflowne, the actual show, is much harder to get through today than when I watched it back then. Hellsing, same thing.
You gotta watch it with the English opening. Let's go.
Yeah, the Canadian English opening. Literally the best thing about Escaflowne is the soundtrack and not the Canadian opening, right? Like, so the thing is that like there's so many shows that I watched around that time, and that's my like fucking, I watched anime every day for like hours upon hours upon hours for years in that time of my life, right? It's just like I spent $1,000 at Anime Expo in 2007. I bought box sets that I could have stacked them up to the ceiling. You know what I mean? Like I had anime for days after just Anime Expo in 2007, right? And I watched so much of it, and I really think that like this is an example of one of those shows where you just watched it at a good place in your anime history, right? Your career as an anime fan was influenced by this show and others like Hellsing and whatnot that made it have a higher value, perhaps because you hadn't seen as many of the truly spectacular things yet, or you just hadn't, learned to scrutinize a story beyond more than just it's better than the cartoons I could otherwise be watching at the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think that happened to me as well, but also there's some shows, I don't know if you experienced it this way, but there's some shows like Read or Die where I experienced it on TV, and because of the times, like we didn't have a DVR back then, and I wasn't gonna fucking tape it on a VHS, so like there were shows that there were some shows that I would even try to tape on VHS. Like I remember trying to tape shit at like 1 a.m. I can't remember I think Dot Hack Sign. No, yeah, Dot Hack Sign.
Dot Hack, by the way, I haven't mentioned it yet, but that's another one of the shows from this era where I just remember being like, this shit is fucking god tier, right? Yeah. In terms of the concept, the character designs, the songs, like all the music in it, everything was just like coming together in a really satisfying way. And I remember being glued to the TV during aspects of Dot Hack, and it's like the story is so slow, and then and like there's just not much really going on, but for some reason I was hooked, right?
Yeah.
And I think part of it's like how the story at the end of the first series, like it feels like they bait and switch you into the actual real story that comes towards the end, right? But go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say is because it was something that was difficult for me to watch in terms of like I wasn't up at 1 a.m. Or generally anyway, but and because just in general TV's like sometimes you're not going to schedule your whole week around one TV show.
Sure.
But so I didn't get the whole plot of Read or Die for sure. Like I said, I only remember a few episodes.
So like the issue you ran into is that because you couldn't watch it in order, you had a different fragmented experience compared to sitting down and watching it in order.
And same with Dot Hack. I don't know the story of that show. It looks cool as shit. When I from when I was a kid and watching that shit, I was like, holy fuck, this is such a cool show. I don't know the plot. I know the general plot, but I don't know any plot points.
For me,
and Gundam Wing too. Gundam Wing was another one of those shows that was like the opening was sick and it seemed like really cool, but like I never fucking watched like that show for the plot. It's like I would watch an episode and it'd be like, okay, I don't know what's going on because I didn't watch any of the other shows, but like Robot's cool, you know.
For me,
But just in my head, those shows are like pantheon anime shows.
Yeah,
but I don't actually know them. Well, now I know this one, but
yeah, and I am game personally to revisit, you know, a lot of these shows as an adult and get to test their mettle, right? You talked about not being able to like really see the full arc and everything of Read or Die, and I think there is some value in occasionally a type of show where you try to watch it and you end up catching it in bursts. And I think that for me, Witch Hunter Robin was like that, where not seeing it in its totality made it more mysterious and more interesting than the show actually is. When you sit down, and I watched that pretty early in my anime career, like I was watching it on Adult Swim and I was catching the episodes out of order. And for that show, I think it helped the way that Read or Die kind of helped with that for you. But I got those DVDs, I would say like 2 or 3 years after that show aired. And I sat down and watched it. And I was like, this sucks, right? The character design is awesome. The vibe, the mood of like the shots of Robin are fucking great. Right? The music is outstanding, but the show sucks ass, right? It sucks ass. I think we can all agree on that. And so another thing, I said, I realized I've got something in front of it, so I got distracted, but this part with the plane, doesn't this happen in Casino Royale?
I don't think so.
No, I swear there's a movie. I'm pretty sure it's a James Bond film. Where the plane goes right up to the window and taps the glass before stopping.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a plane, but it's definitely the idea has
in Casino Royale. They did a scene. I was scrubbing through it and looking for the plane thing. I thought I remembered, and instead they do it with like a fuel, like a truck to fuel, and the guy like has a bomb that he tries to detonate, and then like James Bond had like attached it to his belt before the guy jumped out of the thing, so he doesn't end up blowing up the fuel thing to blow up the plane, to blow up the airport or whatever the fuck. But I didn't see the scene. I thought I remembered, but and I'm sure I talked about this when we did our watch club of the OVA, but fuck me, man, there is absolutely no fucking way that glass would not shatter, because force is mass times acceleration. So even if you're going fucking slow as shit, the sheer mass of this thing would shatter that. Like, there is no fucking way. And I remember in this, like, it taps the glass and like the glass has like a ripple where like you see like the sheen or whatever. And I swear to God, I remember this from a movie in the West. I thought it was James Bond, but it might have been like, I don't know, Mission Impossible or something. And seeing it in the anime and seeing it in live action, I just remember thinking to myself, like, there's just no fucking way that would happen. Like, no goddamn way. I mean, with Read or Die, maybe you got the paper might, I don't know, reduce the impact. Maybe, but I doubt it, right?
Yeah.
Like, I just really don't see it.
What I was going to say earlier was that, because we were talking about earlier about how, like, you know, you'd have to watch things fragmented. That's kind of why I started collecting in the first place. Because it's like, well, I can't see any of this shit on TV. Like, I had, you know, a 1 TV household. I didn't have, you know, like, my parents would be like, okay, you know, TV time's over. So I had to, like, you know, buy the shit that I wanted to see on physical, you know, and one of the first things I bought, cliche as it is, was fucking Pokemon. And, you know, I binged the shit out of that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, like, one of the shows that, so like, when I watched Witch Hunter Robin, I think that the fragmented viewing of that improved my impression of it. When I watched Trigun, I fucking hated it. And then I bought the box sets and sat down and watched it, and it's a fucking masterpiece.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's so weird how that happens. Because, like, I don't feel like much of Trigun matters story-wise, right? Until you get to the end game. I feel like you could shuffle it. You know what I mean? It's just so strange how the experience is like that. Anyway, let's just rattle off a couple like shows that you would rewatch from this era. I would rewatch Witch Hunter Robin. Maybe I'd like it more as an adult. Serial Experiments Lane. That was a rough watch. Great music though.
One that I recently finished watching for the first time was Angelic Layer, and Arcada Glass Reflection. Tristan said that upon his rewatch, because he always thought it was great, he's describing the exact same thing you just did. Where it was like it was great, but like
dub
sucks. Well, the dub is kind of it's early ADV.
Yeah.
And there's an element to it of the story that's kind of just hard to swallow because it's like, really, that's what that's about. Like that's the motivation.
Angelic Layer, remind me, that's the one with the little like robot girl that's like a fighter, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Just double checking.
Gundam Wing and Dot Haxon are both on my
definitely
want to eventually watch those.
And the cool thing about Gundam Wing is I think it takes place in a different continuity.
It does.
From the rest of Gundam.
It does.
So you can like Gundam, for those of you who don't know, if you've never watched it, there's the Universal Century timeline, and then there's like alternate timelines that certain ones take place in. So Mobile Fighter G Gundam takes place outside of the continuity of Mobile Suit Gundam and 08th MS Team and all of that stuff. And then I think Gundam Wing is also in a separate continuity where it's standalone, and the characters and the lore and the world building and all that is isolated to Gundam Wing. And in fact, Tomino, legend has it, Tomino made a bet with his producer that he could make all of the pilots for his next Gundam series pretty boys, and he would not only not lose any viewers from the male audience, but he would double the viewership because women would start watching the show as well. And he succeeded in that with that show.
Damn.
So, and then he made fucking Mobile Fighter G Gundam with Master Asia, and everybody loves that shit, right? Yeah. No,
I'm embarrassed at the fact that our Gundam, the American Gundam, wasn't like a fucking cowboy or the fucking Statue of Liberty. Shame on them.
They did have a Statue of Liberty.
They did, but it wasn't like
it wasn't like a best Gundam.
Ours was like a football Gundam. It was like, no, give us like Uncle Sam Gundam.
Yeah, if anything, it should have been a school shooter Gundam, right?
Yeah. Right. And then I don't know why the Shining Finger Gundam wasn't a Samurai Gundam. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Mexico's Gundam in their sombrero.
Mm-hmm. Well, did you share this image because you want to talk about it, Randy?
Yeah. So at one point in the end of the second half of the series, Paper makes this like semen splooge of a paper thing, and she takes Anita, I think it was, with her, and she like plops out onto her like paper airplane from this sploogey thing, and they fly somewhere. And I was like, there was a previous episode where she needed Anita to help her like push the airplane because she couldn't take off on her own. And then also there's a later episode where they needed to go somewhere and they're in a boat traveling and they need to get there quick to like rescue Nene. And it's like, why didn't you go splooge then? It was kind of weird that it seemed that she had this ability for one episode only.
No, for sure. I felt like there was a lot of continuity issues, but when it was happening, I cared so little that I was just like, whatever. Let it go.
When they get to the town at the end where it's like, 12th century England or whatever, they make a point of saying like, whoa, we got to get like special clothes because we don't fit in around here. And then I thought it was funny that later in that episode, Anita put back on her Japanese schoolgirl outfit in the library while she's reading. I was like, what happened to needing special clothes to fit in?
Well, I wonder if they are made out of paper, if there is like a muscle memory, to the construction of the clothes.
I don't think her school uniform was paper. I think the only thing they had like battle,
like her Chinese one with like
probably.
that
stuff was made out of paper.
Or maybe she put the uniform on because the paper thing was too much effort. It's kind of like when in Dragon Ball when they have the filler episode where Goku and Gohan decide to just stay Super Saiyan all day so that they get used to the weird feeling, right? It's like she's like, you know what? Manually holding these clothes on my body at all moments, I need a break. Let's put on
that assumes that the 12th century London clothes were paper, but I don't think those were. I think only the battle stuff was paper. Yeah. But who knows? Maybe it could have been.
Yep.
I just thought it was funny.
Yep.
And then I thought the ending was absolutely terrible. But I don't even remember much of it. I just remember hating the ending. I was like, well, that's the ending? That's stupid. He inherited some of the gentleman's fucking mind and like went gray. Joker.
Dude, I totally oh my god. That's why I got so fucked up when I was using ChatGPT to tell me who the characters were, because the fucking Joker guy does turn out to be the villain. It's like,
you did spoil that. You did.
No, but I was talking. Well, okay, yeah, but
although to be fair, he is pretty much set up as a villain in the start.
It was wrong because I was asking it about Mr. Gentleman, and it was telling me it was Joker.
Well, Mr. Gentleman is kind of also a villain based on what happened.
Perhaps, but I thought my interpretation when I was watching it, and I was kind of half watching the OVA, was that Mr. Gentleman was like the leader. Like, this is just the vibe I got from my half watch. He was the leader of the organization who's so old and decrepit that like he just exists in a room and they care for him, but everybody else is really the ones doing everything. You know what I mean? And he's just kind of like a figurehead, like the Prince Charles or some shit.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Based on his like fucking magical powers of godhood, I assume he was doing stuff. He was just in the room though.
Yeah, he's doing stuff the way that I'm sure Stephen Hawking is doing something, but he seems like he's not doing anything. All right. Any more thoughts? You want to wrap it up?
I think we can wrap it up.
All right. Good night, everyone. Next Watch Club is the Saga of Chanya the Evil, and we'll see you next week. See ya.
Until next time.
It's not about if I can. I'm doing this because I want to.
Would you look at me? I'm setting records.
No!
United States of America.
Don't you geeks have someone else to annoy?
Oh, yes.
It's over 9,000!
Make America great again.